Hey guys! Here's part 8 of Uchiha Naruto, the Sage. Full fanfic already out over on Patreon. Anyways, enjoy. Chapter 36. December 23rd. The War Council of Konohagakure no Sato was within its chambers discussing the future plans that were to take place. As agreed during the Cage Summit, Tsunade would send every little thing she knew about Madara and some things about Naruto to both Iwagakure and Kumagakure. They were supposed to return for another summit again to continue with the talk since nothing concrete was ever resolved because Madara and Naruto had decided to gate-crash their meeting. It was unlikely that they would meet again, though. The incident had caused an outrageous reaction from most people, especially those within Konoha. Once the villagers got hold of the fact that Naruto had crashed into the Cage Summit along with Madara and merely watched while the legendary Uchiha battled the Cages, they were furious with him. He was working with a traitor to their village, a traitor that attacked their cage and nearly killed her. It was unacceptable. Possibly Naruto would never be forgiven for this act. As it stood, even if they wanted Naruto to come back to the villagers wouldn't accept him. Even though he didn't really take part in the battle himself, he was still there and merely watched. "Are you certain that he isn't working with Madara?" Tsunade questioned in an all-serious tone, looking straight at the remaining Uchiha within the village walls. It was hard to believe that Naruto and Madara weren't working together. The way they talked to each other, the way they did things, and their powers, it all made it now simple to believe that they were indeed related. The two Uchihas spoke like they were good friends or something. One couldn't say they were enemies, she doubted they even considered themselves to be enemies. "Yes, I'm positive. Before Naruto left, he told me that they don't agree on their ideals. This means that whatever plans Madara has, Naruto doesn't agree with it. However, this doesn't guarantee that Naruto will stop him even if he doesn't agree with the plans," Sasuke answered calmly. "Because they don't agree in their ideals, it does not mean that they don't agree on certain things. That still doesn't give us the assurance that they aren't working together. If anything, they seem to be working well together. At the summit, Naruto held the guards while Madara fought us. If something like this happens again, it may be in reversed roles," Tsunade stated, shaking her head slightly. This was giving her a headache. It could be possible that even though they don't agree on their ideals, they still get along just fine. "We have seen this, and can confirm. There is, however, nothing to prove that right now they aren't sitting together while they plot something," Sume stated, giving her own opinion on the matter. "We've made the basis that they get along. What we cannot confirm is whether they are working together or not," Jiraiya stated, trying to get the discussion going so that they didn't get stuck going on in the same matter. "I've said it, they are not working together," Naruto told me himself. "The problem would be whether Naruto will be willing to stop him or not," Sasuke stressed. The thing that got this people wrong with Naruto was that they didn't understand him. He understood bits about the blonde, but he was certain that only Madara understood him fully. Well, Naruto isn't the one to hide behind the bush. If he was working with Madara he would have said so, Shikaku stated, not so lazily like he always does. What he did know about the blonde was that he was very blunt and a straightforward person. He didn't do hints. Hiashi nodded in agreement to Shikaku's words. "I also think if he was working with Madara, he would have told us. As Sasuke has said, the big question is whether he will stop him or not. This is indeed troublesome," Kuza stated, sighing. He ensured that Madara had his fun with the Cages, and merely watched as he beat them up, who is to say he won't do it again? "That will depend," Sasuke started. "It will depend on whether the situation favors him or not. What I've realized is that Naruto doesn't do things for fun, he always has a purpose. He also doesn't do anything that does not favor him. If it favors him, he could simply watch as Madara does as he plans to do." "Sasuke is indeed correct," Inoki added, with a nod. "When you look at what has happened after we banished him, you can see why he didn't even put a fight. There are many things that have happened since we banished him, and it seems like he'd been waiting for us to do it. I did tell you that if it was still going according to his plans, he wouldn't put up a fight. But things are just moving way faster than I would like. This pace of things does not give us much time to make sound preparations," Jiraiya spoke again, in a bit of a tired voice. "Why then, did he allow Madara to attack the Cages? I think he knew that it would not look good on him with the villagers if he did that. Then why would he deliberately do something that would put him at odds with the villagers? What did he gain by allowing the Cages to fight Madara?" Shiba Aburame questioned something that was bothering him. He had a feeling of an answer, but he didn't want to accept it. By the looks of things, it seemed like he has only made himself look bad more than anything. If capturing the Baijuas wasn't enough, He had to crash into the cage summit. Perhaps it was all that he wanted, or there is something that we are missing, Shikaku stated, looking thoughtful for a moment. Or there could be nothing into it. That was a thought that they never considered. But it was not that important at this given time. The fact that Naruto has hunted down all the remaining Baijuas makes things very complicated. We don't even know what he is planning to do with them. What we know is that he is just doing what the Akatsuki was doing. The problem is that we were never able to figure out just what the Akatsuki wanted to do with the Baijuas, Sume stated. This was a matter that worried her the most. They were now assuming that Naruto had all the Baijuas with him, and whatever he was planning with that amount of power wasn't bound to be good. I think we have to finally accept that Naruto is up to something. He has committed crimes against other great villages and they want his head. We cannot also ignore the fact he did something that he knew would put him in a bad light in the eyes of our villagers. Hiashi stated something that no one seemed to be willing to bring out. As much as it pains me to say, I have to agree with Hiashi. We have been focused on what Madara may be planning or what Naruto will do about Madara. We have never considered the thought that Naruto may have his own plans. It could be that both have their own plans. Naruto cannot disagree with Madara's plan if he doesn't have his own plan, Jiraiya stated, not sounding happy about this. So are you finally getting over your mixed emotions and come to a rational conclusion? Homura stated smoothly. I suggest the best ranking for him in the bingo book is SS rank and Madara as well. No one seemed to disagree with this. I'll have that worked as soon as we leave here, Tsunade said, before turning to look at Sasuke, who looked amused. What is it? I wonder what Naruto will do about this. Technically, he hasn't committed any crime against this village, and branding him an SS rank criminal only means that you can no longer welcome him back after things settle down. I've no doubt that Naruto dislikes the villagers, but I wonder what he will do when he knows about this. I also wonder if you all prepared to be enemies of Uchiha Naruto. We have no choice but to be prepared for anything, Inoki stated. But now that they have decided to make Naruto their enemy, it means that they will have to fight him in the near future. It was obvious that the villagers would never accept him back into the village. Naruto had said he would return when he wants to, but the question was whether he would be returning in good terms or with other intentions. Just so you understand everything, I will remind you, Sasuke stated calmly. You are about to make an enemy with someone who was abused by the villagers of this village because he was a Jinchuriki despite being the son of the previous Hokage. He hasn't made it a secret that he holds no love for the villagers. He possibly has 9 Baijuas under his control, and his own power rivals a man who defeated the 5 Kiges. Need I add that he totally overpowered them? There was some tense silence for a few moments before Tsunade spoke. I understand all, but we cannot cower because the odds don't look good for us. This is our choice, and I hope never to regret it. We have been living long enough. We will see this through. Homura stated. Then how do we go about dealing with both Uchihas? At the moment, it doesn't matter what they are planning. What is important is that they are both too powerful to be left roaming around the world freely. The others nodded in agreement. What of Yugao? Doesn't she know anything? Hiashi asked. If she knew something, then they would have to be aware of it. The fate of the village depended on how much information they could gather. Tsunade was surely not going to tempt Naruto's ire by having Inoki examine Yugao's mind to determine whether the blonde informed her of certain details about his plans. Naruto already hated the village. Doing something to Yugao would only add more wood to the fire that was already burning. She could only hope that Hiashi had nothing like that in mind. No, Naruto didn't tell her anything, Sasuke responded, shaking his head slightly. Naruto's sense of love is quite different. I thought that given time he would act normal, but I soon realized that it was impossible. Regardless of how he felt about Yugao, he didn't tell her anything. This is troubling. We don't know what he is planning and how we are going to stop him? Kuza stated, sounding a bit frustrated by everything. Naruto was already too powerful to deal with, and they could be dealing with both Naruto and Madara. That is one ending that he hoped Kami wouldn't script for them. I think our best option is to work with both Kumagakure and Iwa. This will reduce the causalities we may face and ensure that we get enough power to tackle the problem, Shikaku suggested. That is sound, Tsunade then nodded to herself after a few thoughts passed her mind. But it will depend on what the Tsuchikage and Reikage will say. However, the fact that we have 2 Sharingan users makes it hard for them to say otherwise. What of Sunagakure and Kirigakure? Inoki questioned quietly. Both were their allies, so they ought to also help them out. Don't count them in, Tsunade responded quickly. Both of them seemed to be in contact with Naruto. They have yet to say anything about the fact that we have banished Naruto, and I doubt that they will do anything against him. Isn't it that both were at his country's capital a few days ago? Sasuke nodded in agreement. They were both not surprised by Naruto's change. This means that Naruto had talked to both of them after the change. There is also the fact that out of the 5 Kages, they weren't much surprised when Madara challenged the leaders. Naruto must have informed them about what was going to happen. Hiashi said. It appears that way. Jiraiya said calmly. Fighting Naruto means fighting his country. But I don't think that it will survive an attack from 3 great villages. Still, to get to his country, they would have to get past Naruto, and that was a task that seems to need the hands of Kami and the forces of nature working with them. Tsunade nodded. We can discuss that later after we have talked to both Iwa and Kumagakure. She stated, before looking at Sasuke. What did you feel from Naruto at the summit? Sasuke sighed. This was going to shock the whole room if he didn't color it. He was a lot stronger than he was when he left. Even though he didn't fight, I can say that he had much more chakra than Madara did. You are saying that he is currently stronger than Madara? Shikaku said. It wasn't a question. This was man who defeated the 5 Kage was not as strong as Naruto. This was just troublesome. He wasn't expecting the blonde to have become even stronger. That isn't good. It only makes it even more difficult to fight him. What do you think caused his change in physical appearance though? Jiraiya questioned, looking at Sasuke, who knew the blonde better than anyone within the chambers. I don't know. I really don't know. Whatever caused it, seems to have made him much powerful. Sasuke responded, shaking his head. This was all mysterious to him. He tried figuring out what had happened, but he couldn't get the answers. I'm told that Naruto lives in a palace that is far above in the sky above his country's capital. I hear people saying that the formation in the sky is like an island in the middle of an ocean. It is green as the fire country. Is there any truth to it? Homura questioned, changing the subject. The people there call it the Emperor's home, the Holly Palace, the Imperial Palace, or the Holly Ground of Kami-sama, Jiraiya revealed quietly. I can say that it does exist, and Naruto does live in there. It is said after the Kage summit, he was only seen once at the capital. I don't know about other things. No one has ever gone there. Let us assume that no one but Naruto himself has ever gone up there. It is a safe bet to say that only Naruto can go there, and those he takes, Shikaku suggested. The implications of his words were not missed by anyone. I have to agree with you. But we can't leave it like that. We have to find a way to be able to get to him. And has anyone figured out why he would choose to live up there? Jiraiya had also heard that Naruto really does nothing. Guren was the one who leads the actually day-to-day activities while Naruto just watches. I don't know. But I assume that it has something to do with whatever he is planning, Shikaku stated, shaking his head at the lack of information. There were many things that were unknowns to them, and it wasn't healthy. Has anyone considered that Madara and Naruto could come here to destroy this village? Sume asked. The very thought of it brought dread into her heart and made her outer layer of skin cold. If both those two attacked Konoha, she doubted they would live to see another day. Silence. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened, Sasuke said, folding his across his chest. He was most likely to watch it happen if the forces of nature dragged things to that path. He had nothing to protect in Konoha, no strong attachments towards the village. Both Naruto and Madara have something in common, Konoha. Madara fled from the village and turned traitor, and Naruto was banished. The only thing that Madara cared for in this village was the Uchiha clan, and that is no longer there. Naruto loathes Konoha, and his banishment only intensifies his hatred, Jiraiya said, and looking in thought. He didn't realize he was speaking aloud. The two of them could combine their efforts and destroy our village. He trailed off when he realized that everyone was staring at him with mixed expressions. December 24th, capital of Rice. Yugito passed the gate of the capital without any difficulty. They didn't even look at her papers. Once she arrived at the gate, a Chunin offered to walk her to her destination. This only birthed a thought that they had been informed of her coming, or the security was just lax. On her right, there were a number of buildings. A lot of noise was coming from the direction. She could only guess that it was the shopping district. It sounded lively with the noise that invaded her senses. On her right were a number of tall buildings. She could only identify the hospital. In front of her were what she presumed to be apartment blocks, and up ahead above was the now famous Crystal Palace. Yugito decided to enjoy the scene a bit more and wandered about the streets with the Chunin following her from behind. She'd noted that the Chunin wore no Chunin flank jacket, his forehead protector. The symbol on the forehead protector was shaped like the Uchiha fan symbol, but inside of it was a swirl of the Uzumaki clan. Yugito stared at the buildings ahead of her with a sad smile on her face. It was her first time coming here, but it was cool as she had been told. She never thought that this place would possibly be like this. She had so far only heard rumors about this place, but looking at it by her own eyes, she could see it was a happy place. The looks of the residents were very different she got from Kumagakure, her own home. She couldn't believe that this was the place that Naruto led. From home, people painted a horrible picture of her fellow blonde, even stories coming from Iwagakure weren't good ones. But how could someone called Evil Incarnate lead such a healthy country? They say that he was power hungry and will do anything for power, they say that he was controlling and forced people into his will. But looking at this people, she couldn't say any of those. She had looked at his expression on different occasions and she could say that he was not exactly what you call a nice person, but he didn't appear to be so bad. Even the happy smiles of these people didn't appear to be forced. No, they were truly happy. This was not the place she would wish to destroy. Yes, I was planning to destroy this place with all of Kumo's might. But these people were innocent. They haven't done anything. Kumo's problem laid with Naruto, should they not just hunt him down and deal with him instead of involving the innocents? Technically, Naruto didn't lead this country. He could be called a founder of the Imperial Kingdom of Rice Fields, even though the kingdom was built on an existing country. The woman called Guren was said to be the one who did everything. She was said to be the one who controlled most things. Some even said that Naruto allowed her to do as she pleased. However, it was all just rumors. It is truly majestic, isn't it? The Chunin leading Yugito towards the Crystal Palace stated, looking straight the palace. It was indeed majestic despite the fact that it was currently being reshaped. There were workers around the palace, working hard and extending the palace. A wall was being built around the place, and it was surrounded by a number of buildings. From where she stood, Yugito could see that there were other tall buildings behind the palace. However, it did appear that the palace itself was being increased in height. Yugito said nothing for a few moments. What is that? She questioned, looking at the object that was far above the capital. Despite being above the capital, it did block the sun from shining down the capital. There was not even its shadow imprinted down. Of course she knew what it was, but she was curious as to hear how the people of this capital would call it by her own ears. That is where His Majesty lives. I have never been there myself. Rumor from the Crystal Palace say that it is quite a beautiful place. His Majesty? Oh, most people now call Naruto-sama His Majesty. He is the king of this country after all. An imperial kingdom is led by a king or a queen. The Chunin responded, ever so smiling. You could tell he held some pride for his king. Yugito merely nodded. You seem to respect him a lot. Have you ever seen him in person? While for a Kage it would be rare for villagers not to see him in person, Naruto didn't appear to be a person who liked other people's company. So to her, it wouldn't be a surprise if some hadn't even seen him in person. Yes, I saw him once. But it was a few weeks ago while he was building the new wall. Of course, I didn't get a good look on his face. The Chunin paused for a moment before speaking again. My respect for him is not just because of his power. Even though Guren-sama is the one who oversees everything in the capital, it was His Majesty's efforts that saw this place standing. I work in a safe environment and can provide for my family because of him. I'd say that my respect is warranted. To many of us, he is like a savior. A savior, huh? That would make them like the people of Kirigakure. Because of his efforts during the Civil War, they now hailed him as the hero and savior. Don't you feel afraid that your Majesty is branded an international criminal and other villages will probably attack and may siege to this place? Smiling, the Chunin shook his head. You see, I don't come from this country. I was a shinobi in a small village. Getting work was very hard, but when I heard about him, I came looking for work and I got it. It also pays well. But that is not why I do not fear anything. This capital is protected by strong men. I tell you, whenever I walk about these streets, I know that I'm safe. That aside, His Majesty is still alive. And Guren-sama told us that as long as we can still see His Majesty's palace, no enemy will set foot on our home and destroy it. I believe that. And what is there to be fearful of if His Majesty is stronger than the man who defeated the 5 Kages? Yugito couldn't really say anything for a few moments. It seems like this place appears like it will be that place where dreams come true. It already is. Many of the people came here seeking for a new start of life. You see that building? He pointed at a building that was 2 blocks away from the hospital. The building was about 15 floors tall, and it was not the tallest building within the capital. That is the HQ of a business owned by the Imperial Kingdom. My younger sister works there. I don't really know what she does, but it is related to accounting. Many people have been employed there, as long as they had the right qualities. There are those civilians who dream of working in one of the biggest companies in the world. My sister is one of them, and her dream is now a reality. That couldn't have come out of Naruto's head. It had to be Guren who came up with that thought. Yugito would be freaked out if she is told that it was Naruto's idea to make dreams of other people's come true. I've seen enough. Can I ask something, miss? The Chunin questioned, looking straight at Yugito. The woman nodded. May I know what a Kumagakure shinobi is doing in enemy territory? I figured that if your Reikage is seething because His Majesty took away your Baijuu, you would also be seething. Yugito narrowed her eyes. She wasn't even wearing her Kumagakure headband. Not everyone from outside her village would recognize her. How do you know all that? Depending on our ranks, all of us who guard the capital are privileged to know most things. When we are informed, we are able to identify and know whoever enters the gates of the capital. My reason for coming is none of your business, Yugito responded coldly. The Chunin merely smiled. You don't have to be so cold, Yugito-san. I was merely curious, he stated, in a smooth tone, not even bothered by her cold tone. I do agree, you have seen enough. Follow me. Nothing further was said. She was led straight to the Crystal Palace. They passed a few rooms, halls, until they reached the third floor. The Chunin left her at Guren's door. Yugito didn't wait for an invite to step into the office. Once she got into the office, she found the woman in charge of the country working peacefully alone, sitting behind her large desk. You came here sooner than he expected. Guren stated as Yugito took a seat. Where is he? Yugito demanded, looking straight at Guren. She was here for Naruto, nothing else mattered. Watch your tone, Yugito-san. Guren warned smoothly. Of course she wasn't going to allow anyone to speak to her like that. Naruto is not here. I haven't seen him in more than a week. And I can only get there when I am called. But if you are going to speak like that, I may decide against informing him of your arrival. Listen here, Guren-san, Naruto took away something important to me and he told me to come here so he could fix things. You either get him down here or I'll find a way to get him down. Yes, she was stubborn and would not submit easily. You are misunderstanding things, Yugito-san. Guren stated, drawing the blonde's full attention. He didn't call you here because he wanted to fix things. It is only pity because he was a Jinchuriki like you. However, that pity can be withdrawn in the blink of eye. Yugito gritted her teeth, and contained herself before speaking in a smooth tone. Will you bring him down here? It depends. Before Yugito could respond, Naruto's voice spoke. It is all right, Guren. His choice was barely a whisper. He wasn't even facing the two women when he spoke. His head was facing the other side, giving the two women a view of his right side. Yugito quickly spun around because he spoke behind her and she hadn't even felt his presence. So His Majesty finally decided to grace me with his presence. That was bitter sarcasm. Naruto gave no response to it. He had no response for such petty words. You really shouldn't allow people to speak to you like that, Guren stated with a sigh. Really, she hated it when someone spoke to him like that or spoke trash about him. But he did not care. The usual reaction was a blank stare. Naruto turned around to face the door. I will consider that, he said. Follow me, Yugito. Yugito stood up to follow him, but before she could take a step towards him, they both disappeared into nothingness. Guren merely went back to her work. Imperial Palace. When her eyes started seeing again, Yugito found herself standing in a large hall. The hall was dimly lit, she couldn't see clearly what was around her. The air around her was a bit oppressing, but she held her nerve well. She figured that she had been teleported into Naruto's own palace. She looked ahead, and saw him. He was sitting on a throne, with his head resting on his palm. The only thing that glowed in the hall was his left sharingan eye. Yugito took a single step forward, and the lights went out. But she never lost her sense, she could feel where things were. And Naruto's eye gave her the direction to take. She took 4 steps further towards him. He never moved, nor even blinked. However, when she moved on to her 6th step, he spoke. Don't come near. Everything felt wrong with his tone. His voice lacked the usual firmness and power it always carried. Something was wrong here. She took another step forward, despite his warning. Don't come near. He spoke again. But this time she defined what it was that felt wrong in his tone. His voice was weak. It was like that of someone who was bedridden. She put the voice together with the Naruto she saw when he took away her Baijuu and found it hard to believe that it was his voice. She'd never heard him feel so weak, nor did she ever think she would get the feeling from him. The man who took away everything from her felt weak. But she needed to confirm it. She defiled him and took another step forward. Her next step was like a switch to the lights. When they went on, she felt the something calling for her attention around her, but she ignored it all and settled for looking straight at Naruto. Her feet finally carried her closer to Naruto. She could feel that he was alone. The oppressing air was not coming from the blonde, no, it was coming from the palace itself. The aura Naruto gave screamed weak. His skin was frighteningly pale, and his eye didn't look cold as always. His expression was a mixture of grimness and impassiveness. She couldn't define the final product. One thing was certain, it didn't belong there. He was her enemy, he took away her reason to live. She was no longer useful to I because of him. Those few who respected her, no longer did because she could no longer do what she used to do, perhaps it was her own feelings. Now she was being told to stay out of other things because they were too dangerous for her. It wasn't that she was weak, but without Matatabi, she wasn't as strong as she was. It made her realize that she was seen as powerful because of her Baijuu. Even without it, she was still Jonin level in strength. Yet, she was now being treated like a Genin. She now felt useless, because of him. Yes, it was his fault. Her instinct screamed for her to laugh at him for looking so pathetic. She wanted to take advantage of his weakness and tear him apart before claiming his head and raising it high. But her heart sang otherwise. She moved a bit closer, and ran her hand across his right cheek. He never even twitched or blinked. His skin was cold enough to send shivers across her body. Without even thinking about it, Yugito still kept her hand on his cheek, and her face was dangerously close to his. Are you okay? There was concern in her tone. She did not know where it was coming from. He was her enemy after all. Are you trying to become intimate with me, woman? If it wasn't for his weak tone, Yugito would have taken a step away from him. Are you all right? She asked again. She retrieved her hand from him and stood still, waiting for his response. He finally blinked, but he still did not move. Why have you come here? And answer carefully. Knowing that she wasn't going to get an answer, Yugito responded to his question. You took away something that made me useful to my village. I don't wish to be useless. You said if I wanted to become useful I should come to you, and here I am. I will not be happy once he hears that you are dealing with the enemy. He didn't wait for her input on his words. Since you are willing to deal, I will give you what you desire. But not now. Be a little patient. Yugito couldn't help herself. I figured you wouldn't be able to do anything in this pathetic state. What happened to you anyway? Naruto closed his eyes and the lights went out. After I give you what you desire, you'll have to do something for me, that was all he said before her presence was rubbed away from his palace. Yet even after those words, Yugito didn't feel like she would come to regret anything. She did not think he would ever do anything bad. But if he wished for her to do bad or betray her village, she would rather die than do as he wishes. She knew that the Raikage was going to be furious with her. But she wasn't going to concern herself with anything. And she wasn't telling anyone what she saw. If she did that, I would march his forces into the capital of Rice and lay siege to it. Countless innocents would be lost. She didn't want to have that in her conscience. The following day, Konoha. This is becoming quite a familiar sight, Kakashi said as he walked over to the Ikaraku ramen. He was referring to Yugao chatting with Ayame while the former ate her ramen. He knew that the only thing the two have in common is Naruto. Senpai, are you stalking me? Yugao asked, looking at the former Anbu captain at the corner of her eyes. She had noticed that the Jonin has been checking her out more often after it became public knowledge that Naruto was involved in the incident that saw the defeat of the 5 Kages by Uchiha Madara. Maybe, Kakashi shrugged before ordering his ramen. No, you can just admit it that you are worried about me. I won't bite you, it is not like there is nothing wrong with being worried over someone, Yugao stated with a small smile on her face. I am worried, Kakashi said, rather calmly. Now was that really hard? Yugao asked, turning around to face the Jonin. Really, Kakashi had to be honest with his emotions. He always liked to bottle things on his own. Even though he was worried, he never says it unless things become worse. She couldn't say that Naruto was like that. What she had realized with him was that even though he loved her, he didn't have much in terms of feelings and emotions. There was nothing much he could express because he probably had nothing to express. He just wasn't like other people when it came to emotions. Not really, again, Kakashi shrugged. This action earned a sigh from Yugao. Ayame came back with his ramen and he took it. Then, what is it? How are you? He wasn't looking directly at her when he questioned. His eyes were looking down at his ramen bowl. It was the first time he asked her that question since everything. Perhaps it was because things had now reached a critical stage. I am fine. I have been telling everyone that I am fine. Seriously. I have to deal with this from Kurenai and Anko. Yugao shook her head as she spoke. It was like she had cancer with the way her friends bothered her about Naruto. And honestly, it was becoming annoying. They are just worried about you, Yugao-san. You were the one who was closest to him before he left, Ayame interjected on the conversation between the two. Her expression wasn't that cheerful as it has always been, but she had a smile nonetheless. Someone should also be worrying about you, Ayame, Yugao said, turning the tables onto the other female. I may have been in a relationship with Naruto, but you were somewhat his family when he was little. My relationship with him was short, but your relationship with him has been going on a long time. Both Ayame and Kakashi noticed that she addressed her relationship in past tense and Ayame's relationship in present. But neither was willing to comment on it, for now at least. It just went to figure that Yugao considered her relationship with Naruto over. Both knew that she didn't think like just that after Naruto left. I am alright. I am used to Naruto disappearing. It isn't so bad since he said goodbye this time. This earned raised brows from both Yugao and Kakashi. He actually came to say goodbye to you? Kakashi asked, looking straight at Ayame. The woman nodded with a sad smile on her face. You know, I have always thought that you meant more to Naruto than anyone in this world. I don't think Naruto himself is aware of this fact, but I believe that if he were to choose between me and you, he would choose you, Yugao stated, surprising Ayame. What was most surprising was that she didn't sound bitter about it. I hardly think so. Anyone would choose their lover over a stranger, Ayame said, shaking her head. But then again, Naruto is not anyone. But she still found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, the thought that she was the human who meant more to Naruto than anyone, gave her heart a warm feeling, a feeling that she wanted to hold on to until she sees him again. Yugao shook her head, standing firm on what he had said. I am serious, Ayame. Do you even know the reason Naruto comes to eat ramen? She paused for a moment to allow the other woman to think. He does it for you, not for the love of ramen. He comes here to eat ramen so he can see you smile. Naruto does that for no one. He doesn't do anything for anyone, unless it works better for him. And I would ask, what does Naruto gain by making you smile? Ayame didn't say a word. She never really did think it like that. She recalled when she told him never to leave the village for some without telling her, and he kept his promise. Before Yugao, she was the only person he showed his smile, she was the only person he cared enough to ask for her health. He also made sure that he was here often to eat ramen. But was it really all just for her? Kakashi spoke, agreeing with Yugao. Now that you say it, I think you have a point. Ayame is the only person within the village that he actually conversed with. And he was willing to talk about trivial matters with her, something he doesn't do. He paused for a moment and fixed Ayame a look. I don't really know what Naruto thinks of you, but you are the closest thing he has ever had to a family. I think that is something that can never be replaced. Ayame still did not say a word for a few moments. She did say something though. This is overwhelming. She said and looked at Yugao. You are not bitter about it. I'd imagine that you would be a little jealous about it. Women tend to be jealous when those they love value someone over them, Kakashi added, narrowing his eye at Yugao. Yugao chuckled, a bit bitterly. I was indeed jealous and furious about it when I realized it. I mean, I am the one he loved, yet someone was far more important to him than me. I had to be bitter. But I am not a selfish person. Ayame did for Naruto more than any of us ever did, she became his friend when he had no one. I was his protector, yet he still received those beatings. But Ayame was always here, waiting for him to cheer him up. It would be selfish for me to say she doesn't deserve to be high up there. But Ayame was cut off by Yugao. Look, Ayame. I love Naruto, I really do. But when he came to tell me he was leaving, I didn't even try to persuade him to take me with him. My heart was torn between my love for him and for Konoha. I swore my loyalty to Konoha and I vowed that I would never betray this village over anything. When the situation came, I chose Konoha. But if it had been you, you would have left with him. Here I am. I have not even once gone to see him since he left. Things have gotten even worse now since the villagers call him a traitor. I could never give my whole heart to him. And given the current situation, I never will. But that is how things are and I have accepted that. Even though I love Naruto, I can't leave my family, my friends, this village I have lived my life protecting. I can't betray it all. I believe that, I will find happiness again. Nevertheless, I am happy that I was able to show him what it means to be loved. Yu Gao never broke down, she kept her voice calm and never shed a tear. This was enough for Ayame to realize just how hard the life of a shinobi really is. To sacrifice personal things for your own village, she never thought anything like that. But here, it was a reality. Some people had to make such choices. No wonder some were branded traitors or lost their heads. Being a shinobi was not all about cool jutsus and being strong. I understand that Yu Gao, Kakashi stated, a bit grimly. But you cannot always put the village above everything else. I know someone would call it treachery coming from me, but sometimes it is better to follow your own dream than the village's. Yu Gao smiled sadly. You don't understand it, do you, Kakashi? Now, she rarely called the Jonin by his name. It was a surprise to Kakashi that she did. Naruto is called a traitor by this village's people. The leaders will most likely follow the same path. And soon, the village might clash with him. No, with each passing day, I believe that we will clash with him. If I had left with him, do you realize what would happen? Kakashi widened his eyes and swallowed hardly. Ayame looked confused, making Kakashi explain it to her. Konoha is certain to clash with Naruto, and if Yu Gao had left with him, she would have been forced to fight her friends, family and everyone she once held dear. It would be either her or her friends. Even if she chooses to die so that she doesn't face her friends, Naruto would not be pleased by it. Oh. That was the only sound Ayame could make. Kumagakure. The trip back to Kumagakure was relatively spent within her mind. It was not long since Naruto had sent her away from the borders of his country. She was not much in a hurry to return home, but she forced herself to speed up because she thought the Raikage may be looking for her. She had left the village without notice. Her mind was preoccupied with the state she had seen Naruto in. It was kind of sad to see him like that. He seemed like the one who was proud of his power. Yet, he seemed like he had been stripped off it. Even though he was her enemy, she felt something in her heart when she saw him like that. It got her curious, who could have done something like that to him? Could it be Madara? But, he looked like he was really, really sick. He did not seem like he was suffering from injuries he got from a battle. A few weeks ago, he looked fine, but now he looked miserable. Nevertheless, he was still Uchiha Naruto. She thought that only forces of nature and Madara could do that to him. It was still a surprise to her that he would allow her, the enemy, to see him in that state. Perhaps he was testing her. Of all the Jinchurikis, she was the only one he personally chose to save. He even offered to give her something that would make her useful again. Normally, she would have refused since he was the enemy and someone her Raikage wanted to murder. Yet, even after that, she sought after him. He did not touch her, but only said he would want her to do something for him. Why did she not refuse to agree to anything back then? Why did she not care about what the Raikage would say about her visit to the enemy? Why did she even touch him as she did and look at him with concern? It was all confusing her. Sometimes she stopped and looked at the hands that touched the enemy of her village with concern. Why did she do it? You look troubled. The smooth voice of Samui brought Yugito out of her thoughts. She had now been walking on the ground knowing that she was close. Samui was standing on a tree branch in her front. Naruto, got to you? How did you know where I was? You've been followed since you entered the borders of the Cloud Country, Samui responded as she jumped down. Yugito walked towards her before responding. I have been so lost in thought that I never noticed. She said, shaking her head. What did you mean Naruto got to you? There are little things that interest me. But when I met him, my world suddenly became bigger and I found myself interested in him. He is an interesting person after all. My conversation with him was actually cool, without even knowing it. He got to me, Samui stated as the two began to move forward. I don't understand what you are saying, Yugito said, but got the feeling that she was not going to get an explanation. It's okay, Samui said. Did you get what you wanted? No, he told me to be patient. Yugito looked at Samui curiously. Why do I get the feeling that you are familiar with Naruto? Samui did not respond. Let us pick up our pace. Raikage-sama is really furious with you. But I have managed to smooth things over for you. And if you say exactly what I tell you, you won't get into trouble. Are you really Samui? The fact that Naruto also took away the Hachibi from B has made the Raikage really unstable. B is no longer the same without his Baijuu, he has even stopped rapping. This of course has brought great pain to I, and he is blaming Naruto for B's sadness. Not to mention that he has lost his weapons. Yugito, you know very well that A will never see you in the same light as B. And lately he has become suspicious of everyone. Naruto saved you from Akatsuki, only to come back later to take your Baijuu. To make things worse, you also went to see him, despite knowing how I feels about him. Samui paused for a moment before continuing. You are no longer important as you were when you were a Jinchuriki. Actions such as this won't be overlooked. I know, and I know very well that the I will no longer look at me in the same way after this. Yugito placed her right hand on her chest, yet, it does not worry me. I know. Samui surprised Yugito by her response. But it does not change the situation. You are a Kumo shinobi and you will be punished for going against the Raikage. But don't worry, I have smoothed things for you. Why? You are my friend, and I know you would never betray Kumo, that was all Samui said, and it was enough for Yugito. December 26, Iwagakure. Kurotsuchi sighed as she went through her grandfather's work. He left the village a few days ago, but he did not tell her where he was going. Despite this, she knew where he was going. She has learned to get information herself because she knew that the old man never really told her everything. He only told her when he wanted her involved. But when he was not going to involve her, he always kept her in the dark. She was quite frankly tired of being treated like a child. She was a grown woman. Her train of thoughts was interrupted when a shadow appeared before her. She was quickly put on alert as the person walked towards her calmly. You are Kurotsuchi-san, correct? I am, and who might you be? The black-haired demanded with narrowed eyes. She may not be in the Tsuchikage Tower, but her house was protected by Onbu. They should have made their move to apprehend this man seconds ago. But they were not. This meant that he may have done something to them. My name is irrelevant, the stranger responded in a smooth tone that leaked out nothing unwanted. But I am a messenger from the Imperial Kingdom. At the mention of that, the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage was right in front of the man. A kunai was firmly pressed against his neck, yet he did not do even so much as to blink. Tell me why I should not slit your throat right now? For one, I am behind you. The man spoke from behind to confirm that he was indeed behind her. Kurotsuchi was shocked, but she quickly turned out to face him. However, he was not looking at her. He was walking towards her desk. The nerve of this man. This was her home for heaven's sake. And he dares to defile it and goes even as far as to show her his back? Unacceptable. Yet, she swallowed her pride and went back to her chair. The stranger had also taken a seat already. What do you want? I have a message from His Majesty. It was a simple response from the man. Yet it carried much more weight. What does he want from me? She could care less what he wants from her though. She had no business with the likes of him and would probably raise her chakra to call help so she could apprehend this fool. But he appeared to be prepared for anything. So she would not do anything foolish. You just have to answer a simple question. And if I refuse to answer? You are not obligated to answer the question. And I will not force you, but I advise you answer if you care for this village. Another smooth reply. The way he was speaking was starting to tick off Kurotsuchi. But she held herself from jumping on him again. Is that a threat? Her eyes were narrowed even deeper. She did not take lightly to threats towards her village. She would kill anyone who dared threaten this place. Not at all, the man said, shaking his head slightly. But your Tsuchikage has arrived in Kumagakure. They plan to discuss how they are going to deal with His Majesty and Uchiha Madara. The latter has already defeated them, and he will do it again if they challenge him. But the difference is that this time, he will kill them. Kurotsuchi snorted. Like that would ever happen. Gramps would never be defeated easily again. He may be old, but he is not weak. How naive. Perhaps His Majesty was right about you. You are certainly a child, no wonder Aniki never lets you in on serious matters. What? Care to repeat that again? Kurotsuchi's tone was dangerously low. She was certainly not pleased with being called a child and naive. She was a grown-up woman. When were people going to start realizing this? I am just a messenger, yet I was able to infiltrate this village and enter your house without being caught. I could have assassinated you if I wanted to. His Majesty's power is far beyond your level of imagination, and I tell you, if Kumo and Iwa succeed in mobilizing their forces to attack His Majesty, both villages will be destroyed. You are underestimating the power of the Kijis. Something like that cannot happen. Kurotsuchi felt confident that it couldn't happen. It was just impossible. One man cannot destroy two great villages on his own. I am not underestimating anything. But I know this, you will all come to know His Majesty's power, and after that, you will be faced with a choice. But before that, you must answer this question: between the love for your village and your hatred towards His Majesty, which would you pick? Kurotsuchi bit her lip. It wasn't an easy question to answer. It may look so, but it wasn't so easy. She understood that the fact that this man came here, there was something very bad that would happen if she chose to pursue her hatred. The good answer would obviously be her love for this village, but this is a good reaction. You didn't jump to respond without weighing the meaning behind all these. Perhaps you may not be a child. But what will you do when you are faced with that reality? The stranger stood up. Although this is not an answer, it is good enough for me. He was gone after that. What the hell was that all about? Kurotsuchi questioned herself after that man disappeared. She had allowed an enemy to leave without resistance. What the hell was she thinking? Her grandfather will not be pleased if he hears something like that. Later. Konan sighed as she narrowed her eyes at the corner of her office. There was someone in her presence that was hiding. She cursed herself for not realizing it earlier though. It was rare for someone to dare enter her tower. She did not think that anyone from this village would do that. Her villagers had great respect of her, even though their god had disappeared. She figured that it must be someone from outside the village. Recently, spies have gotten braver in infiltrating the village, and it was threatening the security of the village. But she was doing well to put them down. She was not going to allow anyone to threaten her village. Not while she waits for his return. His dream was for a better world, and he left without bringing that world. It was not fair to him. Come out, I know you are there, Konan finally stated, looking at the shadow in her office. She was more than ready to deal with anyone who threatened her. And this was also the case. I expected nothing less from Konan-sama, the man who had appeared before Kurotsuchi spoke, as he appeared before the leader of Amiga Corps. Konan got a good look at him. He was wearing a long-sleeved black shirt and dark black pants. He also wore black gloves and black shinobi boots. Konan could see that he was of a good build. He had short spiky black hair, small black eyes, and was fair-skinned. She did notice that he called her Konan-sama even though he was not from her village. You are not from here, why do you call me like that and in a friendly manner? I am a messenger for the Imperial Kingdom. I address you in such a manner because you are a valued ally to the kingdom and you hold a higher position than I am. I am just a messenger, you are a leader of this great village, the man responded calmly. What is your name? My name is irrelevant, but if you insist I will tell. For now, I was sent by His Majesty. He wishes to see you, the messenger stated, smoothly. His Majesty wishes to speak with me? Konan smiled. It was about damn time. She has been bored and a little lonely these days. Has His Majesty considered my wish? Yes. His Majesty will make your wish come true. Konan nodded. Being curious, she questioned. I thought that if he wanted to speak with me he would come himself. The messenger walked over to Konan and placed his hand on her right shoulder before responding. His Majesty never leaves his palace unless the situation calls for it. Now that we are available, His Majesty never does any trivial matters. The man stated calmly. Shall we? Before Konan could even respond, they disappeared. December 26th, Konoha. The Konoha 11 was all grouped at Training 8 discussing the recent events and the events that will surely occur in the near future. The main subject was Uchiha Naruto though. They thought that Uchiha Madara would be dealt by the adults and they would deal with Naruto as he attended the academy with them. He was their peer. Things are getting heated up, really bad. I thought that once we get into the new year things would have settled down a bit, Kiba said, sighing. While he had no problems with testing his limits, he really wanted to get some peace. Inside the village it was peaceful, but outside, it was dangerous. It was common events that had been occurring recently. Konoha shinobi have been killed by shinobi claiming to be either from Sunagakur or the Imperial Kingdom. But they knew well enough that it was not shinobi from those places. Sunagakur would never do anything like that, and such tactics were really below Naruto. Iwagakure and Kumo were the ones being suspected of the deeds, but apparently it wasn't them after it was later discovered who was truly behind such tactics. Both villages were now working with Konoha. They would certainly not do anything to jeopardize that relationship. It was later discovered that the smaller villages were taking part in the big leagues. But Konoha has yet to punish any of those villages. But things would not be like that forever. Things are certainly tough. My dad doesn't even want me to leave the village, Ino groaned slightly. He thinks that if the attempts to get the great villages to turn on each other don't stop, it may most likely lead to a war. Shikamaru nodded. He is right. Even though we know Sunagakure is not behind it, it can still lead to war. It is mostly likely that the great villages will wage war against the smaller villages. That is just messed up. I don't really want to get involved in a war, Sakura stated, looking a bit shaken by the thought of war. It is unlikely that anything will happen, Sasuke stated, getting the attention of his peers. Haven't you heard that there are some guys taking care of the trouble? I thought it was just a rumor, Neji said. But it was reported that shinobi reportedly from the Imperial Kingdom apprehended some who were causing trouble around their borders. It is most likely that Naruto will not allow anyone to ruin the image of his country. On other news events, Ino said, coming up with what she heard from her father. My father told me that there is a large prison being built around one of the island around the mist. I have also heard that the prison being built by Naruto-san's people. Shino added his own input. In any case, we have to discuss how we are going to deal with the Naruto issue. With how things have now become over the past weeks, we know that Naruto will not return to this village. Especially now that he is being called a traitor, Shikamaru said, trying to bring the conversation back to the main point. It will be hard. We know what he went through in his childhood. But we have not heard if he is being called because he is seeking revenge. But it is decided if he comes after our home, we will have to stop him, Neji stated in a firm tone that left no arguments. Since that ass was our friend, we will have to deal with him ourselves if comes here for trouble, Kiba stated, raising his fist. And I have a score to settle with him. Sasuke snorted. You are an idiot. He said, earning a glare from Kiba. If you think you can defeat Naruto, then you are much more of an idiot, arrogant fool than I had thought. His clear disgust was not missed by anyone. That was uncalled for, Sasuke, Sakura berated, but Sasuke merely shrugged and walked away from the group. He does have a point, Shikamaru stated, so that they didn't start cursing Sasuke for being brutally honest. It was not that he cared for the Uchiha, or anything. He was just being realistic. Are you going to side with him? Kiba asked, glaring down at Shikamaru. No, but he has a point. Do you really think that you can defeat Naruto, Kiba? Need I remind you that not even Sasuke could do that? With Sasuke. Idiots, Sasuke muttered as he threw himself on his bed. They were idiots for thinking they could take on Naruto. He was confused. Was Naruto really the enemy? Was Konoha itself the real enemy? If more than anything, this village was truly evil. But Naruto has not done anything to help himself. Nevertheless, he has not promised to destroy this village or even threaten it, so why was he called a traitor? If he was planning on revenge, then he would understand. Konoha abused him and then spat him out. But Naruto said no revenge? At the moment, Naruto seemed to be minding his own business. After collecting the Baijuas, he disappeared from the face of the earth. Even those in his capital don't see him. What was he really planning then? Sasuke felt himself being pulled into another dimension. Never minding his surrounding as he felt no threat coming. Who are you? He asked the figure before him. I am Hagoromo, your generation knows me as the Sage of Six Paths, the legendary founder of Shinobi responded, looking straight at the Uchiha. Never the one to question trivial matters, Sasuke never questioned where they were. What do you want with me? I have come to talk to you about Naruto. The sage responded calmly. He spoke again. You must be wondering what he is planning, but I won't get to that. Nevertheless, with what is done and what he is planning to do won't be good. I can also assure you that Naruto will end up destroying Konoha. Why are you telling me all these? Although I do not know what precisely it is that he plans. I know for certain that he plans to become god of this world. To do that, he wants to become immortal and have powers that will leave him without a rival. Tell me, if someone like Naruto possesses power that no one rivals, what will he do to this world? He is easily bored, and for his own amusement, he can start a war. Becoming god was just ridiculous. Even if he was not sure if Naruto was the enemy or not, But he knew that the blonde was not someone who should be the strongest. Naruto liked things going his way, and if not, he would ensure that they are, no matter what. The blonde was already dangerous as he was. And possibly his death could lead to some peace. You wish for me to stop him? I don't know if I can do that. Naruto is stronger than me and I am not sure if he is even the enemy. Nevertheless, the current situation was made by him and he doesn't seem to be doing anything to make it better, that I can't accept. Good answer, Hashirama stated. Naruto is not unbeatable at the moment. He is vulnerable. This could also explain why he locks himself in his palace. If you want to know what he plans, you will have to defeat him now. Depending on the answer, you can allow him to live or kill him. But he was certain that if Naruto loses, Madara would kill him. If Naruto is alive, the infamous Uchiha cannot make his plans come true. He was indeed taking a great risk in all this. If things went wrong, Sasuke could also end up being killed and Madara would initiate his plan without anyone to stop him. However, he was betting on Naruto to lose, and then he would break a few rules to ensure that he deals with Madara. Without those two gone, the world would be free. It didn't matter if he was to be condemned for his actions. He could not face Naruto in an open battle, even if he broke a few rules. This is why his plan depended on Madara to finish what he started. The major problem to arise would be if Naruto wins. If the blonde does win, then he wouldn't be able to use Sasuke. Unaware of Hashirama's thoughts, Sasuke smiled. That sounds fair. 37. Emotions. December 27th. When life has a purpose, you have a reason to live, you have a reason to hold on to life no matter what fate throws into your path. There are many people who've strived for their goals, dreams, but when fate wishes it, she could turn your world upside down and make you question your own existence in this wretched world. What Samui did understand was that everyone had a role to play. It didn't matter who wrote the scripts, but discovering our roles and taking them up was something important. When you knew your role, you begin to understand yourself better. However, Samui wasn't the one who liked acting up on a script written by someone else. She liked to believe that her life was her own choice and her destiny would be her own choice. This life was full of many scenes to stage your own play, and there was always an audience to watch, and they will either be happy with you or jeer at you. This was one stage that she'd chosen to take, a stage she'd chosen to make her own existence useful. Though not many would know of her own role in this world, she was content with it. As long as she knew it in her heart that she had played her role, she had run her race, there was nothing else that would fulfill her heart more. This stage she'd chosen wasn't a small one. It was big and carried much more weight, it required more of her physical strength and mental strength. But that was not a problem to her. She had made her choice, and that choice is the one that brought her about to this place. Samui slowly walked into the dark hall within the palace of Naruto. Even though darkness reigned within the walls of the palace, Samui knew where to put her foot on. This ground, this floor, she knew it. Even if she was blindsided, she would still walk towards the predetermined destination. Samui reached her destination, and sat down on the feet of the empty throne. No second later, Naruto appeared on his holly throne, sitting comfortably, back comfortable pressed against the throne. His lone visible sharingan glowing crimson as he stared down at the blonde woman before him. You are recovering well. I'd thought that it would take much more time for you to recover, Samui spoke, not directly looking at Naruto. Her eyes lingered about the darkness that reigned supreme around her. She'd become used to it now that it no longer bothered her. Sometimes she always liked to look around because she felt that there were things lingering around in the darkness. It was mysterious, and beyond anything she could define. She was certain that there were small creatures, flying about the hall whenever Naruto turned off the lights. My body isn't something that you can understand, Samui. I've some difficulties reading into it. It is a deep hole that is full of mysterious things that are peculiar and interesting, and yet I find no need to unravel all the mysteries, Naruto responded, his tone soft, something that had never been felt on his tone before. If you hadn't killed Orochimaru, he no doubt would be more than willing to study it for you, Samui responded, a small smile flickering through her face. Though she had never met the dead Sannin, she had been told enough that he liked experimenting and would no doubt love studying a body that is like Naruto's, especially when it holds so many secrets. Are you attempting to humor me? Naruto asked. The calmness of his tone wasn't anything new to Samui. Maybe, the blonde-haired woman didn't deny it. It must be boring for you being stuck here. I would have lost it already if I was stuck in such a place. It is indeed a little boring, but it is no bother at all. While I recover, I've been keeping my body asleep in the chamber. But there is no longer a need for that. Though I've yet to fully recover, the progress is acceptable, so I've deemed sleep no longer a necessity, Naruto responded quietly. Still, you aren't going to show yourself to anyone at this stage. If word got out that you are weakened, those outside the Imperial Kingdom will no doubt grow bold. Samui, her eyes were now fixed at his hypnotic left eye. It would be a problem if his current situation got out. It wasn't that she feared for Naruto, no, she feared for those who would dare attack him. He may be weak, but he was still Uchiha Naruto. I can still protect the country Belois. However, given my current state, no mercy would be shown to any who would dare attempt something of that nature, Naruto said, all softness in his tone all but gone. His eye gained a dangerous glint as he spoke. This is what Samui feared, and she prayed that it never came to that. I've no doubt you can protect your country. However, the safety of Kumagakure will be at risk. If I chooses to fight you, I can't protect it from you, and neither can the Raikage or killer be. Your loyalty to your village never ceases to amaze me, Naruto said, his left eye gaining a glint that Samui could not define. What is it that you wish to see me for? I summoned you because you called. Maybe I just came to cheer you up or offer you some company, and being here is kind of cool, Samui responded, looking away from Naruto. That is not why you are here, but it matters not. What should I do about Yugao? Why did you decide to leave her at Konoha? Samui responded with a question of her own. I left her there because I knew she would become a problem to my plans. She is way too nice and loyal to Konoha, she won't be able to stand and watch when I have my way with the village. There may be some casualties and she wouldn't want that. Her choice would be to try to stop me, Naruto explained quietly. Then you made the right choice, Samui said, looking back at Naruto to study him. Would you kill her if she stood in your way? If you do proceed with this redemption, she may hate you for it. It wouldn't be a problem if she hates me. I've been hated enough by humans to care if a single human hates me, regardless of who that human is, Naruto responded firmly. Samui shook her head. You did best, she said, and decided to lighten the mood. Besides, you weren't gone to do anything with her. You would have just kept her at the Crystal Palace while you pulled the strings from up here. Do anything with her, what is that supposed to mean? Naruto asked with a ghostly raised brow. Well, when you are focused on your goals, you don't look at anything else. You refuse to deal with emotions in favor of your objectives. Besides, I've been here next to you for some time, you've seen me vulnerable, miserable, and you've yet to take advantage of me. I get the feeling the same would be for Yugao, Samui responded smoothly. She watched Naruto take on her words with a sharp look. She was curious how he would respond to it. Although she was able to invade his personal space without any resistance, she'd never insinuated anything like this. She knew he wasn't the one to overreact over something like this though. Would you have preferred it if I'd taken advantage of you and do as I please with your body? Naruto changed posture, bending a little to the left, and bringing out his left hand for his head to rest. He still fixed his gaze to the woman next to his feet. Probably. I wouldn't have complained if you did. I mean, it wouldn't have been anything I've yet to dream about, Samui responded so casually, looking straight at Naruto. I didn't think that you held such emotions. Naruto said in the same casual tone Samui had used. What emotions? Samui gave Naruto a blank expression as though she didn't know what he was talking about. Naruto merely smiled at her. Nothing, he answered with a wave of his right hand. Speak your mind. What do you want with Yugito? It has been bothering her since he'd not told her anything about the matter and Yugito wasn't saying anything concrete. She could only guess that Naruto was only laying the foundations. You already have me, why do you need another blonde? I want nothing from her, Naruto responded calmly. She just seemed to be a sad little thing. A part of me wants to help her, perhaps it is because she is your friend. Would another reason be that you want someone who I could talk to with issues regarding my relations with you so that I don't always come here to bother you when you want to be alone? Samui asked, staring deep into Naruto's eyes. Would it be a surprise if I said that I'm only helping her out because my heart tells me to do? Since when do you listen to your heart? Samui asked, but didn't give Naruto the chance to respond as she continued. Well, I guess it will be nice to have someone to talk about all these. Are you that worried about her that you'd come all the way here just to see what I wanted with her? Samui nodded slightly. I didn't want you involving her in your schemes that you proved to be damaging to her future. I care for her as my sister and wouldn't want anything bad to happen to her. It would hurt me even more if something were to happen to her because of you. Your love for her surprises me, Naruto said, holding out his right hand. The lights around them went on, and in a puff of smoke a blade appeared within his right hand. The sword was light blue and its hilt was dark blue with black markings around it. 2 small black chains were also attached to the hilt. Naruto handed the blade to Samui. "Is it Yugito's?" Naruto nodded. "I thought you weren't capable of making it given the loss of your left eye. I used most of Matatabi's power to create it. The Baijuwu was willing to give Yugito a farewell gift when I told it how miserable she was without her partner. The blade will give Yugito the ability to manipulate blue flames." Naruto explained calmly. "Anything else?" "It is sentimental. I was able to imprint a part of Matatabi's conscious within the blade. It can only be used by Yugito herself or anyone she trusts." Samui nodded. "Anything for me?" "I gave you a blade that makes Yugito's blade useless. What more do you want?" Naruto asked, looking at the blonde inventively. "You didn't explain to me what it can do, and I haven't had much time to use it. I'd thought that the only special thing about it was that it could cut through anything," Samui responded, looking at the blue blade she held on her right hand. Naruto shook his head. "I gave you a weapon that is most powerful than any other weapon. The sword I gave is not just any blade, it is my blade. I designed it especially for me. Other than being able to cut through anything, it makes all forms of ninjutsu useless, and enhances your manipulation over your basic elements." Surprised, Samui asked, "Why hasn't it been able to do that, and why didn't you tell me this before?" Naruto shrugged. "I figured you'd figure it soon enough. However, the fact that you can't use its full capabilities means that you never will. I'd thought you'd be able to pull it off, but it appears I'll have to take it back." "And what am I going to be left with?" "Nothing," Naruto said. "Until you can tell me what it that you truly desire, you will depend on your own abilities. They should be enough. You can't give me something and take it back. Let me be with it, it is useful as it is. It just isn't flashy as Yugito's will be," Samui said, hoping Naruto would agree. Thankfully he agreed. "Is there anything you want me to do?" "Go home. My messenger will come to you and give you a file of targets. He will explain everything in detail. You can take Yugito on this one," Naruto said, placing his hand on top of her head. Samui looked at him curiously on the contact but didn't say anything about it. Naruto merely smiled and Samui disappeared from his sight. A few minutes later, Komagakure. Samui sighed when she found Yugito lying on her bed, head facing the ceiling. She should have figured that since Yugito seems to have lost interest of many things, she would be around her home. "Where have you been? I have been looking everywhere for you." Yugito eyes bored straight into Samui's, searching for the answer she sought. "The Emperor?" Later that day, Imperial Palace. It was for the first time that Konan had been up here within this palace. Outside, around this building was really glorious. Nature seemed to come to life in all its glory. The greens that surrounded the palace, the water that flowed west side of the palace had been so inviting to her body. She wanted more than to rush there, roll about the greens and jump into the water and just be overwhelmed with bliss. However, she was here for more important things than that. She'd been at the capital for a day now and Naruto hadn't called her yet. His messenger had only said that he was preparing for her visit. She didn't know what the man was preparing, she couldn't stay away from her village for too long. The messenger, however, said it was fine as there was nothing to worry about. She could only guess that there was someone who was looking at the village while she was here. The entrance of the palace led you straight to the hall, which was the center of the huge building. The hall was rather large than anything she'd ever seen before, for a simple hall that is. On the floor, there was a dark crimson mat that covered the left side of the hall, and another that was dark blue that covered the right side. From the entrance straight to the throne, there was another layer of black mat, which was used for stepping in while you walked towards the throne and connecting the two sides. The throne itself was at a slightly higher ground than the floor she was walking on, and behind it, there were 2 large golden pillars that connected with the roofing. Between these pillars, there was a white veil that was plastered on the wall, and it had images of a total of 8 Mangekyo sharingans. On the right of this veil, there was another small one that had the Uchiha symbol and the left had the Uzumaki swirl. Their pillars were also at each corner, and 2 beside the door frames. Above the ceiling were some exquisite lights that glittered like diamonds, their light shone around the hall making it look like it was clear day. The wall on her right had a rather large symbol of the Uchiha clan that was surrounded by 2 pillars. The left wall as well had the Uzumaki swirl. Konan took several steps further, and saw Naruto was sitting on his throne, watching her every step. His left eye watched her like this eye of a god, making her feel smaller. Yet she continued without even so much as twitching or breaking eye contact with him. She could indeed feel the oppressing air around the place, and it seems to get heavier as she closed on to the Emperor. She'd never done it before, but Konan found herself kneeling before the Emperor. The action seemed to amuse him, making her feel stupid, and she got up. I was beginning to think that you were no longer going to call me. You seem to have been busy talking with Guren, and I needed to make preparations once the corpse was brought to me, Naruto responded, simply looking into the eyes of the woman before him. We had some discussions to go through, Konan said. A thought went through her head and she voiced it out. Do you know everything that happens down there? I know most things. However, I do stay away from personal matters. Everyone deserves some privacy and secrets, after all, Naruto said calmly. There wasn't everything that he had to concern himself with. He only bothered himself with things that were worth it and of relevance to him. Konan nodded. Although she wouldn't normally ask, she found herself questioning something. You've been spending your time here. From what Guren tells me, she hasn't seen you down there for a few days now. Do you just prefer to watch things? There is nothing for me to do down there, and my current state doesn't really favor me running about down there. Naruto said calmly. You can say that I'm content with watching things, for now that is. Nagato didn't do things like this. He always put his hands down and grabbed a spade, digging in with the others. He wasn't socially awkward, they'd grown well with others during the old Akatsuki days. Although Nagato was very quiet, he was very social and talked well with others in those days. Naruto's wasn't like that. Although he could talk with others well, he didn't seem to enjoy other people's company. Why build a kingdom if you're not going to rule it? The imperial kingdom is yours, you're its emperor, yet you don't do the usual daily activities as an emperor. You allow Guren to do everything, Konan said. If she was the one to build a kingdom as promising as this one, she wouldn't allow anyone to rule it for her. She preferred doing things herself to get it done. Trusting other people with something as big as her village wasn't something that she would do. Well, she was certain betraying Naruto would end in a quick death. Moreover, Naruto was careful in choosing people to work for and with him. For now, I've no interest in doing anything, directly. I'm satisfied with the work Guren is doing. Well, my current state isn't suited for dealing with small things, Naruto explained. Oddly, he felt indulging this woman before him in whatever topic she brought up. The feeling was alien to him yet so familiar. So you'll eventually end up going down there to act as an emperor? Naruto shook his head slightly. That is unlikely. I don't know if it will be possible for me to leave this place once everything is completed. However, I would choose to spend a few years down there should it come to that. Konan couldn't really define if he meant he wouldn't be able to leave his palace in literal terms or just figuratively. She didn't put much thought to it though. While you watch things from up here, you keep your hands free, but no one will be able to trouble you while you preserve your own life. You can't have assassins up here. Naruto shifted to the right, still looking straight at Konan. It is impossible for something as an assassin to kill me, and I don't live here to preserve my life. Though the kingdom is not despicable before my sight, I prefer not to live amongst humans, for now. The leader of Omnipresent noted that he wasn't putting himself in the same boat as a human. It was like he put himself above humans. She wasn't going to comment on it. Still, to think that assassins couldn't kill him was something else. Unless he was immortal, then he couldn't be killed. That was highly unlikely though. He was indeed powerful and there were no openings on him. Aside from that, anyone attempting to murder him was in for a quick death. Is this why you have chosen people down there to do your work? I chose people to do my work because I felt it was necessary for it to be so. There are a lot of mundane matters that aren't really not worth my time, Naruto stated. Why do you wish for Nagato to be brought back? Everybody deserves a second chance. Nagato never got his. He never got the chance to repent. For someone like him who was bent on doing that was good for the world, for someone who went through so much pain, I think he deserves another chance to live in this world, Konan stated with strong conviction. Is that all? Konan considered her words before speaking. You've shown no interest in bringing peace to this world. Even though you killed Nagato who wanted peace, Madara also wants the same. Both had their own ways, you stopped Nagato and are intent on stopping Madara. Should you succeed in stopping him, who will search for peace in this world? Naruto smiled at the woman before him. You want me to revive Nagato so that he can continue his dream, but on a different path. You want your dream to be finally fulfilled. The story of the Omnipresent orphans continues. You've no problem with this, Konan stated. Not at all. Battles continue to bath precious earth with blood of vermin and despicable creatures taking the form of humans. Anything that must be done to end it is welcomed, even if it means turning the world upside down, Naruto stated, shifting again to his left. So, Nagato is indeed the child of prophecy. He seemed amused by the words that escape his lips. Child of prophecy? You know about that? Konan asked. That was something that she never talked about, neither did Nagato. It was something that Jiraiya had brought long ago. Do you believe in such things? No, Naruto responded quietly. I was merely saying it to amuse the toads who seemed to like invading my privacy. Konan quirked a brow. What do you mean by that? She only knew that toads were Jiraiya's summons and possibly the ones who told him about the child of prophecy. She never gave it much thought, but to Jiraiya, it seemed to be important. The toads like to watch me. They can't do it without my permission, so, I allowed them to watch a little about this conversation. Why? It seems right that way. The elder toad knew already that Nagato is dead and that he was the leader of Akatsuki. He knew all along that you were not dead as Jiraiya believed. Naruto smiled, again. Don't you find it curious that they didn't tell him of all these? Konan nodded. Why didn't they do it? There are laws that must be followed, boundaries that must never be broken. Other beings prefer for humans to deal with their issues themselves without interfering. Guidance is however not forbidden as long as it doesn't step over the lines, Naruto stated. Before Konan could respond, another Naruto appeared before on her right. She could however see that he was not tangible. She didn't ask what because the Naruto then spoke to her. Let us revive Nagato, shall we? The intangible Naruto went through hand seals before holding both his hands together. Geto, Rein Tensei, he spoke quietly. The king of hell appeared from the floor and opened its mouth. It wasn't very long before a Nagato walked out of its mouth. He was still in the same condition he was when he fought Naruto. What Konan noticed was the lack of his Rinnegan. Nagato held both his hands without even surveying his surroundings. He was alive and he knew who could possibly do something like this. He'd thought his life had ended and he would join Yahiko and his parents in the land of the dead. But he wasn't given that chance. He had some good conversations while he was stuck between in the afterlife. He spoke much with Yahiko before he departed. The subject hadn't done anything to make him proud of his choices. He looked at the two people he sensed, but before he could say anything, Naruto spoke. Konan, come to me. Despite wanting to go over to Nagato to inspect if he was fine, Konan moved closer to Naruto. She stopped just in front of his throne. The blonde leaned a bit closer to her. He placed his right hand on her gut. Before Konan could say anything, white substance began to spread all over her body. Her movements began to be restricted, veins bulged as she felt something like venom enter her system. She couldn't even scream. The substance covered her entire body quickly. Naruto blew her away from him into the path of Nagato, who quickly caught her. What have you done? His voice was calm, but his eyes were narrowed at the blonde sharply. She will be all right, Naruto said, waving his right hand in a dismissive manner. I merely gave her some of my power. A pair of eyes I have no use for, to be precise. Why? Though surprised that he would go that far, Nagato was a little thankful for it. However, that didn't banish the questions that flew into his mind when the window was opened. To protect herself, she needed it, Naruto said before he decided to explain further. Konan is your pillar, she has a role to play in my country and in the shinobi world. Because of this, she needs all the power she can get. More importantly, if she dies before her role is fulfilled, I won't be able to revive her. Why wouldn't you? There are several people that I cannot revive and Konan is one of them, Naruto responded calmly. You don't have the Rinnegan because it was never yours to begin with. However, you will get it back soon enough. The Rinnegan is what gave you power to be God after all. Without it, you won't be God to your people. What is really going on? Nagato was now confused. This was an unfamiliar place to him, and why would Naruto revive him when he was the one who killed him in the first place? Konan will explain everything to you once she wakes up, Naruto stated. We will talk further once she has told you what she knows. Naruto snapped his fingers and both Nagato and Konan disappeared from his view. Now then. Naruto stood up from his throne, 2 white cords were attached around his spine. I should rest. This had been enough for today. Konoha. Ayame sighed as she slumped down at her bed. It had been another hard day at work. Still, she'd left her father at the ramen stand doing more work. They'd been busy recently with more customers coming into their way to buy their food. It was hectic, especially when it was just her and her father doing all the work. "Hello, Ayame-san," a voice spoke, spooking the hell out of the woman. She quickly got up from her bed and turned to face the person. She'd not even heard her door open. "I mean no harm, so there is nothing to fear," the man standing just away from her door stated. Ayame found no comfort in those words. Just by looking at him she could say that he was a shinobi. She knew that those people were dangerous and could lie through their teeth very easily. She'd been taught enough to know this. "Who are you?" she demanded, her eyes darting around the room to look for an escape route. "Forgive my intrusion," the man said in a smooth tone, trying to calm her down. "My name is irrelevant. I'm just a messenger for my majesty, the emperor of the Imperial Rice Kingdom." All the tensions in Ayame's body fled away when those words reached down her ears. Her mind understood them clearly, and this only meant one thing only: Naruto. "Why didn't you just say so in the beginning? I nearly thought something was going to happen to me." She released a sigh of relief. The relief was also painted across her entire face and body language. "I wasn't positive that you would think of such. Nonetheless, forgive my intrusion," he said again and in a quiet tone. Ayame nodded, waving her right hand dismissively. "It is all right. But did you have to come to my room?" "I didn't want to be noticed by anyone. Konoha's Onbu have been rather active in these past days. Getting in here hasn't been an easy thing to do. Once I was in here, I couldn't afford to be noticed," the man responded calmly. "What do you want then?" "I was sent by His Majesty to fetch you. He said he wishes to keep the promise he made to you before he left. You said you wished to enjoy what his country has to offer, and His Majesty had said he would take you there one day. Unfortunately, His Majesty can't leave the country at this time. He would have come here himself." The messenger explained calmly, keeping his eyes on Ayame. He noted that his emperor had many women that he, the emperor, was familiar with, and all these women were quite beautiful. He feared that one of these days. Ayame beamed at this. "Wonderful, I was starting to think that he'd forgotten." She frowned when a thought came to her mind. "I've been busy lately and I'm not sure I can leave father alone." "Don't worry about that. Everything has been cleared. I've already spoken to your father. In fact, I talked to him a few days ago, and your temporary replacement is already waiting at hand to help him when you leave," the messenger responded. Ayame nodded with a smile. "I must speak to him first though. I can't leave without saying goodbye." "I didn't expect you to do so," the messenger said. "You don't have to pack anything. Everything will be provided for you once you reach the capital." December 30th. Capital of Rice. Guren looked around at the newly created chambers of the Council of the Imperial Kingdom. The room was rather large, but still within the Crystal Palace. This section was one that was completed before the others. The room had a large table in the middle and chairs around it. Red was the theme in terms of color on the floor. All the walls were painted with dark blue. Facing the entrance on the other side of the room was Naruto's throne. The throne was placed on a high ground with stairs placed beneath it. 2 pillars surrounded the throne, both painted in a crimson color. She'd not gone with anything fancy when she formed this place. Naruto had told her that she needed a council that would help her run this kingdom, as he was not planning anything that he considered to be mundane. Well, since it had been made official that she wasn't going to work alone, the council was needed. She wouldn't have thought of building this place if it wasn't Naruto's idea. Guren smiled warmly as she took her own seat around the table. Everyone had their own destined seat within the chamber, and they were placed in terms of positions one held. Naruto said he would select who would do what, and who would hold which position. He just didn't inform her when he would do so. There was about to be a meeting with everyone who was going to be involved within the kingdom. They wanted to begin with the future plans now, as there was nothing that was stopping them from moving on forward. Last time she talked with both Mei and Gaara, Naruto was not present in the meeting, even though they were discussing their alliance. Despite the fact that he was not present, Guren knew that he was very much aware of what was happening within the capital. His eyes and ears could see and hear almost everything. The large double doors of the chamber opened and the guests arrived, escorted by one of the security personnel in charge of guarding the palace. Konan entered the room with Nagato on her right. Both were still wearing their black cloaks with white clouds, almost the same as the Akatsuki cloaks. The only difference was the white clouds instead of the red. Behind them were Mei and Gaara, who seemed to be busy chatting about something. The last one to enter was a man named Shinji. He was wearing the special Onbu uniform, and his hair was spiky black and had small black eyes. He was also of a fair height and looked to be in his late 20s. The expression on his face was passive and he walked calmly with hands inside his pockets. Everyone took their seats and greetings were exchanged, but Mei was the first to speak. "Where is Naruto?" she asked with a small frown gracing her features. Really, she wanted to see him. Since the Cage Summit, she'd not seen him or either talked to him. He'd been keeping his distance and she was beginning to think that he was avoiding her. "In his palace," Guren responded quietly. She would have preferred it if Naruto was present in this meeting. However, he'd not talk her anything, even when she informed him of the coming meeting. "Is he going to come down here?" Mei questioned, looking straight at Guren. Her frown never left her face when she asked. "I don't know. I hardly see him myself," Guren responded in a quiet tone. If his tone revealed anything, it was that she was not the least pleased by the fact that she hardly sees Naruto. "We should complain about this. He is the emperor but doesn't act like one. He hides in his palace where no one get reach him while dumping all his responsibilities to you." Mei mumbled, a bit childishly as she did. Gaara could only shake his head. He too would have wished for Naruto to be here for this meeting. However, if it couldn't be helped, then they would have to get the job done. He wasn't told exactly what he was brought here for, but Guren said that his presence was required. When coming here, Mei had told him that this was a meeting for the Council of the Imperial Kingdom. The conclusion he came with was that was to be presumably put in the Council of the Kingdom despite belonging to another country. "Shall we begin this meeting?" Nagato asked in a calm tone, his eyes looking around at everyone. He'd not come here for anything other than taking his responsibilities so that he could begin the path of peace. He'd failed trying to find it in another way, but this time, though the path wasn't yet clear, he wasn't going to fail. He had Konan, and powerful allies, other minds that worked towards peace. This time peace would be within his grasp, this time he would bring peace into this world. One way or the other, he was going to die smiling knowing that he'd fought the good fight. He'd yet to begin now. He was still even lacking his eyes and that wasn't dwelling well with him. However, Naruto had said he would be given his eyes, so he wasn't that worried about much. Still, the scenery was a bit different now that he was only viewing it with the eyes of a human. The eyes of Kami made him see the world differently than these normal eyes. "I second with Nagato-san, we should start with the meeting. If His Majesty wants to be part of this meeting, he will come. His seat is waiting for him after all," Shinji stated, voicing out his own thoughts about the matter. Mei sighed. She was going to have a good talk with Guren after this meeting. She wasn't going to leave this country until Naruto comes down and speaks to her. She was his fiancée, he had to speak with her every now and then. She was also becoming lonely, she needed him. "I see no harm then," Mei finally said after leaving her thoughts. "Well, best she finished quickly and creates a situation that will force Naruto to come down running at her." "Well, you are in charge, you should begin with things," she said looking at Guren who held the Imperial Kingdom in her grasp. Gaara spoke before Guren could respond. "May I ask something?" he said looking at Guren. "Why am I invited to join a meeting of this kingdom's council? I would understand the Mizukage being invited since she is the emperor's fiancée." "I don't know," Guren shrugged her right shoulder. "I was only told to call you two by His Majesty." He didn't explain himself and I didn't question him since I figured he had his own reasons. Naruto's smooth voice echoed through the walls of the chamber before Gaara could respond to Guren. The blonde himself was sitting on his throne, chin rested on his left palm. He had noticed that this was a pose he liked doing these days. "I called you here because you are useful, Kazekage. Do you not like the privilege of being here, or are you perhaps not sure you should be here in the first place?" There was no underlying meaning behind his words, Gaara confirmed before he responded. "Not at all," he said quietly. "I am merely curious. I only became an ally of this kingdom recently and do not have the kind of relationship Kiri has with the Imperial Kingdom." "It is fine," Naruto said, his head still leaned on his left side, being held by his left palm. "A good relationship is formed by trust and good communication. You get well on your first day. The first days you try to form a relationship with someone, you have to first create a proper channel of communication. Without proper communication both parties can't understand each other and a relationship can never be formed. I do believe that you and I can understand each other to a satisfactory level. I also do believe that my language is not alien to you. I have shown you my trust by bringing you here, and besides I did tell you that you would be of some use to the world. However, if you do not wish to be part of this meeting, the doors will be open for you to leave." There was still no threat coming from his tone and his left eye just glowed crimson. His tone was calm as relaxed his body language. I believe that we can work well together and thank you for the trust. Gaara could only say those words with Naruto's eye watching him carefully without even blinking. It was a bit unnerving how the blonde could stare at him for so long without even blinking. Excellent, Naruto said, and his left eye darted around the room for a moment. I'm glad that you made it, Nagato, Kona. A small smile graced his lips as he looked at the two Amiga Corps leaders. Naruto then turned to Mei. You are free to make your complaints, Mei. The way Naruto was speaking was actually catching Nagato, Mei and Gaara by surprise. Guren wasn't because she had noticed the slight change in his personality. For Nagato, this was a bit different from the emotionless Naruto he'd faced in a battle that saw his death. Well, he wasn't complaining about anything. So long as he got to march towards peace, he had no complaints. He seemed to have changed, Mei thought, smiling a bit. You want me to complain freely? The Mizukage asked, eyes looking at the Emperor inventively. Yes, you said you had complaints. If I'm not misunderstanding your words, you suggested that I was neglecting my responsibilities as the Emperor while I hide in my comfort zone, Naruto said in a calm tone. Something that Mei noted about his expression and tone was that he was still staying neutral about the matter. He was neither mad nor amused by it. I will complain when we are alone. There are some things that I'd rather allow you to hear only. No, Naruto said, the tone was just smooth, lacking the usual firmness and sharpness. You made your intentions to complain in this room with all these people present, so I'm offering you the opportunity in this room with all these people present. That is about fair, don't you think? Guren shook her head. What she did know was that Mei wanted to complain about personal matters, matters that needed her and Naruto only. Naruto was just telling her to openly discuss their relationship in front of other people. It was embarrassing, and if it was her in Mei's position, she wouldn't do it. She would wait until he was alone to talk to him. Mei sighed. I wanted to complain the news that you do nothing. It seems to me like you are not doing anything. However, since you've appeared, I can't complain to anyone since you are doing what is to be expected of you. I see, Naruto seemed to say at her response. By all means, he seemed a little disappointed. Konan, are you adjusting well to the new view of things? The message was a bit cryptic, but Naruto hadn't put it in that way so that the others didn't find out about it. I have adjusted well. But using them efficiently is something proving to be a bit troublesome. Konan responded quietly. I imagined it wouldn't be easy. Naruto went through some thoughts before speaking again. After this meeting, you'll have to stay behind for a day or two. I will put everything that is needed inside your head. A small version of Tsukiyomi would be needed. At the moment, his real body was synchronized with the Gedomazo so that he can recover well. The synchronization with the statue means that he couldn't leave the palace. However, in a day or two, he would stop using the statue to support himself. Synchronizing with the statue also gives him enough power to put Konan under the eternal Tsukiyomi. Within the Genjutsu, he could manipulate everything freely. He would teach Konan everything there is to know about the Byakugan. With the Gedomazo supplying him with power, even if they only spend 2 days within the Genjutsu, with real time, within the Genjutsu itself, much more time would have passed. Konan looked at Nagato for confirmation before nodding. Naruto sensed something when Konan gave her response. He looked at Mei with a barely hidden amused expression gracing his face. Does it bother you that I will be spending my time with another woman, while you, my fiancé, are neglected? Although Mei could tell that he found this amusing, she couldn't help but give a stiff nod. Any woman would be bothered by it if it was happening to them. Naruto looked between Guren and Konan before asking. Would it bother you too? Both nodded. Naruto shook his head. Guren, you've not been in a relationship before, your opinion carries no weight. Aside from Shinji and Mei, the rest of you are still virgins, no? A thought came into his head and he added. Perhaps Konan might not be. She was in a relationship with Yahiko before he died. Did you not sleep with Yahiko, Konan? The woman was blushing slightly, while the looks on the others were just priceless. Guren felt like she was truly exposed. The audacity of this man to say something like that in front of other people. Mei just found it amusing, enough to burst out laughing. Shinji cleared his throat. Your Majesty, I don't think that is something appropriate to say. He said in a respectful tone. Emperor, Nagato started firmly. Perhaps we should begin with the meeting. He didn't find the current subject amusing at all, it was just way too uncomfortable for him, especially with Konan involved. I guess we should, just like that, everything returned normal. Discussions about what we are going to do will be held as the days continue to add. I still needed to remove some things first. However, there is another project that has started that Nagato and Gaara will need to know. What project? Mei asked just to be sure that it was something that she was aware of. Naruto had a tendency of doing things by himself, and with the fact that she has not seen him in the past days, he could have started something without informing her. I'll get onto that, Naruto said. Guren, your new title shall be Prime Minister of the Imperial Kingdom. I will retain my title as the Emperor, but you will still do all things as the Prime Minister. I trust that you will carry out your duties with as much effort as you've been. Konan, you will be the chair of the Imperial Council. This means that whenever there is a meeting, you will be in charge of it. You've watched Nagato long enough to be a leader in your own. Nagato, you are in charge of Amiga Corps. Konan did well while you were away, but you must retain your mantle as leader of Amiga Corps. Your other responsibility will be taking charge of all military forces in your village and within this country. There are generals who command my armies, you will supervise them. Shinji is one of the generals within the kingdom. He leads the Special Corps, who are in charge of protecting this capital, as well as doing other activities. Shinji, Guren, and Nagato will head this kingdom's judicial committee. Now, who isn't here, will head the Imperial Court, which is part of the judicial system. The Imperial Court will be the one that judges according to the laws that the judicial committee will create. This group will also be responsible for management of the Imperial Prison. Kazekage, you are given a special seat within this council. As a leader of Sunagakur, your input will be highly valued by those around you. Mei, what do you wish to do? All eyes turn to the Mizukage. I want to be part of the judicial committee. Isn't this committee going to be the ones that will create laws that will govern this kingdom and its allies? I also have a feeling that the laws created by the committee will affect other villages and countries that aren't part of the kingdom. If so, then I want to be part of it. Acceptable, Naruto said. Shinji, you will inform Nagato of the purge once you have time. My messenger will send Mei and the Kazekage further details about the purge so it can also begin in their respective countries. Any questions before I dismiss you? What of Karen? Also, what are you doing to solidify our relationship with the Land of Snow? They are our biggest supplier of technological equipments. Most of the things that Karen has requested for the research facility in Uzu are coming from the Land of Snow. Guren stated. Karen is a child. Let her play around in Uzu. Do as you like with the princess. His tone was a bit dismissive, making Guren sigh. Don't complain when I plan a political marriage with you and the princess as well as the Kazekage's sister to strengthen our alliance with Suna. Guren mumbled under her breath. She was hurt even though she didn't mean to say it loud. Say what? Mei turned sharply to face the woman. Nothing, Guren gave a quick response. What of the Baijuas then? Gaara asked. Nagato nodded. Konan tells me that you have all of them. Do you plan to use them like I wanted to? He asked. His plan was to use the Baijuas' power to teach the world pain. However, in the afterlife, he met Yahiko who changed his views again. The Baijuas are irrelevant. Naruto used a dismissive tone again. By irrelevant do you mean that the Baijuas will not be used for anything? Gaara asked quietly. Naruto had said that he wasn't going to use the Baijuas for anything evil. However, he hadn't said whether he would use them or not. Still, within the shinobi world, the tailed beasts were everything. Yet, Naruto has all 9 of them and still says they are irrelevant. That is exactly what I mean, Kazekage. Tailed beasts will no longer be equalizers and in due time I will ensure that their existence becomes a memory, Naruto responded calmly. This was a shock to everyone. What Naruto had spoken could only be interpreted as he was planning to rid of the Baijuas like killing them. That was just unthinkable. No one would think of something like that. There was a belief that a Baijuu was said to be impossible to kill and that they possessed great power. So killing them was seen as a waste. Yet, Naruto was saying he would make their existence a memory. Are you saying that you plan to kill the Baijuas, Emperor? Nagato questioned. This was something that he wouldn't do. He respected the Baijuas for their power and wouldn't think twice of using them because of their great power. It would surely be a great loss if the Baijuas were to cease to exist. In a way, yes, Naruto gave his short response without explaining anything further to how he would go about that. Gaara merely shook his head. The other great villages were going to lose it once they hear of something about this. They would fight to death if it meant saving the Baijuas. Humans have so much become used to having Baijuis in their possession that it seemed like they couldn't define what power was without them. You can't be serious, Naruto. We have to think about this carefully. Their power can be used to strengthen this country, and we still have enemies that we must deal with. Guren had turned her whole body facing Naruto by now and her tone had been raised. To her it was just unacceptable. With all 9 Baijuis they could ensure that none of the great villages who weren't allied with them attacked them. Watch your tone, Guren. Have you forgotten whom you speak to? Although his posture and expression didn't change a bit, Naruto's tone was frighteningly sharp. No one dared to speak for that moment. He wasn't even trying, but his tone just cut through their thoughts like a sharp blade, and it also silenced any further questions they had. Hit with a heavy wake-up call that dropped on her shoulders like a ton of steel, Guren shrunk back to her chair and sat down. A bow of apology followed sweet, "Forgive my insolence, Your Majesty." Naruto waved his right hand in a dismissive manner before speaking, "The subject of Baijuis shall not be brought up again, is this understood?" Everyone nodded. Excellent. The sharpness in his tone became a memory, its hold over the council members loosened. Do you have any more questions? We have enemies in the form of the small villages that have been trying to get into the picture, Kumagakur, Iwagakur, and Konoha. Shall we prepare for war with them? Konan queried, her eyes firmly at the relaxed emperor. Leave the great villages to me. I'll deal with them within time. Your forces are not to be shipped for war. Should there be one, I will end it myself, Naruto stated, in a firm tone. General Takada has been dealing with the insolence of the smaller villages. You are free to do as you like with them, but refrain from destroying their villages. Proper punishment has to be dealt so that they can understand. If you wish for me to beat them, I will do so. Konan shook her head. I was merely curious. It is not in me to decide what the punishment will be to the leaders of these villages. I assume since Nagato will be in charge of all our forces, he will be responsible for such? Naruto shook his head slightly. The Imperial Court will decide based on the laws and legislation the Judicial Committee has passed. Takada's division is the Imperial Police that are stationed around the elemental nations. They are responsible for hunting down those who break your laws and bring them to the Imperial Court to be judged. The Imperial Police as well as the Special Corps are not within Nagato's control, unless it is an emergency. You will understand this better once my messenger gives you the detailed file which will explain what your responsibilities truly are. This is why I'm giving you time to return to Omnipresent and familiarize yourself with the work you will fill. The Imperial Prison, is it going to be used to jail any threats against the Empire only? Mei asked curiously. That is for you to decide. Isn't that you wish to be a lawmaker for this kingdom? Naruto responded quietly. This covers everything then. You are all dismissed, Kazekage. My messenger will return you home within the next minutes. The same will be for you, Nagato. Konan will have to stay behind. What of me? Mei asked, smiling sweetly. Isn't it that you wish to speak to me? If you no longer wish to do that, you will be taken back to Kiri while the day is still young. Naruto responded. He looked amused when Mei's expression nearly exploded in happiness at the thought of finally getting some alone time with him. Before anything could be said, Nagato spoke his last thought. What of peace, Emperor? Naruto smiled at the man. This time, he changed postures and leaned back to his throne, folding his hands across his chest. That is for you, Guren, Mei, Konan and Gaara do decide. Between all of you, you can think something else. I combined you all knowing this. Nagato looked at the people Naruto had said for a moment before nodding. What are missing are my eyes then, he said. Naruto nodded. You will get them soon, he responded. Nagato nodded. I will wait until then. He stood up to leave. Konan followed him, sweet as she had to speak with him before he left. Naruto had made it clear that she was to stay behind. Is there something, Kazekage? Naruto asked, seeing that the young wind shadow had remained behind while others left. Only Mei had remained since she wished to speak with him. Gaara shook his head, a small smile graced his lips. Thank you, he simply said before walking away. He didn't explain what he was thanking Naruto for, but he was positive that Naruto would understand. With everyone gone, Mei's gaze settled on the Emperor. Aren't you gone? Come down here? Is that a request or an order? An order from the future Queen of the Imperial Kingdom, Mei said with a small smile on her face. You know, when we have kids, our children are going to be the ones to rule over this kingdom. Is that so? Naruto said. He didn't move from his throne, neither was his attention on Mei anymore. He snapped his fingers and an image of Samui appeared in front of him. I've been trying to get hold of you for some time now. Were you out cold? She asked in a cool tone. Busy, my real body is within the time dimension along with the Geto Mazo. I can only interact with just this body, and my attention cannot be everywhere, Naruto explained. What is it? I caught some trouble while doing my job, and I want you to bail me out, Samui said. Naruto merely gave her a blank look. I came across Kisame and he's been running after me for a few hours now. I need you to take me out of there before he finds me, I'm spent already. Weren't you with Yugito? No, Isama called her to do some training. She couldn't refuse, so I ended up going alone, Samui responded calmly. Naruto looked at Mei after the image of Samui disappeared. Give me a minute, he said before disappearing. A minute was all he took before he came back again, on his throne. He then walked down towards her and took a seat beside her. Who was that woman? Have you found another one? Mei asked, looking straight at Naruto with a straight look on her face. Certainly, she wouldn't be pleased if she found out that Naruto had found another woman. She was more than enough for him. Would it be a problem if I said I plan to marry 10 women and she will be the next after we get married? Naruto asked. An amused expression found its way into his face when he saw the look on Mei's face twisted. I would make use of my lava manipulation to burn many skins, and yes, it would be a problem, Mei gave response even though she knew Naruto wouldn't do something like that. She was just saying, just in case something was to happen. Do you think you can satisfy my appetite alone, Mei? Naruto asked, leaning against the chair, turning it to face the woman fully. Mei stood up from chair and sat on Naruto's lap, her left side pressed against his chest, face facing the other way. Since he'd grown in size, she could snuggle on him for comfort. I can. Mei said and got hold of Naruto's hand. Is that woman the one who told you to get me the ring you bought me? Naruto nodded with a small smile on his face. You still remember those words I said to you back then? Somehow it feels like I said it ages ago. A lot has passed during this time, Mei responded. There were many things that have played their part during the time gap. Regardless, she was still alive and Kiri doing far better than she'd expected. What happened to you? You seem to be very much lively, smile a lot, and your body is much warmer than before. Its warmth relaxes me, shutting down all tensions. Naruto was quiet for a few moments before he responded. I once made a vow in my heart. I vowed that I would be happy and enjoy my humanity, and be myself. However, so far I've been focused on fulfilling my dreams that I put that vow under my bed. During my time alone in my palace, I realized that there was something missing in me. I felt that I was a bit lonely. Perhaps this is why I do not mind spending time with Konan to teach her a few things. For my plan to reach the climax, and for me to be where I want to be, I can't live as a human. Originally, I'd planned to enjoy my humanity for a few years, and fulfill my vow. But now things have been escalating at a faster rate than I'd thought. This has forced me to adjust a few things. For now, I will settle to enjoy my humanity for a few years before taking over the heavens. Living up there alone kind of suffocates me, and brings this sudden desire for human contact and to have a few conversations. The feelings are alien, yet so much familiar, Naruto explained in a calm tone. There was so much that Naruto had said to her and it left her with a lot of questions that needed to be filled. Yet, Mei didn't focus on all that. She figured she would get the chance to ask him further about it someday. Why don't you just come down then? We could enjoy moments like these much often. I could be there for you and you'll never feel lonely again. Her tone was warm and just above a whisper. I can't do that, not now at least, Naruto responded, placing his right hand at Mei's right side. This is just a copy of my healthy body. My real body cannot leave the palace and I don't use it much often. Why don't you just take me with you then? I'm sure we'd have lots of fun whenever I'm free from my responsibilities. Naruto merely smiled. I've limited the number of people who can enter my palace. Although it would be good for me to allow you in trance, I can't do that. You are a distraction that I can't afford. I don't know whether to take it as a compliment or an insult, Mei said, a smile on her face. She didn't mind if this wasn't his real body. As long as they could talk, she was happy. When you finish whatever it is that you are doing, will we enjoy our relationship? Naruto nodded. Hi, he said. I've really neglected you, haven't I? Although Mei was surprised that he would admit it, she still nodded. I must apologize for it. I can't say that I know what it is like to be neglected. My parents died the day I was born, and after that, It was hell that I experienced. Loneliness and self-loathing. It isn't fair for me to hate the people who made me suffer, and yet make you suffer. I care for you, but those days, I couldn't express anything because I didn't know how to, and I had little emotions. However, I've acquired an important piece that has joined the pieces of my being and made me whole. This piece also brought new experiences that I can follow. His tone was just soothing, calm, not lacking the right emotion. It is all right. The important thing is to realize that you are wrong and seek to correct it. The problem with many people in our world is that they don't want to admit that they are wrong. May said, sounding happy with his confession. That was his problem with Konoha, those godforsaken, wrenched, ignorant pieces of meat, those demons wearing the mask of humans were despicable, vile, and he would, Naruto? May had a worried look on her. Are you a light? Naruto smiled at her. Yes, he said. You must have a lot of questions. It was a statement. Yes, May confirmed with a stiff nod. Come with them, I have time, Naruto responded. But before May could say anything, Konan walked into the chamber. She stopped when she saw the two in an intimate position. Naruto looked up at her and smiled. Ah, Konan, you've returned. May sighed, her time was over since she had no doubt Naruto was going to leave her to attend the other woman. She looked up to Konan and smiled. Naruto and I were discussing some personal things here, would you like to join us? Konan blinked, and then again. She tilted her head before opening her mouth to speak, but words refused to leave. 38, the Omnipresent Sage. January 1st. Naruto's eyes suddenly snapped open as he felt someone invading his palace. He was one with the place, whatever happened within his space, he knew. There was also the fact that he had placed a barrier around the structure to ensure that nothing that flies stepped its filthy feet on the holy ground he had set aside for himself. The barrier was not one that could be broken. It was made by his will to live, as long as his will to survive was intact, no one could break through it. However, that didn't mean that it couldn't be bypassed. Given the right conditions, a few special people could pass through it, without it breaking it. He wasn't given much time to think as a figure came rushing towards him in blinding speeds. Although his eyes could keep track of the movements, his body refused to follow the speed of his eyes. The attacker was upon him in mere seconds and a hard kick hit him on his forehead. The force was so heavy that it nearly snapped his neck. Nearly being the case. The result of the brutal kick was Naruto crashing through his throne, a throne crafted with the hardest material on the entire structure. But he didn't break even a bone. Of course the pain of the coursed through his head like he had been hit by a sledgehammer. Because the throne was crafted with strong materials, the flight of the kick didn't send him crashing through the wall that was behind the throne within the hall. He did hit the wall, but much of the sting had already been taken out by the throne, so he was not able to break through it. He hit it with his back and managed to fell down on the floor on his knees. Before he could even look up at his attacker, a very familiar blue Susanoo appeared above him. The Susanoo hit the ceiling and tore apart his hall, allowing the sun to finally enter the place. The Susanoo wings were flapped and its blade swinging down towards him in fast movements. More of his palace was torn apart because of the power behind the swing of the blade. The swing was powerful enough to cut him in half, Naruto knew this. It wouldn't kill him though, but in this current state, he was going to avoid it at all costs. He quickly held out both his hands in preparation for his defense. The powerful barrier he put above him was able to hold up as the swing struck. However, the collision of the sword with his defense created a strong shockwave that spread around the hall. The shockwave was powerful enough to send large cracks around the walls of the hall. The floor around Naruto was turned into a hole. Seeing this destruction, Naruto knew that he would to rebuild his precious palace. If that wasn't enough, the attacker didn't let up in his attack. He kept pressing for dominance, pushing Naruto further down. And he was already at a disadvantage. He may have been able to block the swing, but the force behind it had pitched much pain throughout his body. It was only his strong will that he did not drop his cracking defense. Naruto cursed when another Susanoo rushed towards him using the floor while the blue one was still above him. He couldn't possibly defend himself now given the current situation. The incoming Susanoo swung its blade level to the floor, picking up strong gusts of wind as it matched towards him. Naruto left his left hand holding the defense above him and held out his right to create another defense on his side. It was futile, he knew it. But he couldn't give up like that. As soon as the sword of the Susanoo on the floor reached him, the sword above him disappeared, leaving him at the mercy of the incoming blade. The hit felt like a slap from Kami. Powerful, it nearly cut through his body and split his guards out for the hungry sky birds to feed. But his defense did enough to stop that from happening. But he was still sent rocketing throughout at the palace. The force carried him outside the holy ground and left much destruction on his palace. He was definitely going to have to rebuild it again. And this time he would make sure that it was not destroyed by anyone. Before gravity could pull him down the ground, since he was no longer in his sky ground, both his attackers appeared above him. Naruto could only curse as both slammed him hard on the chest and gut respectively. Both hits were rather painful. It was like the hammers of justice had taken a swing at him. His insides cried in pain and a few ribs cracked. But given enough time, they would heal. That wasn't the most important thing though. He was currently rocketing down the ground. He passed the clouds that had presented themselves for the day. The people of his capital watched with interest as a rocket rushed over down the city in great speed. You would think that they would be running around in fear thinking that it is going to explode on them. Lucky for them, Naruto's fall from the heavens was a bit away from the civilization. However, he fell on some buildings that had been recently completed. His fall was enough to send the buildings down the ground to rumbles. More things that needed to be rebuilt. The capital nearly shook at the fall, putting everyone on alert. A large smoke of debris disturbed anyone from seeing anything. When it finally disappeared, Naruto was lying down on a large crater on his back. His mouth leaking some blood, hands stretched out wide. His breathing labored, eyes dimly opened. On the edge of the crater, Sasuke and Madara were looking down impassively with both their respective hands folded across their chests. It didn't take a full minute for the place to be surrounded by the special corps of the capital. Such a scene was not acceptable and they were ready to deal with the threat that dared disrespect the emperor. They had been trained to deal with such insolence against his majesty. Shinji rushed over to Naruto. "Your Excellency, shall we exterminate the problem for this sin?" It wasn't a good sight to see the emperor down on the ground, looking broken. The sight of the emperor in this kind of situation made his blood boil, but not enough to make him act rashly. Naruto merely raised his hand and waved it in a dismissive manner. "I will deal with those two." Despite looking broken, his tone was still firm. He was still lying on the ground as he spoke. Shinji wouldn't question the emperor, and he wouldn't his power. "Hi," he responded before giving a signal for his men to leave. They left without a word of complaint. After everyone listened to the orders, Naruto got on one knee and looked at both his attackers. "I see," he stated, seeing that Sasuke also had the Rinnegan. But after this, he would not be having it, he would take it. "Hashirama gave them passage to my palace. That foolish child, I will punish him. He's never listened to his mother. I thought that would do much damage on him given his current state," Sasuke said to Madara, his eyes firmly fixed down on Naruto. Really, the previous attack was enough to kill anyone. But Naruto was still alive, but he still took some damage. He might be weakened, but he is still no weakling. "I was not expecting much damage, but it seems that he has taken quite a knock," Madara responded so casually. Naruto had escaped with his life on the previous attack he had executed so perfectly, he was certainly not going to underestimate him again. Sasuke studied Naruto's further, before nodding. The blonde had taken quite a knock. If things continued like this, Naruto would lose. "Shall we send him to the battlefield?" Madara said, grinning at the thought sharing a real battlefield with Naruto. Their last encounter was one-sided. He didn't want this one to be like that. However, if it couldn't be helped, he would do with what he was offered. Even though Sasuke didn't know where the battlefield was, he just decided to follow Madara's lead. Both sped towards Naruto's position. The blonde was still on one knee. In a blur, they were both in front of him, left and right legs in position for brutal kicks. Naruto could only bring out both his hands to lessen the damage on his body. When both kicks from his attackers hit him, he was sent rocketing away from the village, and again, like a bullet. To add to the insult, a powerful wind hit him and propelled him further away from the capital. Naruto did not regain his composure until he hit a few trees along his flight. When he recovered, both Madara and Sasuke were not close to him, they were moving towards another location, further away from the capital. He decided to follow them. He sped across the rocks of the Rice Kingdom using his fastest speed. It took him a few minutes to finally reach both Uchihas and Naruto was welcomed into a large ring. It was just clear ground. Madara seemed to have prepared a battlefield for them. "You guys certainly know how to invite one to a battle," Naruto stated, looking at the other Uchihas with a calm look on his face. "It seems that you have actually gotten close to Hashirama's power, Madara." "It seems I have." Madara responded with a small shrug. "You have also recovered well. I didn't think you would be in such a better condition after all that. It may appear that I am in a better condition, but I'm not well at all. Even to fix the damage you two have already caused, my body burns too much chakra. Naruto said, looking at his hands. I am up for talking once we are done fighting. I cannot settle well while I know you can still fight. Sasuke interrupted the conversation between Naruto and Madara. Really, he was not going to give Naruto much chance to recover. How impatient, Madara stated on Sasuke. He earned a subtle nod from Naruto. But I guess it can't be helped. He looked straight at Naruto. You can't have any complaints because it is 2-on-1. Well, I can complain. It is a bit unfair that you two get to gang up on me while I am at this state. You have also taken my left eye. But I guess that won't change anything, Naruto responded, looking a bit thoughtful. Enough. Sasuke raised his voice. Let us get this over with. Both Naruto and Madara merely shook their heads. I will tell you this, he may look weakened, but don't underestimate him. He makes ninjutsu useless, and don't play around. Madara stated, not even looking at whom he was advising. As much as he would like to have fun with Naruto, the situation did not favor it. Especially when he was suspecting that Naruto cannot be killed. I don't plan on playing. I wish not to waste valuable chakra, it may come in handy if I have to deal with another threat, Sasuke responded in a cool tone, taking his stance. The other threat was obviously Madara, but the legendary Uchiha didn't respond to those words. Sasuke did not waste any time, his Susanoo came to live, knowing that only the big guns would work on this kind of a battlefield. Within seconds, he had already shot an arrow straight at Naruto. He was impressed when Naruto actually dodged it, despite the speed that made it near impossible to dodge. You will have to shoot those a bit faster if you are going to hit me, Naruto stated, now floating in the air above where he had been standing. His eyes looked around the place, there were no trees, or anything that seemed to be alive. It was just the unclothed ground, full of a few rocks and holes there and there. How about this then? Madara stated, appearing above Naruto. He was already going through hand seals. Fire style, majestic flame destroyer. Yes, those destructive flames rushed towards the blonde in fury. They seemed to consume him for a moment, before they just disappeared. Naruto had not even moved from his position. The flames disappeared without even touching him. The only thing he felt from the flames was the heat they brought. After the flames disappeared, he looked above him where Madara was floating. Weren't you the one telling Sasuke that ninjutsu was useless against? Naruto trailed off when he sensed something coming from behind him. He quickly turned around only to be glared down by an arrow dipped in Amaterasu. Diversion. He realized. Naruto raised his right hand before the technique could hit him. The arrow never reached him as it suddenly hit an invisible wall and dispersed into thin air. But it is still not good enough. He stated as his eyes went back to Madara because he felt a chakra spike. The man's Susanoo was already activated and its blade was charging towards him. He raised his left hand to put that his invincible barrier. The blade hit his barrier with much force that sent him away, despite having put his barrier. He really should think twice about putting up a barrier like that in his current condition. Before he could even recover from the momentum, Sasuke was right above. Too bad for the Raven-head Uchiha, Naruto had expected such to occur. The Raven-head attempted to kick him down the ground with his back heel. But Naruto caught the kick with his right hand, and used Sasuke's balance to regain his composure. With his composure regained, he was able to float by himself in the air while still holding Sasuke's leg. The other Uchiha never gave him much time as he twisted and attempted to hit him on the face with his free leg. Naruto was also able to catch that kick. Holding both of Sasuke's feet, Naruto twisted in air before spinning around twice. Once done, he hurled Sasuke away from him and held out his right hand for the real attack. But he never got to use the technique he wanted because he was forced to dodge a spinning kick from Madara. He did not just dodge the kick, he also disappeared from the air and appeared down the ground, landing on his own 2 feet. Both his opponents also took the ground. So far so good. Is it just me or is he becoming faster by the second? Sasuke questioned, standing beside Uchiha Madara. He was not able to hit the blonde with the same speed he had used previously. Despite this, he wasn't the least concerned. He has, but that is the best he can do, for now, Madara responded calmly. Then this should be easy. Sadly, Madara shook his head. You have to put him in an unfavorable position for him to fight with all his might. It was the same with him. He never went all out unless the situation called for it. At the moment, it was not calling for Naruto to go all out. Sasuke was still not deterred. That can be arranged, he disappeared in a speed that even had Madara raising a brow. Within that second, he was in front of Naruto. He twisted, spinning around as he went for a kick on Naruto. The kick hit Naruto's hand that had been raised as a shield. But the power of the kick pushed him back. Sasuke was not yet done. He rushed at the blonde, this time using the air. He jumped up and attempted to kick Naruto in the temple again. This time, Naruto jumped back to avoid the kick. The blonde noticed that Madara was merely watching. With the look the man had on his eyes, it appears that he was not going to get in the way for a few moments. He better use this chance now or he was not going to get it again. Sasuke was at him again. But this time, he attempted a right hook straight at his face. Naruto was more than equal to the punch. He blocked the attack and gripped Sasuke's hand firmly before throwing his own attack. The Uchiha blocked the attack, not wanting to be bettered. But Naruto still did not let his hand go. "Look up you," Naruto stated, using his greater physical prowess to hurl Sasuke into the air by his hand. Above them was a portal that looked to devour Sasuke, but it didn't do that. The portal spat out chakra rods that rushed at the incoming Raven head. To avoid being pierced by the rods, Sasuke went through hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. He released a fireball that hit the rods with all its glaring heat. The jutsu did enough to block the rods from piercing through his flesh. Even though ninjutsu was useless against Naruto, it still had its uses against him in a battle. "Do not forget that I am still free," Naruto suddenly spoke from under the Uchiha. Sasuke cursed, but was quick enough to react. Before Naruto could even hit him with a brutal kick on his back, he quickly activated a small portion of his Susanoo. Damage averted and Naruto made his distance from him. Both then hit the ground on their feet. Naruto was the first to make his move. He clasped both his hands together and the ground began to shake. Not so long, a large rock was pulled down from the earth into the air. Without wasting much time, Naruto directed it down towards Sasuke. It was of quite a size, and not something a weak jutsu could deal with. Sasuke activated his Susanoo quickly, after having deactivated it when he landed on the ground so to preserve his chakra. He quickly shot 2 arrows in quick succession towards the large rock that looked to crush him under its might. His arrows hit the rock and shattered it into harmless pieces. But before he could do anything else, Naruto was already in front of him. Sasuke was not fast enough to do anything as the blonde placed his right hand on his Susanoo and much to his surprise, it disappeared without his command. He did not feel like Naruto deactivated from outside. It felt like he had been stripped of it. That had never happened before. Naruto was still holding his right hand, but he had a small smile on his face. A small black ball appeared on his palm before it was shot towards him. His instinct screamed danger when he saw the ball. Naruto was quick to make his disappearance as the ball exploded into a large explosion. Sasuke was able to escape the explosion with nothing but a few bruises thanks to his Susanoo. He brought out his hands from his face, which he had used to shield himself from the debris. He looked at the debris that was still joyfully dancing about and then at Naruto. That thing was certainly dangerous, and he did not want to get hit by it. Without wasting much time, he dispersed his Susanoo and charged at Naruto again. When he reached the blonde, it seemed that the blonde was waiting for him. His right was raised with its palm facing him. A portal opened just in front of him and Sasuke got the feeling that he knew what was going to come out of it. As he thought, chakra rods came out of it. He was forced to halt his movement so not to become hit by the chakra rods. He too raised his right hand and blasted the rods away from him. "You have improved from our last battle." Naruto's voice suddenly echoed from behind him, making his eyes wide. He had not sensed him move. Sasuke winced painfully when an unbelievable force connected with his back, sending him flying. It hurt like bitch. He did not know what actually hit him. It did not matter as he had other matters to deal with. While he was still being carried by the force of whatever hit him, another large rock was flying towards him. He braced himself as the rock hit him dead on. If that was not enough, Naruto appeared under him and kicked him into their air. He did not stop there. He appeared above him again and crashed his right foot on his chest before sending him crashing down the ground like a bullet. The crash was a bit painful, but he was used to this kind of pain. Slowly, Sasuke got up and spat out some blood. He smirked, "You are taking this serious now. I guess I should kick it up a notch." Before Naruto could even comprehend what the Uchiha was saying, in the blink of an eye, Sasuke was gripping his face tightly with his right hand. Before he could mount a struggle to get loose from the grip, the raven head lifted him into the air, before forcefully slamming him down the ground. Sasuke did not let go of him on that moment. He stomped his foot on his chest, pressing him further down the ground. "If this is the best you can do, then this will be done quickly," the Uchiha stated, as his hands sounding like chirping birds. He drove his Chidori towards Naruto's head, but the blonde was able to tilt as quickly to avoid the jutsu. The hand holding the jutsu pierced the ground before the jutsu died down. Sasuke retrieved his hand before he attempted to punch the blonde while he was still down. But Naruto caught the fist with his right hand and quickly held out his left hand. "You are a little too close to me," Naruto stated as Sasuke was blasted away from an invincible force. Never minding how quickly the Uchiha recovered, Naruto got up and dusted himself. But before he could finish, 2 heavy kicks from the front and back him brutally. He was certain a few bones in his rib cage broke. The force of both kicks was powerful enough to render him immobile for a few seconds. But that was all that Madara needed. The elder Uchiha's Susanoo came to life and its blade never shied away from Naruto. It hit him hard while he was still immobile. Had it not been for the haste barrier he put up, it would have possibly cut him in half. Naruto was sent flying instead of being cut in half, and the other end, Sasuke's own Susanoo, was waiting for him. Its mighty fist crashed onto him from above and slammed him onto the ground to create another crater. No time was he given to recover. Sasuke shot 3 arrows down at the crater in quick successions. They were not just normal arrows, they were also coated with Amaterasu. They hit the crater, creating an explosion and the black flames to come live within the explosion. Madara also added his own attack. He formed a large rock above the target before allowing it to drop in a fast speed. His opponent was Naruto. It would not be fair to go easy on him. The rock crashed down on the blonde, creating a smoke of dust. Naruto responded by walking out of the crater in slow movements. But he was not unharmed. It was far from it. He had a couple of bruises what were leaking some blood and as well as mouth. His cloak was torn apart as well as sporting burns. He still looked like he was going for another round. "I thought you were going to allow Sasuke to have some fun," Naruto stated after he got out of the crater he had been nearly buried under. Sasuke noticed something peculiar with Naruto's wounds. They were healing, albeit slowly. He was positive that Madara had noticed it too. But he did not seem too surprised by it. "You have already started the process of reviving the Juubi. The more time I waste, the Juubi is revived, and since I can't get to it with you standing, it's not good for me. I have to work towards seeing you down," Madara responded, ever so calmly. "Hagoromo no doubt told you that," Naruto sighed at the thought. "The process of reviving the Juubi should be done soon. But don't worry, you will see it after it fully forms. I don't want to see it with you under your feet. If something like that happens, things will end for me." Madara was never shy to admit this reality. It was Naruto after all. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. "Well, it can't be helped," Naruto said, referring to the fact that if Madara wanted to see the Juubi in his own terms, he would have to bring him down on his knees, and that would not be an easy task. "Your wounds are healing, have you regained your power?" "Possibly, but not all of it," Naruto responded. He wasn't afraid to tell his opponents that he was not at full power. Madara knew it already, so there was no good reason to hide. It was not like it gave them any advantage in this battle. "Do you know why I'm like this, Madara? Despite the grave internal damage you did to my body, I should have recovered quickly, especially after I'd synchronized with the Geto Mazo." Madara narrowed his eyes at the blonde. "What are you saying?" "The world is much more than it seems, grandfather. There are things you've not seen, things that even you couldn't hope to comprehend. To understand a bit of the world, you must go back at creation, and ask yourself these questions. How did humans come to be alive? How did the Shinju come to this world? How long have the beings in the summon world been alive?" Naruto threw words at Madara's face, looking completely neutral. "Then, if you were to be asked of those questions, what would be your answer? And what does that have to do with your recovery?" Madara queried, eyes fully narrowed at Naruto. Just by looking at him, he could see that the blonde was very much in the mood to kill some time. "My answer, that is for another day. Should you be alive after this, you will know of it," Naruto responded, smiling at a bit. "The Shinju is a force of nature, if you could say. And there might be such things as gods who watch over humanity. We already have a death god, why didn't we ever implore the possibility of seeing more kinds of gods? Is it because we never saw them? Then if so, who first discovered the Shinigami? He isn't of this realm. That was just questioning creation itself and to be able to understand it all. Are you saying that these other gods don't wish for you to be well? Naruto shook his head. I'm merely throwing in a possibility. What I do know is that Hashirama interferes with my time too much. And the laws of nature are against my evolution. However, I already exist between life and death, such laws can't bind me. Hashirama thinks that I don't know what he's been up to, but I know it all. Hashirama isn't the one who interferes, but you don't need to know who. Are you saying that Hashirama has been interfering with you? Naruto nodded. He has taught that child a few things, he said looking at Sasuke. He really doesn't wish for me to become an abomination, but that isn't for him to decide. I've freed myself from the shackles of fate, and tore the script she'd written for me. The heavens are within my grasp, and what you suspect of me is true, Madara. Not being part of the conversation, Sasuke chose to attack Naruto. Amaterasu, he stated as he attempted to set Naruto on fire with Amaterasu. Naruto merely raised his right hand and the flames came to life right in front of his hand. It did not take long for them to disperse. He looked at Sasuke who was on his right side. I can sense your buildup of chakra on your left eye. If you want to hit me, you will have to be faster than that. He looked back at Madara on his left. You used limbo. Don't you think increasing the numbers is a bit unfair given that it is already 2-on-1? Madara shrugged. You can also increase if you choose to, or unless you just can't. His eyes narrowed at the part of his words. Naruto only had one Rinnegan. Even though he was using his original eyes with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't use his full power. However, if Naruto was being truthful, it may not matter. Naruto shook his head. That won't do, he said. My shadows against yours will equal to a draw. How about we just put it on a draw? It is enough that I have to focus on two of you. Fine, then. I can work about with the handicap. But if the situation calls for it, I will bring them out, Madara stated smoothly. You know, grandfather, I know for certain that you are only agreeing to this because you know that they are not effective when your opponent can see them and make them like you do, Naruto responded shaking his head. Sasuke was currently feeling left out of this conversation. He still didn't get how Madara can say that he couldn't waste time but still talk like that. And while they talked, this gave time for Naruto to heal himself. His wounds were already closing, and he had not burned that much chakra. Perhaps, but it does not really matter, Madara stated. He went on to slam both his hands on the ground. The ground beneath Naruto shook and a rock sprouted beneath him taking him to flight. The blonde tried well to keep his balance. This was just target practice for Sasuke. He shot 2 arrows at Naruto in quick succession. Naruto did not use the weird technique he has been using. A portal just opened up in front of him and swallowed the arrows. Danger averted for the blonde. But Madara still had his own attack coming. He was already charging at the blonde with his Susanoo in full force by the time Sasuke shot his arrows at Naruto. Upon reaching the blonde, its blade cleaved through the rock formation, breaking his support. He did not stop there, another swing was directed at the blonde. For his own health, Naruto raised both his hands to create a shield. Like always, the blade failed to cut him but was able to send him flying away because of its brute power. While Naruto was still being carried by the momentum, Sasuke appeared above him, with his Susanoo. Unpredictable. Is it teleportation? Naruto thought seeing Sasuke above him. He was going to get hit, that was certain. The fist of Sasuke's Susanoo pummeled him to the ground in blinding speeds. His crash on the precious earth was another crater. Before Naruto could even think of recovering, Madara was right above him. The man punched him hard on the chest, compelling him further on the ground, before he disappeared. Naruto could only wince and cough up blood in impact of the punch. Despite this and while he was still lying on the ground, he spoke in a calm tone. Why don't we talk about my physical change? You never allowed me to talk that last time we met. He initiated another conversation again. You will tell me about it after I become the Jinchuriki of the Juubi. Madara responded dismissively. Though he was curious, he couldn't allow the blonde to buy himself more time. Last time you made a proclamation like that, you almost drained all of my chakra and nearly killed me by chakra exhaustion. I think I should be scared, Naruto stated, looking at the clear sky. The clouds had disappeared, perhaps as an honor of this day. But I did not get what I want. I will not fail this time, Madara stated in a firm tone. He held both his hands together, channeling chakra. Especially given your current condition. I did a number on you last time. The legendary Uchiha sounded very much proud about the effort. Well, Given Naruto's power, he had to be proud. Before Naruto could respond, wooden structures fell on him and kept him grounded. He was pinned down on both his legs, restricting his movements, the other was restraining his neck, pinning it down on the ground. His hands were no special to the case. But he still spoke like nothing was wrong. You seem positive that my current power is not enough to deal with both of you. But have I truly become weakened? In this condition, what is it that has weakened? Am I really vulnerable to attack? Naruto threw a fit of questions, while still looking above. There was nowhere he could look really, his head was locked into the ground after all. Madara narrowed his eyes. If you are as powerful as you were when we met, then why don't you show it to me? The Uchiha stated. In their previous encounter, Naruto barely escaped, or was it not as it looked? Sasuke found this certainly curious. Naruto was not the one that said things just for the sake of saying them. According to the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto was vulnerable to attack, he wasn't at his most powerful level, and this would give them a better chance of defeating them. He wasn't told exactly what happened, but he was getting the feeling that Madara and Naruto fought before this day. He could see that Naruto's skin looked a bit pale, and his movements were sort of shaky at times. He could see that he used this time of talking to recover. If anything, Naruto's body was tiring rather easily and he used his time well to recover. But it also seemed that hit by hit, the blonde was becoming stable and a little stronger. You never allowed me to explain my physical change. Perhaps I should explain it now for you to understand what I am about to say, Naruto stated, still locked down by the ground by the wooden structures. I told you that I killed Zetsu. Well, I lied about that. I didn't kill him. My physical change is the result of a fusion, if you could say. But I wouldn't call it that. My change is because I consumed Kaguya, her power, body, and mind. Madara narrowed his eyes. He was suspecting as much, but he did not think that Naruto would do that. How did that come to? Sasuke sure that Kaguya was Hagoromo's mother, but that man did not tell him that Naruto had done such a thing. If Naruto had consumed her, then it would explain why he felt much powerful than he was at the cage summit. If Kaguya was Hagoromo's mother, then she too had to be ridiculously strong. Why would Naruto consume her? Was it all just for power? Kaguya was sealed away by her sons the same time as the Juubi. I won't tell you much of it though. But before she was sealed away, she created Zetsu with the will to revive her. Black Zetsu was never your will, he just latched onto the opportunity to when you thought you were transferring a part of your mind onto white Zetsu. The Uchiha stone tablets were not written by Hagoromo, it was Zetsu's doing. Zetsu's purpose was to revive Kaguya, and the only one who can revive her was someone with the Rinnegan. Let us not get to history, but you can figure out that Zetsu had been using you. Now then, Naruto stated rather calmly. The wooden structures holding him down the ground shattered into small pieces. He then stood up from the crater. If have not yet deduced you full potential, but if this is the best you can do, you cannot defeat me. I may end up killing both of you. As you said, you haven't seen our full power. Don't go around making such conclusions before you even see us at our best, Sasuke stated, a little annoyed at the dismissive tone Naruto had used. I will explain to you my current condition, is only that my body that is weak. However, I can heal from any wound, but I can't seem to access some of my abilities. However, it is not a problem to me, the jutsus that are available to me are more than enough for both of you, Naruto stated calmly. Still, his lack of the left Rinnegan wasn't much of a bother to him. Sasuke disappeared from view and appeared before Naruto in an instant. He did not appear to be attacking, as he spoke. Like I said, you have not seen our full power. Don't go around underestimating us. Naruto only narrowed his eyes. His brows rose up when Sasuke produced his own black ball. This was unexpected. He did not think that such thing was going to happen. But it was nothing he couldn't handle. He quickly disappeared from the Uchiha's sight, but when he appeared to another location, Sasuke was still with him. Sasuke didn't wait long with him, he made his distance. Boom! The ball of black energy exploded in Naruto's face. The blonde was quick to shield his face with both his hands as he jumped away from the explosion. His clock was not so lucky to escape from explosion. He was able to shield his body by strengthening his hair to avoid being much damage. Weak, Naruto muttered. He was referring to the jutsu Sasuke had thrown at him. Before he could continue on his thoughts, Madara appeared behind him. The Uchiha had his palm facing him and without much time wasted. He was forcefully blown away by a silent Shinra Tensei. The force behind the jutsu felt like his body was being pressed down by tons of weight, and it hurt like crap. He was not given the time to recover, as Sasuke and his clone, armed with Susanoo, shot multiple arrows at him. Naruto quickly raised both his hands, and used the same technique he had been using before. The arrows that threatened to dip their fangs on his body were dispersed. Naruto raised his right hand high after recovering. Multiple portals opened up in the sky above them. When they did, they started spitting out large chunks of earth and rock formations. But they were shaped as spikes that looked dangerous. The rocks were coming down around the battlefield in fast speeds. Naruto watched for a second as both Sasuke and Madara danced around the battlefield attempting to run away from the rocks. Without wasting much further time, he was right about Sasuke, who was busy trying to dodge the raining rocks. He held out his right hand again and touched the Susanoo. Like last time, it disappeared. And Naruto moved far quicker than Sasuke expected. He punched the Uchiha straight on his gut with a very brutal punch. He was not done. He spun around and hit Sasuke with another brutal kick on his head. He never allowed Sasuke to be carried by the force of the kick. He grabbed his left leg and slammed the Uchiha down the ground very brutally. He then turned on Madara. The portals above them had closed. The notorious Uchiha was now looking straight at him. He held out his right hand, and formed a Rasen Shuriken, its center being a small orb of black energy like the truth-seeking ball. He threw the jutsu straight at the man. Madara held out both his hands and to shield himself from the jutsu. But it merely exploded upon contact. "Too much power than I anticipated," he muttered. Naruto looked behind him as he sensed something. Sasuke was already on his feet and the Susanoo alive. The arrow he shot towards him was almost 3 times as big as the ones he had been shooting, and it came at even faster speed. The blonde knew with that speed, his jutsu could not shatter it in time. He would have to stop it before shattering it. And with the speed, the feat were near impossible. He held out both his hands as the arrow reached him. As the technique flashed before him, he caught the arrow, but its speed pushed him back a few feet back. For what Sasuke thought he would never see, Naruto was doing it. He was struggling with his large arrow with his hands. His hands. While Naruto was still struggling, Madara charged from behind. The sword of his Susanoo cleaving through the ground as it sped towards him. Dangerous. His hands and energy were both tied up in his struggle with the arrow. But before the blade of Madara's Susanoo could reach him, Naruto twisted around on his right, while his hands were still holding the arrow from Susanoo. He directed the arrow to the path of the blade and the two collided, making a shockwave. Naruto received the full end of it. But Madara was not quite done yet. The second blade of his Susanoo rushed towards Naruto, coming down on his left side. He was at its mercy, and it took him out into the air. He was not given the chance for a breather. Sasuke teleported right above him before slamming him down the ground with a brutal punch to his chest. By the time Naruto hit the ground, he already had a dislocated shoulder caused by being hit by Madara's blade. He received no pity from his opponents. Sasuke shot an arrow down at him with the simple purpose of pinning him down the ground while Madara worked. A large rock was thrown down at him, crushing him under its might. Both waited for a few moments, as everything that was above Naruto was blasted away from him. Naruto, now that he was given a breather, managed to get on his knees. He grimaced at the thought of fixing his dislocated left shoulder. It was not the only thing wrong with him though. His breathing was labored, blood all over his tattered cloak. Before he could even think of fixing his shoulder, Sasuke appeared in front of him before hitting him with a focused Shinra Tensei. The jutsu sent him hurling into the air, but he was not given the chance to hit any of the rumbles around the clearing. Madara was right above him with a large wooden pole. He swung it downwards with all his might, and hit him with it. Naruto felt things break upon contact and he coughed some unhealthy amount of blood. And that was before he could even hit the ground. When he did, it felt like he had been cursed by Kami. This was surely a punishment of some sort. He continued to cough more blood while down on the ground on his back. Naruto held out his right hand, knowing that both his opponents could hear him. He spoke. "Both of you have Hagoromo's powers. Madara was still powerful on his own right, and he stole some of my power. But I have been able to take some of it back." Despite his beaten and broken form, he still spoke like he was okay and his breathing had also calmed down. I wonder what he was thinking. Well, it doesn't matter, Naruto finished in thought. "And you are becoming weaker by the minute," Sasuke responded. Naruto did not say a word for a moment. He stood up from the crater and fixed his left shoulder. He held out both his hands before bringing them back to his sides. "Shall I see your full power?" This time it was Madara who responded. "I guess it can't be helped," he said. They were not getting anywhere at the moment. Yes, Naruto was receiving some damage, but he was still healing. What he had noticed was that he was not fully healing. The progress was there, albeit slow. It was not good enough for him. As though in sync, both Madara and Sasuke activated their perfect Susanus. Naruto spoke before they could make a move to attack him. Although both of you have Hagoromo's power, none of you can access the truth-seeking balls. I thought you were using them, but those are just cheap imitations. He was not given a response in words. Instead, Sasuke swung the blade of his Susanoo while charging towards him. Naruto jumped into the air before holding out his right hand. "Shinra Tensei," he muttered, releasing a concentrated force on Sasuke's Susanoo. What Sasuke thought could not happen, to his perfect Susanoo occurred. The jutsu forced his Susanoo backwards before it finally stumbled down on its behind. Sasuke looked straight at Naruto. That was just some powerful force, he thought. It took all his power to maintain his Susanoo while the jutsu hit him. And by the looks of it, Naruto was not pleased with the result. If he was going to test and see just how powerful Naruto was, he would have to stand up and face the blonde. Madara flapped the wings of his Susanoo and took the air above Naruto. The blade of his Susanoo was cleaving through the air as it charged down at Naruto. From the speed, it was certainly dangerous and he could not block something like this. A swing of a perfect Susanoo could cut through a mountain. With his current body, he was by no means stronger than a mountain. He disappeared into one of his portals and appeared above Madara. Madara slashed cut through the ground like a knife cutting through butter. Naruto held out both his hands while still above the Uchiha. Both his palms faced the Susanoo. Shinra Tensei, again, the same jutsu he did on Sasuke. But in this position, it favored him. Given the weight of the Susanoo, gravity was surely going to work even better. On cue, Madara's perfect Susanoo was slammed hard by the force of his jutsu and it crashed down the ground in a boom that created a large shockwave. Naruto was not yet done though. He opened a large portal above him and multiple wooden pillars began to appear from it. Before he could direct them towards Madara, Sasuke acted. The Uchiha shot an arrow that barely missed him. But that was intentional on the Uchiha's part. The arrow was aimed at the portal. The projectile hit the wooden pillars causing them to break apart as an explosion occurred. The portal closed shortly after that. Madara was at it again. Before Naruto could do anything after Sasuke's attack, he shot a large blue beam of energy towards the blonde. Speed and the amount of power behind the jutsu screamed danger to him. Naruto held out both his hands. His right was open facing the beam coming from Madara, his left was left facing Sasuke. Just when Madara's jutsu was about to hit him, portals opened on both his sides, each in front of his hands. The portal on his right consumed the beam of energy from Madara and the portal on his left spat it out. Speed doubled and towards Sasuke. The Uchiha brought both hands of his Susanoo to shield from the beam. When it collided with the Susanoo, an explosion occurred. The ground beneath the raven head shook for a moment before everything calmed down. Sasuke was not hurt by the jutsu, his Susanoo protected him. Naruto looked down at both his opponents. "Don't disappoint me," he said. He did not wait for them to attack him though. He held out his right hand, summoning a large black sphere of energy. Madara, knowing the danger, quickly jumped up to the blonde and swung his blade towards him. The aim was to cut him in half or at least disrupt his control over the sphere, but Naruto disappeared from view along with a large ball of energy. He appeared a distance away, still holding the ball. Now, then, for a good explosion, Naruto started, still floating in the air. To be able to survive this attack, you will have to use your natural energy in defense, or else you will all turn to ash. After saying those words, Naruto threw the large sphere of energy between the two perfect Susanus. Upon hitting the ground, the ball exploded into a large mushroom of debris that shook the entire battlefield. Naruto simply watched with a smile on his face before he descended down the ground. A second later, he was on one knee coughing up some blood. That was to be expected. He had already received much damage on his body and he really should not be using high-powered speed to move about, especially when carrying something like a truth-seeking ball of that magnitude. It was putting a lot of pressure on his body. If he didn't do something quickly, he would surely lose this battle. His chakra reserves were being drained much faster than normal. Naruto then stood up, and wiped the blood off his lips. He was put on alert as both Sasuke and Madara charged at him. Both still had their Susanus activated. The former was doing so using the ground, while the other used the air. And in an instant, their swords sped towards him, cutting through the air, and Naruto was put in the situation he was put before while they were still at his palace. This time though, he He was able to defend himself well. He blocked both swords using his manipulation of wind and gravity. But the ground beneath him wasn't very much lucky. The contact of his defense jutsu and the two blades caused a large shockwave that reached inside his own heart, giving it so much pressure that he thought it would explode. The ground beneath him turned into a large crater due to the force of the attacks. Both Madara and Naruto Sasuke retrieved their weapons, allowing Naruto to breathe. He needed it. His whole body nearly absorbed the power of 2 swings from 2 Susanoos. That was just playing dangerous. The effects of his dangerous play did not do well to his body at all. Naruto dropped to his knees coughing up blood, hands on his chest. He really should not have done that. Although Madara didn't say anything, he felt proud and was very much awed by the feat Naruto had achieved. He didn't block just a swing from a Susanoo, he blocked slashes from 2 perfect Susanoos, and that was a feat no one could reach, especially when they weren't using some big to catch the blade. What he had discovered so far about Naruto's jutsu was that it was gravity that he was manipulation. The basic manipulation the Rinnegan offered was to push and pull things towards him. Naruto was using it on another level. Somehow, he was able to distort the space around him, slow time down for a second and then create a wall, but didn't push things from him. No, he stopped them from reaching him. However, that wasn't all there was to the jutsu. He'd seen it before with Sasuke's arrows. Naruto was able to make him disperse upon stopping them, depending on the size, speed and power. He could guess that it was because of his ability to nullify all forms of ninjutsu. However, he'd thought to be able to nullify ninjutsu, you'd need the truth-seeking balls. Naruto only used them for attacking, not for defense. Why? Despite Naruto's condition, his opponents felt no pity for him. Sasuke cleaved through the ground with his blade, but Naruto was only hit by the powerful gusts of wind it produced. Given his current state, the winds forced him into the sky and Madara was right above him, without his Susanoo though. Naruto cursed when Madara used Limbo Hengoku on him. 2 shadows of Madara did him no favor when they both brutally pummeled him to the ground. Yes, something definably broke as he hit the ground. Worse, his left shoulder had dislocated again. Blood was now freely matching out of his mouth as he stayed down the ground. If the shadow's brutality was not enough, Madara crashed both his feet on his chest. The reaction from the blonde was in an instant and it was a bit pitiful. More blood being spat out. If things continued, he would bleed all of his blood. What was also certain was that he was not going to stand on his feet for a few minutes. "Grandfather, don't you find it odd that despite having the Rinnegan, Sasuke can't see your shadows?" Naruto asked a puzzling question at the elder Uchiha. Madara looked at Sasuke for a moment. It was indeed odd. One with the Rinnegan should be able to see them, but by the looks of things, Sasuke couldn't see them. Why? He shook his head. Naruto was doing rather in stalling for time by asking those kinds of questions that would get him to think. He held his hands together. "Tengai Shinsei." Just when Naruto was thinking of getting some rest, a large meteorite came crashing down towards him. "You have to be kidding me. Perhaps grandfather wishes to kill me." Despite saying so, he only sounded amused by the thought. No fear of death came close to him. These two couldn't kill him. He slowly held both his hands together as the meteorite seemingly crushed him under its weight. The ground shook violently as the large rock from space pummeled Earth under its might. Naruto would not have surely survived if something like that hit him. And Madara and Sasuke had used their abilities to stay away from the path of the space rock. The shaking of the ground settled down, debris cleared, and another slope of the battleground was introduced. Naruto appeared above the battleground, floating in air. He was still in the same position as he was when he hit the ground. "Sasuke," the blonde called, without even looking at the raven-head Uchiha. "Depending on the answer you give me after this, you will live or die." Given the current condition Naruto was in, Sasuke only scoffed. "Yeah, right," he agreed sarcastically. But Naruto didn't respond. "You did well, you dodged that. But it appears that you can't fight anymore. Then I won't waste much time," Madara stated, holding a single-hand seal. He shot multiple chakra rods straight at the blonde, but they never reached him. They were blasted away by another invincible force, and Naruto quickly got to his feet while still in air. Despite his wounds and injury, he still looked fine with the expression on his face. "The Juubi has finally been revived," he announced. "Do you know something, Madara? The Geto Mazo was locked deep within my palace. I only released it when I wanted to revive the Juubi. I've also been holding back some of my chakra to keep my special dimension from collapsing." A very, very large portal opened above the sky. Naruto continued speaking. This is why my wounds took too long to heal. While my body has been weak, I still had much power. However, my body is just weak to handle it all. This is what Hashirama meant when he said I am vulnerable. Now, then, say hello to the 10 tails. Sasuke widened his eyes as the thing called the 10 tails dropped out of the portal above them. It was ridiculously huge. He thought that Baijuas were big, but this thing just made the 9 tails looks like a pet fox. Despite its ridiculous size, it landed on the ground gracefully, but it did shake the ground a bit. Before Madara or Sasuke could do anything, both found themselves surrounded by truth-seeking balls. You should never take your eyes on your opponent, even if he is down. Naruto stated. He did not wish for them to interfere. This won't kill you, but it will hurt you. Then, the spheres of energy exploded. Now, then, I will have to seal the Juubi inside of me to begin things. Without my left eye, I can't do things the way I would have liked. But this will still get me to the same point, Naruto stated, as he went through hand seals. I did not expect him to have hid these things around me, Madara stated, as he watched the very thing he did not want happening, Naruto becoming the Jinchuriki of the Juubi. He had already used his other trump card. Naruto knew he wouldn't be allowed to seal the Juubi inside of him without interference, that is why he held them back with the truth-seeking balls. He could say that it was a perfect diversion, it had rendered him unable to do anything but watch. What is happening? Sasuke questioned, shielding his eyes as the Juubi seemed to disappear and winds began to pick up. Naruto is becoming the Jinchuriki of the Juubi, Madara responded, so casually as though it did not bother him. Aren't you going to stop him? Sasuke was starting to panic a little. He knew that the Baijuas were powerful, and if Naruto became the Jinchuriki of the Juubi, he would be hard to beat. I can't stop him at this moment, Madara responded, sitting down on one of the rocks around the area. Once Naruto started doing the hand seals, he couldn't do anything. When Naruto was doing the required hand seals, he couldn't even move because those cursed truth-seeking balls had surrounded him before exploding, allowing the blonde to finish the hand seals. Naruto would come out soon, and if things go as predicted, he would choose to talk first. A few moments later, a shockwave blasted the debris that had picked up, leaving the battlefield cleared. Naruto was seen standing above the other Uchihas. But his appearance did not look as what Madara had imagined. Naruto no longer possessed his blonde hair, his hair had now turned pitch black, it was long enough to reach his waist, a downgrade from its previous length. His hair also had flashes of red in mixture, a bang still covered his right eye. He was wearing black pants, with no shoes, white bandages covered his feet. His upper body was also wearing white bandages from waist up to his shoulders. The bandages were also on both his hands. The last piece of clothing was a long sleeveless black coat that was hanging over his shoulders, it also had high collar. The coat reached down on his feet, on the back of his coat, there was a pattern of 8 red magatama. He also wore a necklace which was made up of 6 magatama. He was holding the same shakujo Hashirama carried and there were 8 truth-seeking balls floating on his back. He'd also regained his left Rinnegan and it had also taken a change, it was the eye of the Juubi. From this, Madara was sure something was wrong in the picture. And Naruto's presence felt ominous. Naruto held out his free left hand, so my human form is dominated by the Senju, Uchiha and Uzumaki DNA in me, he thought before looking down. Sasuke, depending on your answer, you will live or die, forget Naruto said that. The sage spoke in a smooth tone, that displayed no emotion, yet it was different from the one he always used. It felt natural for him to speak like that. This forced Sasuke to question, who are you? I am the Omnipresent Sage. But this world will know me as Kami, for I have existed before humans were even created, I am the force of nature, I am the one for brings order and balance into this world. It was a response to Sasuke that the sage gave. Don't make me laugh, Naruto. You are just 17 years old, and I am even older than you. How can you say that you existed before humans, and why do you say humans like you are not one? Sasuke questioned, now glaring up at the blonde. That is because he is no longer human, Madara responded, shocking Sasuke. If I am correct, he fused with the Juubi, but still maintained this form. But if he so wills he can change into the Juubi, just as he can do with Kaguya. It is like a fusion of 3 minds, but Naruto's mind is the basis. He is Kaguya, Naruto and the Juubi. So he has every right to say he has been alive before humans were created. He is not the Jinchuriki of the Juubi, no, he is something else the world has never seen. You got to be freaking kidding me. How do we stop him then? Madara was silent for a few moments. It seems impossible. My last card won't even work on him, he is immortal. Kaguya was immortal and so was the Juubi. Since he is both of them, he has gained their immortality. Madara paused for a moment. Is this your decision to get rid of the Baijuas to make sure that there are no more Jinchurikis? That seems to have been the thought of before all this. The sage paused for a moment. There won't be any Baijuas for all eternity, as they are part of me. The Baijuas were created for me after all. Hagoromo created them using my chakra, so no one should complain and neither can the Baijuas. That logic. Madara shook his head. You have completely erased your humanity. But you still have your memories of being human. Can the process be reversed, and take the Juubi away from him? Sasuke questioned, looking a bit impatient. No, Madara shook his head. He was becoming a little annoyed with Sasuke. At any second, he was going to end up killing him. Before Sasuke could respond, the sage appeared before them. What he did notice was Madara's surprise. Sasuke widened his eyes when he saw a truth-seeking ball attached to Madara's gut. He had not seen that happening. Even though he was going to die, Madara smiled, at least I had some fun. And the world will be a little better with you managing it. The Uchiha turned into ash after a bright explosion. The very thing that surprised Sasuke was the fact that Naruto's expression never changed, not even a little. He did not even look when Madara turned to ash. It was like he was not the least concerned about it. Wasn't Madara his grandfather? How could he remain like that after killing his only alive family? When Sasuke looked into Naruto's left eye, he saw nothing. It was very different from before. Now then, I shall take Hagoromo's power, it is reminding me too much of him. Even though the tone gave no emotions, to Sasuke, it felt natural that Naruto speak like that. It was like there was nothing wrong with the way he was talking. The Omnipresent Sage snapped his fingers and time stopped moving. The ground beneath Sasuke shook and roots sprouted out from the ground. He snapped his fingers again, and before Sasuke could finger what was happening, the roots quickly surrounded him and sucked out all of Hagoromo's power. His left eye closed for a moment before opening again, the Rinnegan was gone. He then turned away from Sasuke as the roots returned to ground. I should first destroy all the nonsense black Zetsu left behind and take my eye from white Zetsu. Sasuke glared at the back of the sage. Are you forgetting about me? It was then that the sage turned to face the Uchiha. The look the teen was giving him did not concern him. What is it? The sage said you would eventually destroy Konoha, is this true and will it be out of revenge? Revenge? I have no such emotions, Uchiha. There is only redemption and purification that Rotten Village and any method I think justifiable will be used. Naruto responded looking straight at Sasuke. What gives you the right to purify Konoha and redeem it? Sasuke questioned in a firm tone, eyes glaring at the other Uchiha. Before the sage could even respond, he let go of his shakujo and clutched his head. Sasuke did not even get the chance to ask what had happened because Naruto suddenly disappeared along with his staff. What the hell just happened? Imperial Palace. Naruto could be seen sitting on the remains of his throne, eyes closed. Hagoromo appeared in front of Naruto and spoke. So, this is your curse? It appears so, Naruto responded, opening his left eye. You knew about it, this is why you had Guren take charge of your kingdom from the beginning. This also explains a lot of things. However, it must be a pain for you know that you are cursed into remaining in this palace for all eternity. Naruto shook his head. I've told you that there was nothing impossible for Uchiha Naruto, Hagoromo. In about an hour these binds will not be able to hold me and I shall set forth to prepare the stage for Konoha, he spoke rather calmly. Now, I guess this is checkmate, how should I punish you? Chapter 39. 1st of January. Just as he had told Hagoromo, after an hour, Naruto was ready to move again. There were no binds that could hold him for too long. He could have chosen to manifest an image of himself into this village, but he chose to come here to lay the foundations himself. A clone wouldn't do this, his own eyes and hands to be a witness to all that he was going to do. Currently he was right above Konoha. His presence had yet to be noticed because he had not yet passed the barrier that surrounded the village, he was floating just above it. Not minding about being detected or not, Naruto descended down the village and passed through the barrier. His descent to the ground was very slow and relaxed. He was in no hurry to leave Konoha, just yet. And his work was going to be little, so there was no need to work on the clock. Naruto finally got close to the ground at the center of the village, the civilian district, and it looked like one of them shopping streets. There was no peace around the streets, a lot of noise about this and that, loud music invading his ears, the drunkard hypocrites laughing about this and that. Still, Naruto ignored it all. The people around the district were quick to become aware of his presence. It was impossible not to do so. He brought his power down just so they could feel it. He wanted his power to be felt just so they could understand what they were dealing with. Some people just passed him, looking a bit curious, until they got a good look at him, and they realized who it was. Some panicked while others looked ready to stone him to death, if the heated glares were anything to go by. Despite his lack of blonde hair, these people could recognize him any time of the day. How could they mistake him after all? Their sense of his presence was rather outstanding. Naruto began to feel negative emotions off these people. These emotions flooded his senses like a torrid sea wave. The emotions nearly violated his senses and shut them down. The kind of hatred he felt would be sickening to any human. Despite it all, Naruto just kept calm as he listened to their mouthful rants. What is he doing here? Looking at him looking almighty inside our village, who does he think he is? Is there a rumor that he was banished? What brings him here? Traitor! He dares come back here after attacking our Hokage at the Cage Summit? He is a wanted criminal from other villages. What brings here? Has he come here to bring trouble to our peaceful village? With him there is always trouble. Ah, that thing has returned again. Why won't it just leave us alone? I just hope Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama kill it, or just have it face a public execution for being a traitor. We gave it a home and then it betrayed us. It must not be allowed to live. We should just stone it right here. Yeah. But no one made their move. That murmurs that Naruto picked up from the villagers who stayed away from. Despite their thoughts, they could still feel his power. Even with that they were saying about him, Naruto felt nothing. He didn't even so much as feel like venting off or hitting someone, he merely allowed them to joyfully express their bloody thoughts. Someone was actually brave to come at him. You finally decided to show up from whatever hole you have been hiding, huh? Today is your day. Hokage-sama will make sure that you don't leave this village. You will face judgment for your crimes, traitor. He actually tried to spit on the blonde, but it never came out. He just coughed up. Naruto ignored the man in favor of looking at the clear skies. He was waiting for Tsunade and her company to show up. It did not take long before the civilians cleared at the Hokage, surrounded by Jiraiya, and Kakashi appeared with a number of Anbu. They all surrounded him, looking prepared for anything. Filthy humans, disgusting to before sight, Naruto stated, not particularly to anyone. But everyone heard him quite clearly, and they all understood who he was referring to. The fact that you are here and Sasuke isn't means he has failed, Tsunade stated in a tone of all business and formality. Her firm gaze studying Naruto's form with curiosity. Naruto then faced her, he tilted his head a little. But his eyes were not straight at the Hokage. They were at the purple-haired woman behind her. In a silent movement that left everyone with wide eyes, he was in front of Yu Gao. But his staff remained where he had been standing. Sadness, longing, hope, and relief, those were the emotions he read from her. It was indeed what she was feeling, but she put that aside. She smiled at him, but could not say a word to him. Naruto didn't return the smile, his face stayed neutral, and it seemed natural. He spoke again. Interesting. He then disappeared back to his staff. Silence. Yu Gao felt as though something had broken in her heart. There was nothing inside his eyes, just a void of emptiness. This wasn't the Naruto she knew, this was a completely different person. He didn't even say hello to her, or say something that would soothe her soul. The thought drove a wooden dagger straight into her heart. Where was the love? Tsunade gritted her teeth. Are you going to tell me why are you here, or should I order my Anbu to just apprehend you so we can tell us what you want? The fifth Hokage spoke in a low growl, eyes still narrowed straight at Naruto. Naruto seemed to become a little interested in her. Liar, he said smoothly. Regardless of what I say, you are going to end up ordering your Anbu to capture me. You really shouldn't present it like that. Tsunade was not deterred, nor did she deny she would do something like that. In fact, she appreciated that he understood things perfectly. Now that you know your options, shall we get on to it? Tell me what you want? Or we will take you down to our special rooms and get everything we want off your head. Liar, Naruto stated again, in the same tone. Even if I answer you, you are still going to attempt to take me to Inoki so he can read everything from my head. You know torture won't work, Hansenoiki is put in the picture. Put it in whatever way you like. The situation still does change the situation. Your presence here violates your banishment and you are still a wanted criminal. Whether I lie or not doesn't really matter, you still have to be judged for your crimes, Tsunade responded with a small shrug of her shoulders. For what is worth, I wish things would have turned out a bit differently than this. Liar, Naruto responded neutrally. Tsunade was now annoyed. If you are going things hard, I can always make you talk. I have been under stress lately and I can use a punching bag. Despite those words leaving her mouth confidently, the blonde Hokage doubted she could even do so. He felt far powerful beyond Madara and 5 Kiges couldn't defeat the infamous Uchiha, what of him then? However, it didn't mean she was going to back down without a fight. There were many ways to take down a powerful foe. Pitiful, that was the only word that left Naruto's mouth. The response bugged the Hokage too much. She thought of lunging at him for it. But before she could jump on Naruto, Jiraiya questioned. Sasuke went after you, and if you are here it means he failed. Did you kill him? Jiraiya asked in a quiet tone. Naruto regarded him for a moment. No, he said. I will tell you why Uchiha Naruto has come for here. He has come to set the stage for redemption. He spoke and gripped his staff, which had been floating on its own beside him. Yes, there was no reason to hide it from them now. It was going to begin, better he tell them before it starts. There was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't stop him, even if he told them how exactly he was going to go about the redemption. Redemption? What do you mean by that? Filthy, disgusting, and vile, Naruto simply stated. Even when this village is wrong, it is right. You fail to acknowledge your own faults, never admitting to your flaws. You rejoice in this vile peace, and continue to joyfully dance in this fake peace. Perhaps you leaders are right, but these people you lead are swallow, disgusting pigs that I wish to redeem. Everyone narrowed their eyes at him, but it was Tsunade who first spoke. Excuse me? I know the people of Konoha wronged you, but I would not to say that these people are vile. And this peace might have come in other means, but we have also suffered great pain. These people have lost their loved ones, they have lost so much. Pitiful, a simple response from Naruto. There was nothing in his tone, nothing in his eyes. He looked up to the heavens, away from the humans. Everyone loses something every now and then. But the wrong thing is that you people think your pain is greater than everyone's. You are a prime example of that, Tsunade. If you think if your pain is greater than everyone's, you disregard other people's sufferings, excuse your flaws on your pain. Certainly, I may have thought that my pain was greater than anyone's, I mean I had lost my fiancé and brother for this village. But Jiraiya did make me realize that I was not the only one suffering. There are others who have lost more than I have. What I am trying to say is that eventually we all learn. Tsunade reasoned, in the firm tone. I learned that everyone suffers, but it isn't for me to decide how people should get over their pain. However, eventually, we will all learn. This was very puzzling. Aside from Naruto's new appearance, he felt much stronger than he was at the cage summit. And his way of speaking and the look on his face, it was all empty of any emotion, yet it felt natural. She did not understand how, but even if it could be classified as emotionless, it would be right for him to speak in that manner. It felt natural for him to speak in such a manner. It took you 20 miserable years of putting a shame to your grandfather's name and the senju for you to realize your faults. The tone was still smooth, never changing in pitch, words just seeped out of his mouth. Tsunade somewhat glared at him, but he was still not looking at her, he was not looking at anyone for that matter. At least I changed, unlike some people. She regretted those words after they escaped her lips, the villagers have yet to change. Jiraiya decided to butt in within the conversation between the two. What gives you the right to redeem this village and how exactly do you plan to redeem Konoha? The Toad Sage demanded with narrowed eyes. Kami has his ways, Naruto simply responded. I am a force of nature, I am Kami who brings justice and order to this world. There were several snorts from the Anbus when Naruto called himself Kami. You are certainly strong, but you must have flipped to call yourself Kami. A few rounds of nods followed. Is this because of what the village did to you, Naruto? Is this some sort of revenge? Yugao finally got her voice to ask. Naruto then turned to face her. He regarded her for a few moments before he responded. Kami has no such emotions as revenge. But Naruto entertained such thoughts before. There is only redemption. A part of me has lived in this village long enough to know what happens in the darkness. For years I waited patiently, thinking you would change, but you have not changed, and my patience with you has waned. Why don't you just leave it alone if you have no thoughts of revenge? Jiraiya questioned, working for possible ways they could deal with all these without fighting Naruto. Kami cannot do that, Naruto responded smoothly. Out of any other village, I have studied this one thoroughly. There is so much evil that disgusts me. I must redeem you, or else one of these days, I will turn everything, including you people, to ashes. The atmosphere became tense, eyes narrowed, weapons ready for battle. We cannot allow you do as you please. Tsunade stated with a dangerous tone. And such words can be interpreted as a threat to the safety of Konoha. We don't take threats kindly. I do not make threats, Tsunade. This will happen, whether you like it or not. You can say I am wrong, and I can say I right. Let us look at this: when someone threatens you, you deal with them. When someone wrongs you, you deal with it. At my end, Konoha is evil, my will is to deal with that. That is a pathetic excuse for seeking destruction, Jiraiya stated, idly, still narrowed eyes at Naruto. You misunderstand, human. I find no joy in destroying vile creatures before my sight. You may all be alive after everything, Naruto revealed. However, some of you will wish you were dead. That is reassuring, someone from the group of Anbu stated, sarcastically. But Tsunade had different thoughts. I don't know whether you are telling the truth or not, and I don't care for your reasons. There is only one thing to say to you: whatever plans you have, we reject them. Naruto said nothing for a moment. Reject this, Tsunade. He hit the ground with his staff and the whole village began to shake, causing panic all over. Right before their eyes, a large wall sprouted from the ground, just beside the normal wall of the village. The new wall formed until it was about 6 times bigger than the normal wall. Tsunade did not ask anything, she snapped her fingers. All the Anbu charged straight at Naruto, but he disappeared in a blur. All eyes became wide when he appeared behind the god Hokage. Tsunade was quick enough to react. She spun around and attempted to punch him. But he disappeared again, appearing behind Yugao. Naruto would say, "It was lovely seeing you again, but..." Yugao got the rest of the message. She said nothing though. Naruto appeared above the village, overseeing the chaos that has started because of the wall he had brought out. No one could reach him from here. Konoha was also colored with darkness, the new wall had blocked the sun from giving them its light. Naruto held a single-hand seal. Tengai Shinsei. The thing that brought dread to everyone was the thing that began to emerge above Naruto. The meteorite that Naruto had pulled was big enough to crush the whole village under his weight. Panic spread out like wildfire. Until everyone returns, this thing will keep falling down, second by second. But it will not reach you until I say so. You cannot escape this prison. Until everyone returns, I will either return or this thing will crush all of you. His voice was heard by everyone. Do you think you will get away with this, Naruto? The 5 great villages will unite and rid of you. Stop this nonsense before you make things worse than they are already. If you do this, you will have nowhere to hide, you will be hunted for the rest of your life. Tsunade yelled, looking above her at him. Naruto fell down the ground like he had been thrown. He went on his feet and his landing created a resounding boom. Fighting with Kami is futile. You of the great villages are no threats. You can't do anything to me, you are just humans. And the chakra that makes you feel proud belongs to me. He paused for a moment. Attack me, and I will show you. Tsunade did not wait for a second invitation despite Jiraiya's warnings. The Hokage rocketed towards the blonde with the intent of breaking all his bones. The Godime only hit the ground and Naruto appeared behind her, very dangerously close. The moment your muscles contacted in preparation for movement, your head would have been rolling on the ground. Tsunade didn't move a muscle, she couldn't, her chakra was gone now then, I have already wasted my words. He was gone after that and Tsunade felt her chakra return. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. What have Kushina and Minato brought to this word? What do you mean Heim? He is a monster, Tsunade stated before shaking her head. For now, let us focus on restoring calm in the village and call a council meeting so that we can discuss our next move. Calming everyone will be difficult, especially with that thing. Kakashi finally spoke, looking up. Even if he wanted to use Kamui to send that thing away, he did not have the chakra to do so. What are you trying to achieve, Naruto? Yugao thought. Later that day. This is just unbelievable. Sasuke yelled in frustration. Ever since returning to Konoha, he has been trying to break through the damn wall that Naruto put. There was no way out of it. Each kind of jutsu didn't work. Hell, He even tried Amaterasu and it still did not work. If that wasn't enough to shatter his hopes, he tried slicing the wall with his perfect Susanoo and that still didn't work. The problem was not the wall itself really, it was the barrier that was placed on the wall. To the naked eye, it was invincible, but to his sharingan it was not. He tried copying the markings around the walls to see if Jiraiya could understand what type of seal Naruto had used. But he couldn't copy it, and that was just impossible. However, considering that it was Naruto who had put it, he really shouldn't be surprised. There was no way of leaving the village, even if you tried reverse summoning, it would not work. Teleporting outside also did not work. The barrier only allowed things to come in, but never allows them to leave. He had tried with many to break it, but there was no way to break it. They were all stuck inside the village with a giant rock from outer space lingering around them. The scariest part was that it was coming down in a slow pace. He knew for certain that if there was nothing that was done soon, it would eventually reach the village. And there was no way to escape from it. Naruto had placed them in a corner and sent a grinder towards them. It was very frustrating since you could even wish for it to hurry up and kill you already. Uchiha-sama, the council wishes to speak with you, an Anbu stated, after appearing behind the frustrated Uchiha. Sasuke did not respond in words, he just disappeared in a flash towards the council chambers. Once there, Tsunade spoke. "We have been waiting for you," she stated. "I was just called a few seconds ago," Sasuke responded with a raised brow as he took a seat. She made it sound like he had been late for the meeting. And that was not the case. "I know," Tsunade responded, with a shrug. "Well anyway, I am happy that you survived. After Kami showed up here, I thought he had killed you." He also did not respond when asked where you were. "So it is a relief to see you alive." Kami was stated in mild sarcasm that was not missed by anyone. Sasuke shook his head. "Naruto did not kill me. In fact, after the battle, he ignored me somewhat. But he did kill Madara." "Well, that is at least some good news. But it won't matter if that thing stays in the sky. I mean, the villagers are losing their minds out there. I just hope that everyone returns quickly," Inoki stated, clearly unsettled by everything that has happened. "This has certainly been a good way to start the new year," Jiraiya stated, mild sarcasm dripping from his tone. This seemed to be a good day for sarcasm. Perhaps it was the frustrations that attracted the mild language. "We have to figure a way to break the wall and do something about the thing. We are exploring the possibilities of using Kakashi's ability to send it away, or at least some parts of it." Tsunade stated to everyone, "It was best to get to the main issue. If we are able to even send P away with half of it, we will be able to reduce the causalities, but it may come at the cost of Kakashi. Sending something of that size away requires large amounts of chakra," Jiraiya added, losing his sarcasm. He adopted a serious expression. "How fast can Kakashi work on it? I don't think that thing will stay in there forever. There is a possibility that it may just drop on us during the night," Kuza stated, a bit fearful at the thought. "No one will certainly sleep with the thing falling down on us. Every second you feel the need to check if it's closer or not," Sume stated, going off topic. But that was the truth. How could anyone sleep in a situation like this? Tsunade cleared her throat. "Let us not stray out of topic," he stated. She also had much complaints and much thoughts about the matter, but they needed to stay on the subject on hand. "I don't know when he will attempt it. But Shizune is currently doing some researching to see if we can do something that will help in increasing his chakra levels, even if it is dangerous enough to be considered kinjutsu." No one could really disagree on that one. This was the time they could even allow human experiments on the village. As long as in the end it can save some lives instead of everything being lost. "What of Yamato? Can't his Makuten be useful?" Shukaku shook his head silently, and spoke for the first time. "I highly doubt it will work. Yamato's use of Makuten is not even at Naruto's level. He can't do anything that will hold that thing for a minute." "That is troublesome," Sume stated with a defeated sigh. "Then, how are we going to do this if Kakashi fails?" That was something that Tsunade had not thought of. She was thinking that it would work. "I had not thought of that," Tsunade admitted quietly. "We have to think about possible solutions, because you cannot ignore the fact that Naruto used to live amongst us. He knows about Kakashi's ability. Don't you think he would have taken measures to prevent that from happening?" The voice of Shukaku sent the room into tense silence. "It is a possibility, but we will try it nonetheless," Tsunade stated in a firm tone. "But that does not mean that we won't try any available options." Sasuke finally spoke. "You people don't get it, do you?" After failing to break the wall, he'd realized something. He'd thought of it when he saw the wall Naruto had put, his failure to take it down only confirmed his belief. If you have something you know, say it, Uchiha, Hiashi stated, looking straight at the remaining Uchiha in Konoha. I will excuse the fact that you just spat my clan's name, Sasuke responded coolly, looking at the Hyuga with a calm look on his face. Regardless of how we try to free ourselves, nothing will work. If Naruto wanted to destroy this village, he would have destroyed when he came here, believe me. I have seen some extent of his power. Can you tell us more about his power, Sasuke? Shikaku asked nicely. He is a monster, Tsunade stated. That was what she could say about it. Sasuke nodded in agreement to Tsunade's words. He is a monster, he repeated the Hokage's words. Even though both Madara and I received power for the Sage of Six Paths, it was not easy to defeat him. Madara had much power to defeat all the Kijas single-handedly, without even using his full power. With my perfect Susanoo, I would wipe out an army with 2 swings only. We faced him when he was in a weakened state. His body appeared to be weak, and he was not at full power. The only time we ever seemed to do some damages was when both of us were using our perfect Susanoos. There were times where it looked like we would not win. We could pummel him to the ground and he would just stand up like nothing ever happened. Our first assault on him would have killed anyone. But it did not kill him. Jiraiya, you know how powerful the swing of my Susanoo's blade is. Naruto was able to block a swing from Madara's blade, mind you, Madara's swing was stronger than mine. He even caught an arrow short by my Susanoo with his hands. There was even a point where he had an upper hand even when going against 2 perfect Susanoos, and he was not even using his own Susanoo. Sasuke shook his head before continuing. At this point, no one in this world can defeat him. It is impossible unless he allows it. He has all the Juubi inside his body. He is not its Jinchuriki, but it is part of him, it is him. And I tell you, the Kyuubi is a fly compared to the Juubi. There was silence for a few minutes before Shikaku finally responded. What is this Juubi? During the Age of the Six Paths, there was a beast called the 10 Tails. It would have destroyed the whole world if the sage had not defeated it. The sage sealed the Juubi inside of him after defeating it. But during his old age, he realized that if he died, the Juubi would be free and would eventually destroy the world. So he separated the Juubi's power into 9 beasts, the tailed beast, and sealed the Juubi's body in the moon. The tailed beasts were mere fractions of power from the Juubi. Even the 9 tails power is nothing compared to the Juubi. Madara said Naruto combined the 9 Baijuas again so that there would no longer be a Jinchuriki. Considering how people deal with Jinchurikis, I can't say that I blame him for doing it. Sasuke then stood up. I am going home to get some sleep. I am really tired, he said. If you are wondering how I can sleep, it is because I know that until Naruto returns, that thing won't reach the village. How can you be so confident about that? Inoki questioned. He only earned a blank look from Sasuke, before the Uchiha disappeared. This is Naruto we are talking about. If everyone was going to die, he would have said so. And if everyone was going to die, everyone would die, period. I believe that is what Sasuke meant by the blank expression, Shikaku stated. So, are we supposed to sit back and wait for him to return? Even though Naruto says it's not revenge, I think he wants this village to experience what he experienced. We are trapped in our own homes, there is a large rock above us. We know it's falling down to crash on us. We will try to escape, but all attempts will prove futile, and we will lose all hope. When that happens, we will simply wait upon death. Do you not see the irony in that? Shikaku questioned as he too stood up on his feet. I am the Jonin commander, so I will be out there trying to calm everyone down. I will wait for your results on the Kakashi matter, Tsunade-sama. Uchiha compound. Sasuke never got the sleep he was looking for as Kakashi appeared before him. Yo! This is not really a good time, Kakashi. I am just coming back from a battle with Naruto, and I am lucky he did not want payback what dislocating his shoulder and destroying some parts of his palace, Sasuke responded, stopping at the roof of his room. Don't be like that, Sasuke, Kakashi responded in that tone of nonchalance that annoyed Sasuke. You must have had a really good fight if you were able to dislocate his shoulder, that does not happen often. I know, Sasuke nodded. If it was not for his regenerative powers, we could have won. If you give him chance to recover, he will. But at least I am alive. Madara was killed in just one swoop. The blonde did not even sweat to kill the notorious Uchiha, but that may be because the man did not put a fight. You really had him on the ropes, huh? Yeah, but only because he was weakened after something, I'm not told of, Madara did to him. But now it is no longer the same. Kakashi nodded. You are a lot calmer even with that thing. So are you, Sasuke responded with a shrug. I have no reason to be fearful. I have done nothing to Naruto that deems me necessary to be killed. There are also two people that Naruto would not kill, Yugao and Ayame. So as long as one of those people remains under that thing, it won't hit the village. Yugao should be fine, I don't know about Ayame. Sasuke said. Ayame is not in the village. I think Naruto took her away. Her father is still around though. But he does not appear to be too concerned about anything. He would have taken Yugao too, but I think he left her behind as assurance for people like us. But then again, I could be wrong. Why Ayame? Don't tell anyone, but Yugao and I believe that she is the person Naruto cares for more than anyone. Kakashi responded with a sad smile. Sasuke merely nodded, he could guess why they think that way. What did you mean by people like us? Do you really think that Naruto would make everyone suffer just because some people made him suffer? Not everyone else was involved in his suffering, and I know that Naruto is aware of this fact. So if he is planning revenge, he won't involve those who did nothing to him, Kakashi explained lightly. Yeah, I just tried to kill him. Don't worry. If Naruto wanted you dead, he would have killed you already, Kakashi said in a confident tone. I think this is also a test. He said he was just setting the stage. So this is the stage, and that it was not revenge he was after. Shinobi like you and I, what do we do after hearing those words? We have lived with him long enough to come to a conclusion. A test? Kakashi nodded. Trust, and understanding, the Jonin stated, simply hoping that Sasuke would understand. January 5th. Everyone else in the elemental nations had heard what had happened to Konoha, or at least what was about to happen. Many had even got near the village to take some pictures. Seeing the village locked up in a prison and a large space rock hovering above it was not something that they see daily. There had never been such a thing that happened like this before, this was surely going to go down to history. But this also kept some fear as to what was going to happen to Konoha and who might have done it. The only thought was Uchiha Naruto. He had been rumored to be able to pull about meteorites from the heavens, and this could be his doing. There was little doubt that it was his actions to result in such a state to Konoha. The only good this brought was that everyone became in a standstill, waiting for something to eventually occur. But some who did not like Konoha, wished for that thing to drop and kill everyone. No one could do anything though. The people of Konoha had stopped running about in fear a few days ago when they realized that it was not going to change anything. And anything that their leaders had to stop that thing was not working. There was even more shock when they realized that after their attempts to stop it, another one appeared onto of the first one. But that still did not change the fact that thing was falling down, or they were hopeless. There was no way out of the village. Even when they tried digging themselves out of the village, they still could not escape. It became obvious to them that Naruto did not want them to escape. On the 5th of January, Naruto finally appeared at Konoha. The first person he appeared to was the god Ime Hokage. He found her in a delicate position with Jiraiya. Whatever they were planning on doing did not matter to him, he cared less for it really. Tsunade quickly took notice of him, and her Anbu were already at him. They did not sense his presence, despite his overwhelming power. They only took notice of him when he finally appeared within the office. A blade was dangerously licking his neck, another was pressed against his back, just about his waist. The person was obviously aiming for his spinal cord. Another was at his belly, ready to spill out his guts. Kami-sama has finally decided to grace us with his presence after ensuring that he made us suffer long enough that it was no longer amusing for him to watch. The sarcasm was barely hidden and clearly evident within the glint in her eyes. Has Kami-sama finally decided to free us from his reign? The smell of alcohol, you are drunk. Distasteful. I did attempt to teach you about proper leadership qualities, and I believe I touched about drinking on duty. Have you forgotten about that, woman? The sage never minded about the swords pointed straight at him, even though it looked like he was going to have his head chopped off if he made one wrong move. Watch your tongue, vermin. The Anbu behind him warned in a threatening tone. But Naruto merely narrowed his eyes at the human behind before looking back at Tsunade. Normally, he would not have commented on such pitiful attempt to rile him up. But calling him vermin was just thing, it was just blasphemy towards Kami. Naturally, blasphemy is unforgivable. Although I feel no anger, nothing whatsoever from such words, I will not allow any human to commit such blasphemy in my presence. There was no hint of anger or anything in his tone, everything was just natural. You called Naruto such words, but calling Kami that word is punishable with death, nothing less. The Anbu snorted. You have to leave here alive to be able to do that. And if you are Kami, why are you even caught in this situation? What situation? His expression never changed, and he asked through there were no three swords pressing against his body. You mean these knives pointing at me? Do you actually think that the Omnipresent Sage is afraid of such toys? They can't even pierce my skin. Would you like to test that? Naruto did not respond. He was not here for mundane talk. I have wasted time coming here. You are all foolish children. Tsunade, Jiraiya, I had hoped that you would not gaze at the red moon, but it appears that you will have to. Do you think we are just going to allow you to do as you please? Jiraiya questioned in a stern tone, speaking for the first time since Naruto appeared. Last time you may have caught us unprepared, but this time we are prepared. We won't let you leave. Naruto phased past the ambus surrounding him as though he had become intangible. He continued walking until he phased through Tsunade before standing behind her chair. You can't do anything, and besides, I was never here to begin with. What do you mean? Tsunade questioned, twisting around to face the sage. How could he say he was not here while he was right before her eyes? He was even talking to her. Allow me to rephrase my words, I'm here and at the same time, I am at my palace. I believe that is what it means to be omnipresent. With that leaving his mouth, Naruto disappeared from the office. The Anbu who had called him vermin also disappeared. Tsunade did not need a second invitation to leave her office in a hurry. Jiraiya also followed her from behind along with her Anbu. When they appeared outside, they realized that it was dark. The darkness was brought by the space rock and the black clouds that were about it. Naruto looked at the village of Konoha with a neutral look on his face. He was not going to enjoy doing what he would be doing. It was not for his amusement or anything. But this had to be done. He would make them feel the pain he felt, but that would be revenge. He had no desires in him. But that did not mean he was not going to make this village understand. His eye was reflected upon the rock above the village. He was making it act as a replacement to the moon. The whole village was at a standstill. He could do anything. Naruto teleported the untainted people away from the village. It would be unfair for him to punish the innocents for the crimes they didn't commit. He was all about fairness, and since he wishes to teach Konoha what was fair, it would seem hypocritical for him to teach others to be fair while he couldn't do that. The remaining were the tainted who needed cleansing. They were filthy creatures that made his sight sore. Do you hate me for blocking the sun? Do you hate me for making you fearful for 4 nights? Do you hate me for making you feel hopeless? Do you hate me for all these that I have done? His voice was clearly heard by everyone. They were in his world after all. And each one of them who heard his voice responded with a glaring and venomous yes. They hated him for doing what he did to them. No one was allowed to put them in that kind of situation without getting punished. You bastard, you will pay for this. We will make you pay for all these that you have done. We were right all along to call you a demon. Only a demon can bring such dread to this peaceful village our Shodai Hokage founded. Our beloved Yondaime died fighting for this village, but you, at this point, we are certain you are not his son. We should have just killed him long ago. The villagers, civilians and shinobi alike had all gathered around into one place. They all stood together staring up at the small figure of Naruto. From down where they were, the sage was a little bit small. They could all yell and scream what they wished, but they could not reach him. Hashirama is not the only one to have founded this village, you ignorant fools. Uchiha Madara also founded Konoha, and he is the one who named it. But you have violated this land with your distasteful actions. His tone was still calm and neutral, no sense of anger from all that they had said. Don't talk about that traitor before us. You are just like him, a filthy disgusting traitor. You are the one who is evil and the one who should just die. Their voices were united. Well, the reason they were even here means that they had something in common. Why don't you come down here so we can give you the beatings we gave you when you were still a little bitch? I would rather not, Naruto responded after a few moments. You are filthy humans and your breath is unbearable. You have polluted the air below and I wish not to be diluted by it. It was all said in a calm tone. It certainly did not seem like he had just insulted them. Ungrateful little bastard. We allowed you to live amongst us and this is how you thank us? Murmurs of agreement followed suit. I should begin this before I start a debate with these fools, Naruto said to himself before the moon shone in crimson. Everything set, he spoke to the fools again. You disgusting creatures, experience all this, and answer me this simple question, do you wish to take revenge, or will you do nothing? A 5-year-old boy was running around the village, dread coursing through his body in huge waves that forced his heart to pummel his ribcage with so much vigor that he felt it would soon explode into a blissful shower of blood. Behind him were predators, running with malicious grins that graced their lips with disgusting glory. His small feet bounced off the earth in quick movement. He ran as fast as his feet could carry him. But with each bounce, his energy was disappearing. His eyes were wide in fear, and his hands were shaking violently. Cold sweat ran through his spine, raising chills of fear into his body. The fear turned into horror when he reached a dark alley. It was always like this. Every time he ran, he always ended up in an alley. All hope he had quickly disappeared in the blink of an eye. No traces of it left. The only thing he could do was beg. "Please don't hurt me. I won't do anything bad. I promise. I will be a good boy. Just don't hurt me, please." Cold tears ran freely from his eyes. They left as though they were being chased out of his body. "Don't even pretend, demon." Hateful sneers and even more malicious intent were thrown at him. It hit him like a heavy wave of heat that dragged him down, forcing his body to produce more sweat. "Please." He tried again to beg, but a foot crashed into his gut. When that happened, he knew more pain was coming. "Shut up, demon." The words were said with so much venom that it pierced through his heart, making it beat even faster. "Enough of this. Let us just get over this before the Sandaime comes." Nods of agreement were thrown and the mob surrounded him. "Stop, please, please, stop, please." There was no stopping. More pain followed until his young body could no longer take it. The event happened, again and again. Each of the villagers experienced all these and the question came while they were still within the genjutsu. The pain they felt was real, and so were the experiences. Not a single one of them responded did not want revenge for all they went through. After hearing their answers, Naruto broke the genjutsu, but the pain was still engraved within their memories. They felt what he felt. When they realized what had happened, they were even more furious with Naruto. "That bastard. He put us all in a genjutsu and made us experience what he experienced." One villager chuckled bitterly. "Perhaps we deserved it. I never thought that he experienced so much pain from our actions. We only most our loved ones, but he had it worse. He had felt it, all thoughts that went through Naruto's head when they abused him. It was sad, really. But there was nothing he could do to atone for his sins." "Do you dare say that? Our home was almost destroyed because of him and our loved ones died because of him. Do you wish to say that we had no right to do what we did? Don't make me laugh. The pain was nothing to him. You feel no remorse for your actions, in fact you are proud of it. Despicable." Naruto finally spoke before they could kill each other. "I gave you Naruto's heart thinking that you may perhaps understand, but you still have not. The only thing there is to understand is that you continue to cause us pain, even now we feel pain because of you." "I see, so you wish to kill Naruto for all is done." They nodded firmly. "Should I also kill you for what you did? Despite your sheer ignorance, you know it deep inside your heart that Naruto was not the Kyuubi and that he was innocent in all these. He was a victim as much as you were, but you still did what you did." There was something in the tone Naruto used that made it impossible for them to deny what he had said. They had experienced what he had experienced after all. It was like he had forcefully brought that knowledge that Naruto was innocent into the surface so they could not ignore it. "You all know you did wrong and yet you still refuse to acknowledge it. You would rather kill me and justify your actions by your pain than to acknowledge that you were indeed wrong and I was right." They still said nothing. "When I put you in Naruto's shoes, you wished revenge. So you should not make any complaints if he also wishes revenge. If you kill others, you must also be prepared to be killed. Do what you wish others to do for you, isn't that fair? If you wish to destroy me, you should not complain if I wish to destroy you. Kami has no thoughts for revenge. But it is Naruto's will that Konoha burns. No one will ever live in this village ever again. It shall become a symbol of your sins." "You bastard." One finally managed to find his voice, but Naruto ignored it. The sage held a single hand seal as Konoha began to shake. Mukuten, deep forest bloomed. The large forest sprouted from the ground and surrounded the whole village. He had to admit, it took a lot of chakra to get it done. Everyone within the village was trapped within the forest. Fire style, majestic flame destroyer. That was not all that Naruto did. One of his truth-seeking balls sped down the village and exploded in the center of Konoha. Boom! Igniting with the gas the blooming forest produced, the majestic flames turned the village into hell. Naruto was not done though. He blurred out of sight as the screams of agony from the villagers invaded his hearing. He appeared above the moon and allowed it to drop on the villagers to end their misery. Boom! The whole of Konoha was crushed and the shockwave created by the fall of the meteorite broke the large wall Naruto had created. Large amounts of debris picked up into the sky, and when it finally cleared, there was nothing but rumbles and a few remainders of his Makuten Jutsu. The sage brought out all bodies to the surface before performing the Rin Tensei to revive everyone. He did not wait for them to get over their shock. "You still disgust me," he said. Yet there was no trace of disdain or disgust in his tone or face. "If you wish to loathe me, you are free to do so. But know that there is nothing you can do. Yes, you will be miserable until death claims your heads. You will live hating me, you will wish to destroy me that it hurts, you will call for your allies to help you, but no one will come to your rescue. You will seek refuge in other villages, but I will mark you with a cursed seal so that no one accepts you. If I find you trying to rebuild this village, I will send you all to hell." He was gone after that. He did not even look back at the look on their faces. They knew that they had died, and yet they were now alive. He did not allow their bodies to burn completely so that he could revive them. The memories they experienced would not leave them, they would die with them. Iwa. How a single man could destroy a whole village like Konoha was just beyond Aniki. He's seen so many strong men, so many powerful shinobi who could make the world tremble under their feet, but he's never come to know anyone like Uchiha Naruto. There were shinobi who were powerful enough to be renowned as gods of shinobi. Naruto wasn't a god of shinobi, he was just a demon of shinobi. He'd not viewed exactly how things went down in Konoha, but Naruto had become a man who couldn't be defeated by anything normal. If they were going to deal with him, the only chance was to seal him. Seeking to trample over him was nothing more than a fantasy that they would all perish trying to make real. He'd come to understand that there were just powers that were beyond them. Because things have dragged into this corner that seems to have no escape holes, Fuinjutsu would be the only option. They couldn't defeat Baijuis or even kill them, but they could still seal them despite their overwhelming power. Nothing could beat Fuinjutsu after all. The reason he'd gone to process such thoughts were because Naruto had destroyed Konoha, and there was nothing that was stopping him from doing the same to them. He couldn't wait for such a thing to occur. The only game he could play at this time was to get them before they could get him. Aniki looked up to his door when his granddaughter walked into the office with a rather serious expression on her face. He could only guess that she'd heard of what has happened to the Leaf Village. He was expecting her to beg him to do something about the matter before the Emperor of the Imperial Kingdom set his sights to their village. "You've heard of what happened to Konoha, huh?" Aniki asked in a low whisper, solemn look passing through his face for a moment, before it shifted to a rather neutral look. Kurotsuchi nodded as she sat down. "I doubt there hasn't been anyone who hasn't heard of what happened to Konoha. More people who aren't allies of the Emperor are probably cowering in fear about this time with the news. Konoha wasn't just any village. No, it was the strongest hidden village within the elemental nations. It has boasted the finest shinobi over the years, and the Emperor himself was from the village. To be able to beat the village to its knees was something that even the infamous Orochimaru failed to do. The Emperor did it, and word from Konoha said he wasn't even trying. The fall from glory of a great village such as Konoha wouldn't be something that takes time to reach the other villages. No doubt panic was going to catch most like a wildfire. If something wasn't done quickly, the elemental nations would become unstable and more fireworks, bloodshed would surely follow suit. Kurotsuchi could only hope that people don't lose their minds and start to kill each other because of the thought that they are going to die anyway. If something like that happened, she dreaded for the future of Iwagakure. She cared less for any other village. Her main priority was the safety of this village she loved so much and would do anything to ensure its safety. Aniki nodded in agreement. "I wonder what the others are thinking about this matter. And what they'll do after thinking," the Sandaimate Tsuchikage said in thought. He wondered if the others had the same thoughts as he did. If so, then it would make things easy for him to enact the sealing plan, as he thought it was the only solution to deal with the Emperor. He could convince Tsunade and I to follow the same path as him if they had not thought of it. I would agree. And he thought Tsunade would do the same. She had nothing to lose after all. Konoha was already down. "What are you thinking of doing about the matter?" Kurotsuchi asked, looking at her grandfather intensively. She recalled what that messenger said to her. He informed her that she would know the Emperor's power. And now, she has known much more about it. The question that was left was, what was she going to do about it? He is too powerful to think of defeating in battle. The only option is developing a seal that will contain him. "So, you are still intent on going after him," Kurotsuchi sighed deeply before continuing. I don't need to remind you what will happen if you fail. Anaki quirked an eyebrow. When did you grow up? She was oddly calm about the matter and wasn't asking him to give her an order to march over to the borders of the Imperial Kingdom. Kurotsuchi rolled her eyes at the question. Last night, she said sarcastically. Aside from stealing our baijuas, what has the Emperor done to our village that threatens its peace? What are you getting at? Anaki queried with narrowed eyes. He already knew the answer to the question, he just wasn't going to answer it. Let us try to solve things diplomatically this time. I'm sure we can work something out. The Emperor has no reason to attack us, and he isn't that hungry for destruction that he goes about destroying villages for the sake of it. You and I both know this, Kurotsuchi responded calmly. Naruto may be many things, but what was certain was that he wasn't obsessed with destruction and didn't enjoy the sound of agony invading his ears. He has been powerful enough to do anything he likes for some time now, and he's never done anything to be considered evil. He always seems to have a reason to do things. If Kurotsuchi was going by what the man said to her, then she could say that he meant no harm to Iwagakure. However, she had also been made to know that if Iwagakure was to try something, then what happened to Konoha would also happen to them. If the Emperor was obsessed with destruction, he wouldn't have sent his messenger to her. Are you saying that we should cower and run to that man asking for forgiveness? If so, then I will not do something like that. I'm not suggesting anything of that sort, Kurotsuchi responded calmly. I love this village just as much as you do, and I also have my pride. However, I will not do anything that will put this village in danger just for the sake of my ego and pride. I suggest you do the same, old man. Her tone was a bit stern. It made Anaki feel like he was being lectured. You know very well that even if you succeed in sealing him, our military forces will be thinned down drastically and we will still have Kiri, Suna, the Imperial Kingdom as well as other allies of the Emperor to deal with. Do you think we will get out of that situation alive? Anaki gritted his teeth. He knew these all too well. Perhaps he understood it even better than Kurotsuchi. However, he just couldn't allow things to go as they were. It was indeed true the only wrong Naruto did against their village was stealing their baijuas, but he was just too damn powerful, it scared him. What do you want, Kurotsuchi? Give me a chance to talk to the Emperor. If you don't like what he says after I talk to him, then you can continue plotting whatever it is that you think is the best option there is to deal with the problem. I'm only talking to him. What is it that we lose just by talking to him? Fine, do as you like. Chapter 40. May believed that there was some good in Naruto. She'd tested it a few times and truly believed that there was some good in him. He didn't like evil and was its enemy. However, at the same time he just couldn't be called a friend of the weak and justice. If anything, he seemed to be far more interested in his own little plans than anything. She had not thought that he would go as far as to destroy Konoha like that. Even though everyone within the village was still alive, she didn't think he would go that far. He didn't seem to be interested in destroying the village when she talked to him, and he didn't seem to be the type to seek revenge, but he'd done it. Konoha had been destroyed. The Mizukage hadn't wasted time. Once she received the news, she'd quickly left everything and rushed over to the Imperial Kingdom to see Naruto to demand answers. She'd turned a blind eye on whatever that he was planning, but now she realized that she couldn't be ignorant about everything. Yes, she had to know what she had gotten herself into. When she reached the capital, she didn't know how to get to Naruto since not even Guren had seen him or even his special messenger. May had been even thinking of visiting Kumagakure to see that blonde woman Naruto had been with the other day. She had to speak to him one way or the other. But now she was facing him, he'd finally heard her voice. The Mizukage looked around the throne room for a few moments before she took delicate steps towards the man himself. She wasn't much interested in anything other than speaking to Naruto so he could answer some of her questions. You are rather loud, Naruto stated calmly, his back comfortably leaned back against the throne with the 8 truth-seeking balls floating above the throne. Did you really need to talk to me that much that you'd leave your responsibilities and demand to see me? May didn't stop until she was just a few feet away from the Emperor. She could clearly see him now. He looked much different from before. No, he looked like a new person. Even the mask of expression her wore on his face seemed new. However, it wasn't anything that she appreciated from him. She liked the mask he wore the last time she spoke to him. That Naruto she spoke to was bearable and likable. That Naruto was a decent human who seemed to care for other people's emotions and needs. She liked the warmth he gave her that day. However, this person she was seeing in front of her wasn't giving her anything. In fact, she couldn't sense anything from him, neither emotions nor power. The matter that I needed to discuss with you is of great importance. I couldn't just sit back and watch without questions after what you did. There was no sweet smile from the fifth Mizukage, not even her eyes were filled with warmth. Her expression was just straight and tone-tuned to formality and business. She couldn't afford to be smiling at him at this time. No, she felt a heavy burden on her shoulders, and it would continue to weigh down on her until she got some answers. This matter had to be resolved, or she would consider other options. She couldn't afford to seek after someone who enjoys destroying villages for his own amusement. She was a peace-loving person, and peace is what she sought, not destruction. Everyone has questions about this and that. Humans are always questioning everything that is around. They can't accept anything without analyzing it and judging it with their standards. Well, a human is curious species. When there are things that you don't understand, your mind refuses to settle down in favor of trying to solve the puzzle. Your heart gives you no sense of peace until your worries are taken away, Naruto stated in a tone that was just natural to him. We question things because we are alive, and only ignorant people accept things without trying to understand them. I do admit that I've been ignorant in your plans so far. Even though I knew you had some plans, I ignored to question, and now I find out that you have destroyed Konoha. I should have never been foolish to keep a blind eye on what you had planned. Mei was shaking her head, her regret clearly evident in her tone. Perhaps if she'd asked when she had the time, she could have stopped the destruction of Konoha. Her own ignorance had been at fault here, and she couldn't blame anyone but herself. She'd been acting like a child when with him, but this was just a wake-up call. Yes, if there was any destruction she could stop, she would give in her hand for support. Your ignorance played a part in Konoha's destruction, is that what you assume? Do you think that if you had found out that I planned to clean the village of its rotten state, you could have stopped me? Mei was silent for a few moments before she gave a stiff nod. There may have been something that I could have done. I don't favor destruction as means to solve something, unless it is an all-out war. Do not fool yourself, Mei. There is nothing you could have done to stop Konoha's destiny. Kami had decided, and there was no human who was going to stand in the way. Even if we turn back time and replay the part, I'll still do it, and nothing you would do would make me stop. Naruto's tone was a bit sharp, raining down on a Mei like the sound of a sudden thunderstorm, making her heartbeat become a bit faster. No one could have stopped him from doing what he had chosen, either be Mei, Yu Gao, or perhaps even Ayame. The choice had been made and he had to carry it out. The will of Uchiha Naruto must always be carried out regardless of the circumstances that surround. He'd played every scenario that may have occurred if someone attempted to stop him, and the result was always the same. Konoha's destruction, or foolish humans who understood his pain. Are you saying that if I'd stood in the way you would have removed me? Narrowed eyes bored straight into the black-haired emperor before her. She dared shoot such a question straight at him. And she wanted an answer. She had to know where she stood with him. If he was willing to remove her existence for his own goals, then what worth was she to him? Yes, Naruto gave a simple response. But not in the way you are thinking. Humans, do you always assume the worst picture in anything? He knew what she meant by remove. The woman was thinking death, and that was the furthest thing that was away from his mind. Death wouldn't have solved anything, no, it would have just caused problems. What do you mean by that? There is no reason for you to die, and my problem was with Konoha. Granted, you'd stood in my way, I would have just kicked out of the way and proceed with my way. Whether you hate me or like me about the matter is your choice, and I can do nothing but accept it. Regardless, there wouldn't be nothing you can do to change the situation, Naruto explained lightly. Oh, I see, Mei breathed a sigh of relief. Relief? Do you not value your own life, Mei? Do you think that I would have just killed you off the bat because you were in the way? I value my life and know that I have a great role to play in this world. I don't believe you would have killed me, but the thought did arise. I'm human, all scenarios have to be considered for my own sanity, Mei shrugged in the end. While the thought may have aroused in her head, she still believed that he wouldn't go that far as to kill her. Yes, he wouldn't have allowed her to stand in the way, he said so himself. But death wasn't always the answer. Her own death would have caused a major backlash that she was sure Naruto wouldn't want. She was a leader of Kirigakure. If the emperor had killed her, then he would have turned into a traitor before to the people of Kiri, and they would seek his blood. Gaara wouldn't lie down either, he would surely choose to make some distance to ensure that he didn't suffer the fate as her. Then bring the questions, Naruto said. Why did you do it? I know what Konoha did to you isn't right, but I don't think it was right for you to do it. No, it is not the concept of whether it was right or wrong. The matter is whether it was necessary or not. Naruto had his own country to deal with, and he had ensured that it continues to prosper. He should be focusing on that other than seeking revenge for what Konoha did to him. What they did was wrong, Mei understood that, but revenge wasn't the only answer to the problem. This was just going to cause more trouble and panic around the elemental nations. Naturally, she would have had him ignore the village and continue his own life as the emperor of the Imperial Rice Kingdom. If he focused on that, he could have lived his life without more people seeking his head and bearing hatred over him. Now those people could say that their hatred of him was justified. However, Mei knew that Naruto didn't care for what those people thought of him at this present time. There was nothing they could do really. Continuing to hate him would make them miserable, and they would be miserable because if he saw willed, Naruto could even go as far as to walk in their midst and dare them to do something. It was necessary that I do. Whether it be justice or revenge, I did what I did. Those people are just vile creatures that wear the masks of humans and parade around this world. They refuse to accept that they are wrong, and think that only they are right. I was trying to teach them that, but they still refuse to acknowledge it. But it doesn't matter. They've learned that evil will reward them with a heavy slap from Kami. What did you gain by doing it, Naruto? Don't you see that this has caused problems to arise? Those humans are still alive, Mizukage. If I wanted destruction and their deaths, they wouldn't be alive, now would they? I left them alive because I only wanted them to understand. If everyone is still alive, why should you complain? A village can always be rebuilt, and it is up to them to decide how they continue to live their miserable lives. I did what I did, to teach them humility. Some of them refused to admit their faults. Hadn't it be for their ignorant response after I had showed them what pain is, perhaps the village wouldn't have been destroyed. Regardless, what is done is done. How others interpret my actions is for their own agenda, Naruto responded with a few words. Mei found it puzzling that he would destroy the village and yet keep everyone live. If it was revenge, then he would have killed them after making them suffer. Perhaps this was his revenge. They were still alive but facing a daunting task of rebuilding. Without strong allegiances, they would suffer greatly. Was it all that Naruto planned for them? What do you mean by hadn't it been for their ignorant response, then perhaps the village wouldn't have been destroyed? That is indeed curious. Mei wanted to know if the destruction wasn't premeditated. I gave them an option: accept or wish to destroy me. Their choice was to hate me and wish to kill me in a painful death. So I told them that they shouldn't complain if he did the same to them. They say I wronged them, that is why they wish to kill me. Those people had also wronged me, but my wish wasn't to destroy them, but to teach them a lesson. Is this your fair justice? Yes, Naruto responded without a second thought. Humans with power think they can get away with anything. They do wrong and refuse to acknowledge it because they have power. Yes, the strong think they are always right, but that is far from the truth. Konoha has been the strongest hidden village since its founding. The village has done Mei wrong, they inflicted pain and suffering to others. Yet, they still refuse to acknowledge that other people have suffered because of their own actions. They soothe their miserable souls by saying that they too have suffered, and even more so than enemies. Konoha wronged you and refused to acknowledge that they were wrong. Is that why you wish to teach them this lesson? Did you wish for them to accept that everybody suffers and others might have also felt more than they did? Mei threw in a fit of questions straight at the emperor. Yes, Naruto gave a simple response this time. You say the strong abuse their powers, then about you? Mei said. He was the strong one in the ring now, and he could do whatever he felt like, and there was no one who could do anything about it. Tell me one time I've been unfair. I've been the strong man for some time, and there are a lot of things that I've done. Have you seen me abusing my power and forcing people to kneel before me? Have I done any wrong for anyone to accuse of doing? Naruto's eyes looked straight at the Mizukage as he waited for her response. Mei couldn't say that Naruto has been abusing his powers or done anything unfair. As he made it to be, what he did to Konoha was something that those people would have done to him, so the feeling was mutual. In all his life, Naruto hasn't been a friend of evil, nor has he attacked anyone just for the sake of it. If it is about the Baijuas, then he explained it to her, and he also didn't kill anyone while at it. Unable to point a finger, Mei said something else. Do you think that you were right to destroy Konoha, and do you think that you can't do wrong? If he thought he couldn't do wrong, then there would be serious problems. He could do wrong things and always come up with a reason to justify himself. Humans are incapable of doing what is right always. Every now and then a wrong choice will be made. The important thing is admitting that one was wrong. It becomes a problem when one refuses to accepting that one was wrong. People have pride that they wish to protect by all means, but when someone is wrong, pride has to be swallowed. It is then that people are able to move on, Naruto responded to Mei's first question, but it also covered the first. However, he didn't admit whether he could do wrong or not. He merely stated that humans were incapable of living perfection. What the Mizukage didn't know was that Naruto wasn't human. He'd only given her a response that was fitting for a human. Before Mei could speak, Naruto spoke again. "Are you satisfied now, Mei?" The black-haired sage asked the woman before him quietly. If possible, he didn't wish to have any misunderstandings with this woman. However, if it couldn't be helped, then it couldn't be helped, he would accept it. Mei became silent as she gathered her thoughts. Yes, he's not done anything that could be considered evil, but she didn't believe that destroying Konoha would solve anything. It was only going to cause more problems for him and the Empire. Do you know that those people are going to continue hating you now, and will now hate you more than ever? The only difference is that this time, they will point at the destruction you left in Konoha and justify their hatred towards you. Their hatred of you hasn't been cleaned. No, you've only made it worse. I'm aware of this, Mizukage. I'm not a child who doesn't consider the consequences of his actions. Do you think that I just woke up one day and decided to destroy Konoha? While their hatred on me still remains, it doesn't affect me the least. I can continue to live my life as I have been, but if they choose to carry on with their hatred, it is them who will be bitter and miserable until they die, Naruto responded calmly. He didn't care if they hated him or not. He made sure they understood his pain and that they knew that if they did wrong, they would be punished. Yes, the destroyed village would always remind them of their sins. They would look at it from far as the result of their injustice. Yes, I know it won't affect you, but this doesn't do the shinobi world any good at all, Mei said, shaking her head. Right now the world doesn't know why I destroyed Konoha, but some already suspect the reason why, Naruto said before bringing up something. I should remind you that not everyone was caught in the crossfire. Not everyone was there when I destroyed Konoha. Only trash that refused to admit that it was indeed trash lived the destruction of Konoha. Mei nodded. I'd suspected as much since you speak so much about being fair. Granted you were being fair in all these, I figured that you may not have involved even those who weren't trash. Where are the others? They are in the new village I built for them. I told them exactly what happened. Despite being the one that destroyed Konoha, I told these people before I did what I did that whether Konoha was destroyed relied on the decision of the trash. These good people knew and understood what I meant by that, Naruto stated, knowing that the Mizukage would ask about it. So, if the trash had accepted and admitted that they were wrong, Konoha wouldn't have been destroyed, is that what you are saying? Yes, Naruto responded. I told the good people that before I engaged the trash. Naruto stood up from his throne and walked towards Mei. I'm going to show you new Konoha, and after that, I'll send you to Gaara so you can explain things to him. Do you have a problem with that? Mei shook her head. I understand your actions, but I wish you'd done things differently. If I see this new Konoha, my heart may stop worrying too much and speaking to Gaara will clear my mind, Mei smiled sadly. Thank you, she said. I wasn't sure you'd explain things to me when I came here, and I will admit that I thought you may have done it just for destruction. Speaking to you has cleared some of my thoughts, and has proved something to me about you. What is it? You are not such a bad person, she said. You put them through trials trying to get them to understand your pain. If you were such a bad person, you wouldn't have bothered to try to get them to understand your pain, you would have just outright destroyed them without giving them a chance to repent. Mei was glad that it had turned out like that. It would have troubled her heart if he had turned out to be a cold-hearted person who had no compassion. They had made a good start with the Imperial Council and Naruto had gathered some good people that she was happy to work with. She wanted to continue in that path that they'd started. Naruto looked the woman for a moment before walking past her. I'm glad you have that understanding and have come to that conclusion. So many things and actions are done and said because people lack the right understanding. But when we understand each other, we are able to communicate well and the way forward is paved, he said. Now follow me. Kumagakur. In all his life he has always been able to solve problems or at least come up with a sound solution to solve all the problems he was faced with. Yes, as the Yondaime Reikage, he had his responsibilities to uphold and to beat up every problem that threatened the safety of his village. His father had left him with a yoke to carry, and so he'd been doing a good job in ensuring the village he so loved was protected and safe. This time, he was presented with a mountain he didn't whether it was a stumbling block or something that was put in front of him to block the enemies. I didn't know whether climbing the mountain will bring some things from the other side for him to see. The situation before him was a big puzzle that he didn't even know which piece was to take the first step on the board. Konoha's destruction didn't worry him much, but he was more concerned whether the trail of destruction would also lead to his village. If Naruto could do it in the village he was formerly a shinobi at, what was stopping him from marching towards his own village? Naturally, I was more concerned with the safety of his own village rather than Konoha's state. The state of the former great village was said to be pathetic, and it was unlikely that it would stand where it once stood. His messenger had given him a clear picture of the state of the village. There were only signs of a major battle to have taken place, not a space where a village once stood. I guessed that this was caused by the monstrous meteorite that fell on it. There was also news that the Godime Hokage and many more of the strongest from the village had yet to be seen ever since the village was destroyed. I found it strange that shinobi such as Sasuke, Jiraiya and Kakashi would just disappear like that. It wouldn't be a surprise if Naruto killed because he viewed them as threats. But somehow, I didn't think that they were dead. No, he had a feeling inside his heart that they were still alive. The villagers who'd been left in the wake of destruction of the former great village were said to be moving around the Fire Nation searching for their loved ones and families. He had a rumor that not everyone was present when the village was destroyed. He suspected that to be the case as it would explain the disappearance of the Sanins. A question was brought with this information though: where were they if they were still alive? Those who were left at the destroyed Konoha weren't indulging in many questions about what had actually happened. However, given the little pieces of information he'd received, I had come to the assumption that the destruction of Konoha had something to do with Naruto's life as a Jinchuriki. Perhaps it was revenge for putting him through hell. Granted that to be the case, it eased some of his worries. Sighing, I stood up from behind his desk. The others should be at the training ground for the training they'd been doing in the outskirts of the village. Ever since his embarrassing defeat to Uchiha Madara with the other Kages, he'd picked up his training again to improve his speed and overall assault power. His speed and strength seemed to be nothing when facing a man like Madara, and if he was to face Naruto, he would have to improve. The Raikage still didn't know the fate of the notorious Uchiha. He seemed to have just disappeared off the face of the earth. Naruto possibly had all the answers. When I arrived at his private training ground, he found Daru, C, Samui, B and Yugito already in the mix of it. The five of them created a really strong group that was dangerous to any enemy. If it was such a time when the infamous Akatsuki was still running about, he would have this group deal with them. C, being a censor, was quick to notice the Raikage arrive at the training. "We've been waiting for you, Raikage-sama," he said, drawing the attention of the others who in turn looked at the coming muscled man after those words left his mouth. "I was busy at the office," I responded as he reached the group. He stood still in front of them, his eyes pacing between each of them. It seemed that they'd been here for some time now, judging by the sweat all over their bodies. B had expected another response other than the one his brother gave. The tone the Raikage used worried him and it just showed him that the man was being bothered by something. Since they trusted each other here, he decided that to ask what was wrong because he saw no harm. "Something bothering you, brother?" I nodded, looking above the sky. "This issue of Konoha's destruction and Naruto is bothering me. I don't really know what to make of it. I'm still mad at Naruto for taking away the Baijuas, but whether he is a threat that will threaten our safety remains to be seen." B nodded. While he was not the least happy about losing his long-life partner, but he didn't think the Emperor was that bad of a person who would one day come here to destroy their village out of the whim. No, with everything he's heard of the man, he wouldn't do anything like that. Unless threatened, it was unlikely that the Emperor would come here to attack. The fact that he and Yugito had been kept alive meant that there was much more to the man. He's yet to openly threaten Kumo, and during the time he took Hachibi, he said he was only interested in the Baijuas and wasn't interested or looking forward to fight us because of his hunt of the Baijuas. B said quietly. There is also that crap about Baijuas not belonging to anyone and his desire to ensure that no one becomes a Jinchuriki again. He also said something about not wanting Baijuas to be used as weapons and power equalizers within the elemental nations, Yugito said, voicing her own thoughts. With everything that she'd seen, she could say that the Uchiha wasn't going to come into this village with the intention of laying siege upon it. No, she believed that he wouldn't do anything of that kind unless Kamagakure chose to attack him, and Samui believed the same thing. Yugito had a feeling that if it was coming from Samui then it had to be true. Of course, she couldn't say it outright that the Emperor wasn't going to come into the village to destroy and that destruction wasn't something that danced around his head joyfully. If anything, he liked to handle matters without destroying things these days, unlike back then. Her perception of Naruto was quite different from everyone, and it was at times frustrating that she couldn't do anything tangible to make these others see what she and Samui see in him. "I don't really get all that," C said, shaking his head. He'd already heard everything that happened when Naruto took the Baijuas, but things were just too complex and rather hard to deal with. He says he doesn't want to trouble us, but his actions are contrary to that. I nodded, agreeing with C. Regardless of how you look at it and how he puts it, he attacked 2 of my shinobi and took Baijuas that belonged to this village. Even though he brought B and Yugito back to life, the actions cannot be excused. The attack was on Kumo's military force, and with the loss of our Baijuas, our military strength has taken a dip. Even though the Emperor of the Imperial Kingdom may say that Baijuas didn't belong to any of them and it wasn't for them to claim, it was merely a matter of his own opinion. Others before them had fought, and some of them had even died fighting to bring Matatabi and Hachibi into the village as their weapons. One man couldn't just take it all away from them, especially when he had a country of his own to lead. I wasn't even sure what he wanted to use the Baijuas for, and there was no telling if he would one day flip and send the Baijuas after them for destruction. Nothing was clear in all these, and the Raikage hated to admit that perhaps talking to Naruto would paint a clear picture for everyone. There are also his actions at the Cage Summit. Daru added these words into the fray. How could he forget? He had been there that day when the Uchiha appeared after the infamous Madara had already made his presence known. I nodded. In any case, we have to be prepared for anything that is to come. If Naruto is to come after us, we will have to be ready to deal with him, and we still don't know what has happened to Madara. Samui sighed as she cleared her thoughts. Naruto had told her he had no interest in a war with both Iwagakure and Kumagakure. However, he'd told her that if it couldn't be helped and if these 2 villages pushed things too far, he would act. Samui knew well how he would act. It was certain destruction. Aside from taking the Baijuas and the incident at the Cage Summit, Naruto hasn't done anything to threaten Kumagakure. He has not said he had problems with us or anything troubling in the past. You must also remember that the incident with the Kages also affected the Kages who are allied with his own country. The same is to be said for the Baijuas. He didn't just take Baijuas from his enemies, he also took Baijuas from his allies. Moreover, there were no deaths in all these incidents. The blonde-haired voiced her own thoughts. I didn't disagree with Samui. I know that, and it makes it a complex situation to handle. However, the Raikage didn't intend to understand Naruto's reasons for attacking his brother and Yugito. No, any attack on his brother was a personal one, even though he, B, wasn't killed. You'd talked with the Tsuchikage and Konoha about a way to deal with him. What had you discussed then? C asked. The contents of such a meeting weren't revealed to anyone. The Raikage had so far kept everything to himself. The 4th Lightning Shadow sighed. Well, I guess it can't be helped, he said quietly. We decided to gather our top shinobi and combine them with the main purpose of eliminating both Madara and Naruto. You guys were going to be in that group, and Konoha was going to give out Jiraiya, Uchiha Sasuke, Mito Gai, and Hatake Kakashi. But circumstances have changed now. The Konoha team is missing, and even if they were there, Konoha would focus on rebuilding rather than fighting. Granted that they are dead, Kumo and Iwo will need to discuss the matter again. Regardless of how you look at it, the team was considerably strengthened by Konoha's assault team, C reasoned. This is what I've been thinking. But I've not heard anything from Aniki, I said tiredly. This was all giving his mind an overload of thoughts to be processed by the second. This would be clear if Naruto himself was here, Yugito said. However, she was certain that the moment he were to appear, the Raikage was going to pounce on him with the intent of perhaps ending his life. I snorted. I doubt he would show himself here after everything. He's probably hiding in his sky palace. The tone had taken a new turn from tiredness to one mixed with anger and frustrations. As if he'd been there the whole time, Naruto spoke casually, standing on a small rock away from the group. Who would put fear in me that I've to hide myself? You, Konoha, Iwagakure? Do not fool yourself, Raikage. All the eyes turned on him quickly. They'd not even sensed his presence, and the only thing that alerted them of his presence was his voice. Despite the new appearance, I couldn't mistake that voice. It was him, and he didn't need an invitation to lunge at the black-haired sage. His lightning armor was activated in the blink of an eye before he took off. Naruto merely watched as the Raikage lunged at him. It was just predictable. He'd known that the man would attack him once he appeared here. Sighing, Naruto held out his right hand. I drove his right fist straight at the black-haired sage in fast speeds with the intent of shattering his ribcage in one punch. However, Naruto caught the punch with his right hand without even flinching, even though the man appeared in a blur. Before I could retaliate, Naruto's left hand was dangerously close to his neck. He knew a single move. Don't do anything foolish. I've not come here to fight, and besides, in my current power, you all merely children to me. I don't dance with children, I beat them, Naruto said, looking at the group that was with Ai. They seemed ready to enter the fray, and he didn't want to give them a beating. Let me go, bastard, I growled, glaring at Naruto. He could try to struggle, but the moment Naruto caught his right hand, his mobility shut down, he couldn't even move the slightest, and his lightning armor had just shut down. He could also feel that his chakra was leaving him. Sometimes you act like an immature brat, Ai. How foolish of you to attack someone without even thinking. I can kill you right now because of your foolishness. Even these children have grown far better than you, they know when to attack and when not to. But because you've allowed your petty emotions to cloud your thinking, you just lunged at me, are stupid? I felt like he was a 6-year-old child being scolded. And the fact that Naruto was still holding his hand firmly didn't make him feel any better. Without words to say, he merely growled in response. Should I slap you? Should I break your hand or both your legs for this reckless action? Tell me, how should I punish you? Naruto asked quietly, his hold on Ai tightening by the second. C couldn't believe what his senses were reporting to his brain. The mere report of it was enough to shut down his other senses and bring him down to his knees, his body shaking, and sweat coming out in a heap. His mind found it difficult to comprehend what he had sensed, and it had shut down several times just to make sense of it. It was impossible. Impossible. The power he sensed was enough to fill the whole world, and he still couldn't figure the limits of it. It was like there was no end to it, and Ai's chakra was like a drop in a sea compared to what Naruto possessed. It was like he was one with nature, because he was everywhere. In a sense, he was right, they were children to him in terms of power. Samui shook her head watching C. She could guess that Naruto's power caused by his senses going haywire after trying to gauge out its limits. There were things that couldn't be measured, and one of them was Naruto's power. He'd told her, aside from the immeasurable chakra he contained, he still controlled all natural chakra. That meant that the chakra that flowed within nature was also part of him. Perhaps this is why he called himself a force of nature. You all right? B asked, placing a hand of comfort on C's right shoulder. The censor recovered well from his blackout and nodded at B but still stayed on the ground. Naruto let go of Ai's hand. However, he slapped the man straight on his face with his palm. The slap had enough power to send Ai flying towards a shinobi. Next time I will break your legs if you do something childish like this. You are a cage, fool, start acting like one and you will stop embarrassing yourself in front of your children. Such recklessness is not fitting for a cage. I growled again once he'd regained his composure. It was a little embarrassing being slapped like that and being lectured like this, but he didn't allow it to get to him. What do you want? He demanded in a low growl. First thing first, Naruto responded quietly. One of the 8 balls behind him broke away from formation, and disappeared behind Naruto into the mountain that was behind him. There was no civilization in the area, hence he'd chosen it. After a few moments of silence, a large explosion rocked far behind Naruto where the black ball had disappeared. The large explosion was rather frightening. Despite being far away from them, they still felt its tremors from where they stood. A large cloud of mushroom of debris picked, and I was positive that people back at the village could see it. After a few moments, the greenless mountain that once stood was nowhere to be seen. Even though they couldn't see it, there was a large crater where the mountain once stood. I felt relieved that the explosion didn't set off at his village. The result would have been catastrophic if it had been that way. Naruto never even bothered to look at his handiwork. His gaze settled on the rakeage, before he spoke. I came here to warn you. If I drop 3 of these balls in Kumo, they can turn the village into ash, and it won't even drain me of my chakra. I narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening my village? Naruto shook his head. Interpret it any way you like, but I'm telling you that I have no fight with you. I do not wish to destroy Kumagakure as it has not done anything to me. However, if you push it and continue to seek war with me, if your shinobi enter my country intending to do any form of damage, I will not show mercy. I gritted his teeth and dangerously stared at Naruto. Are you using the little explosion to insert fear on us so we can bow before you? Naruto fixed Ai a look before shaking his head. You are hopeless. You should have learned enough about me to know that I don't throw subtle hints. If I wanted you to get on your knees and become my pet, I would have told you so. However, you have allowed your wild thoughts to picture such an ignorant picture of me. Yes, it is ignorance that makes you say such foolish words. A shinobi rule is that you should know your enemy, you consider me as such, yet you have learned nothing of me. Are you really a cage? I will only tolerate so far of your words, boy. Humans, Naruto shook his head slightly. Must you always assume the worst? The little explosion was just an exhibition to show you little of my power. You are an emotional child that is prone to act rashly when the situation represents itself. If I told you that I'm powerful enough to destroy your village, you wouldn't have believed it. That is why I decided to show you little of my power. You can say that I am using fear to get you under control, then what of it? I'm not ordering you to be my dog, nor have I threatened your village or even killed one of your shinobi. I've only taken Baijuas that didn't belong to you to begin with, but you continue to plot for my death. You cannot kill me and I do not wish to kill you nor destroy you. I will repeat this again, I'm merely warning you to stay away from my country. Are those words clear enough to get through your thick skull? I didn't respond, he was too damn seething to say anything, so in turn B spoke. Are you saying that you will not attack our village if we do not attack you, and are you saying that we should just let the fact that you took our Baijua slide without punishment? I will say this, just because you got well with Hachibi doesn't mean that he was yours, just because Kumo captured it doesn't it belong to you. Baijuas didn't belong to humans, and I will not compensate for taking them. I will say it once again, I have no interest in enslaving you people or forcing you to do my bidding, but if you threaten the safety of my country by attacking it, I will do horrible things to you. Naruto turned away from the group. Iwa is sending someone to my country to settle things diplomatically. She will be heard and returned back to her village with words that will stop Aniki from doing anything foolish. I've spoken to you, if you don't listen, then I will end you and I will not be repeating my words again. Naruto disappeared after those words left his mouth. What will we do, brother? Killer B asked the seething Reikage. The decision I would have taken after this was to gather his forces and march towards the rice to destroy it, but that would not be a rational choice. I'll speak to the council and hear what they have to say, and I will hear what Iwa will do after they receive word from him. Samui sighed tiredly and looked at the heavens. I hope you make a choice that is good for the village, Reikage-sama, she thought. Konoha. To think that Naruto would destroy Konoha and leave it in ruins. No, there wasn't even a trace of their buildings that they had once built over the years. Everything had been crushed under the monstrous meteorite that fell on their old village. The kind of power to single-handedly destroy the entire was something that Tsunade feared. She had never felt so much anger than the anger that rained down on her shoulders when she'd seen the destruction he dished out to the village her grandfather founded. She wasn't the only who was infuriated by what Naruto did. Anger towards the blonde was the mutual feeling they had for the emperor of the Rice Kingdom. Those who had been unlucky to be burned and crushed when he destroyed old Konoha were the ones who held much more anger than others. It wasn't that Tsunade could blame them for feeling the righteous fury they felt. If such things as gods existed, then they would all be down on their knees praying to their god to punish the demon that was in Naruto. Something that would soothe their souls would be watching him die before their eyes. It wasn't everyone who was angry with Naruto. Some of the people who had been left in Konoha weren't so angry with the former blonde Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox. In fact, they appeared humbled and much calmer than anyone who was seething because of what had happened. Tsunade found it laughable that they'd been forced out of Konoha because Naruto said so. She remembered it well when he told them about it. Flashback. A group of Konoha people gathered around in a bundle looking at the second location they'd been brought to. At first, they were taken away from their beloved home of Konohagakure no Sato, and taken to another dimension. To the non-shinobi, it was just another place. They didn't spend much time there as they were sent to this second place they were now. Those who took runs outside of Konoha walls knew that this wasn't far away from where their village was located. It was no shock or surprise to know who had been teleporting them, and they'd been told that their home was most likely to be destroyed by that man. He told them this with a straight face. Depending on the answers those people who are not with you here give me, I will either destroy Konoha, kill them all, or leave them alone. If I so choose, I can do both, destroy Konoha and kill them, but to be fair I will do one thing. Granted they become what I wish, you will be returned to your homes safely. Those were the words that Naruto had told everyone once they had been brought into the other dimension, a place that was just empty of any life form. Of course they'd not been pleased to hear that their home may be destroyed, and some had voiced their thoughts out loud to him. Why are we the only ones here and why are the others left in the village? Naruto had responded with a simple answer that didn't surprise everyone. Most people had already suspected as much. You are here because you're bearable before my sight. Those who've remained in the village are those who are filled with petty hatred towards me and are responsible for my suffering when I was still younger. After those words were spoken, many voiced out their thoughts and worries for their loved ones, and pleas for Naruto to reconsider his options were thrown in the fray, but the emperor had refused to listen to any of it. He'd silence them with his final words before he disappeared from their presence. Should they die or Konoha be destroyed, it will be because of their answer to me. There is even a chance that I may not kill them or destroy Konoha. This is a chance that will have everyone return to their loved ones and to their homes. Just to be clear, I will tell you this, the reason Konoha will be destroyed is because those people will refuse to acknowledge that what they did was wrong. If you are here and you used to hate me for the Kyuubi, then it means inside of your heart, you've realized that you were wrong to do what you did and were truly sorry. Those that will face judgment are those who refuse to accept that they were wrong. Should Konoha be destroyed, it will be because I showed them my pain and they still refuse to understand and admit that they had no right to do what they did. After hearing this, can you say that this is revenge or I am not being fair? Konoha's destruction lies in the hands of those fools who are left behind. It will be their choice that will decide the fate of Konoha. Everyone dreaded for the worst when Naruto spoke those words. They knew that those who still hated him were not going to change, and between admitting their faults and standing firm on their pride, they would choose their pride. Should they do that, that would seal the fate of Konoha, and no one had any doubt that Naruto was serious that he would destroy Konoha. They had two choices if Konoha was to be destroyed: hate Naruto for it or hate those who chose to remain foolish and hold their hatred high above all things. Naruto had left things clear for them to understand clearly. He had the power to destroy Konoha, but wasn't willing to do so. He wasn't after revenge to anyone who wronged him. He just wanted them to understand and admit that they were wrong. If they refused to admit that they were wrong, then he would be forced to destroy Konoha. The ones in Naruto's dimension understood it perfectly that it was wrong to hate Naruto for the Kyuubi, and would also like the others to have the same mindset as they did. However, that didn't mean they agreed with Naruto's methods. What they did come to understand was that it wasn't revenge that Naruto was after, but he just wanted them to admit their faults and learn humility. If it was revenge, then many more people would have been left behind at Konoha. Now, almost half of the village's population was here in this dimension. After minutes of pure dread, they were finally transported to another place, out of the dimension. They were brought to this place, their new village as Naruto called it. Right before their eyes, Naruto leveled the ground, creating a clear ground. A large wall sprouted from the ground and surrounded the clear ground Naruto had created. Everyone just settled for watching him when he moved forward to create a mountain. Right there and then, he created the Hokage monument with the faces of the previous Kages. After that, he'd gone to stand in the center of the ground. His hands hit the ground and the earth had shaken at that time. Houses began to sprout from the ground in different sizes and formations. In the outskirts of the village, another forest-like training ground 44 was formed and a few streams of water were formed within the walls of their new village. They'd watched Kami create a village right before their eyes in just minutes. If it weren't for the mixed feelings, their awe for his abilities would have been expressed in words. This was just creation at its highest level. The use of Makuten, earth and Suten was just at level best. This wasn't the work of a mere mortal, but this was the work of a god. Their awe had stopped them from questioning everything that he was doing. The fact that he was creating a new village meant that either Konoha was destroyed or their fellow villagers were killed by him. But just seeing him work in silence with a concentrated look on his face made them settle for watching him and ask questions later. After he'd completed everything, he'd taken the air to overlook the village he'd created and seemed to marvel at his work. Tsunade had gathered her thoughts after that to question the emperor while she was still grouped with the rest of the villagers who were taken out of Konoha. What is the meaning of this, Naruto? The answer was clearly obvious, but it felt like the right question to ask at that time. There wasn't anything else that the Hokage could think. Everything was just overwhelming her like a flood caused by a tsunami. All this was surprising and shocking, and it put her thoughts into disarray. She wasn't the only who was having complicated thoughts bouncing up and down in her head, others too were facing the same thing. Shikamaru looked at the emperor carefully. He had a feeling that he understood everything too well. The answers were given to him in black and white, and he could see them perfectly. Naruto's earlier words had painted a visible picture inside his mind. Anyone who had enough brains to understand those words and his actions could conclude what all these meant. The Nara understood that Naruto had only stayed in Konoha because he thought they would change. He hated the villagers, and that wasn't hidden from anyone. What made things worse was that no one was finding the courage to go before him and apologize for what they'd done to him. An apology was the least they could do, and Naruto would have accepted that. But those people still couldn't do that. They refused to admit their wrongs. Shikamaru understood it perfectly. Naruto just wanted them to admit that they were despicable humans who wronged him. By all means, that was righteously true. They were despicable humans who wronged him because of their hatred. Even so, they refused to swallow their pride and admit it. This refusal has led Naruto to do what he did. Perhaps Shikamaru understood the Emperor's actions better than anyone inside this village. Because he understood, he held no ill feelings towards him. This is your new home. I built this, for you people. It wouldn't be fair for me to leave you homeless because of the trash I left in the destruction of the old village. Because I've no problems with you, I've set aside this land for you. What I've done is enough and I won't do anything more. You still have the riches you had when you were still in the old village. So this means you've destroyed Konoha and the others. Yes, I've destroyed the old Konoha. However, I left the trash alive, but it will not find this place. For a week, I'll keep this place locked inside a barrier while you rebuild. No one will know that this new place exists until I remove the barrier. The trash will wander about the world, but it will be rejected everywhere it goes, Naruto stated in a firm tone. Is this your way for apologizing for destroying our home? One of the villagers shouted. Do not mistake me, I'm not sorry for destroying Konoha, I am simply doing this because it is the right thing to do. He turned his back on everyone before saying his last words. The old Konoha will be a memory of sins, should anyone attempt to rebuild, death will come. He left after those words. Flashback end. It was truly unthinkable to think that the once great Hidden Leaf village once stood here. Tsunade couldn't believe that she'd failed enough to see the beloved village her grandfather founded to be brought into such a state. It was indeed true, in its current state, they couldn't rebuild anything, and that aside, Naruto had given a stern warning. Even with his warning, Tsunade had come to see this village. The barrier that had shielded them was taken up and thus enabled them to leave their new village. She'd first stayed inside to handle things within. Truly, even though they'd been locked inside a barrier, all the needed materials they needed to rebuild were available. Tsunade could guess that they came from their old village. Naruto had said that they still had the riches they had when they were still living inside this former great village. They had settled in well in their new home, but adapting was the biggest issue some were facing. The kids were doing alright though. They didn't seem to mind the new scenery, in fact, they liked it better. She'd seen many kids running about within the new streets looking lively like nothing had happened. With the number of villagers that were under her control within the new Konoha, they'd no problems. However, in a number of weeks their riches would dry out soon and they would suffer if things were not handled strategically and funds weren't attracted to the new village. Things would become bad when they hunt all the others who were within the village when it was destroyed. As Naruto had put it, he'd created the village for the good people, the trash wasn't included in anything. Regardless, Tsunade couldn't abandon them. She'd set up a group of people to search for them within the Fire Country borders, and so far she'd met some of them. The cruel thing was those who were still bitter, had a strange mark on their foreheads and couldn't enter their new village. This reality had hit them hard and made true to Naruto's words when he said that he'd built the new village for the good people. The marks of their forehead weren't visible until they attempted to walk past the new gates. Something like an invisible wall blocked their entry. A Hyuga was brought to study the anomaly, and they discovered that there was a barrier that could not be seen to the naked eye. The barrier lied dormant but became active when the marks on the trash reached its vicinity. Those who didn't have the marks entered the village and were reunited with their families. The decision Tsunade had come up with was that those who couldn't enter the village would be built their homes outside the walls of their new villages, since they couldn't just leave them alone. This choice would enable their families who were inside the new village to move out with them without staying away from the new home. Jiraiya, Kakashi appeared behind Tsunade on top of the former Hokage monument at the old village. Jiraiya was first to speak. This is a mess, huh? Tsunade nodded. Well, at least we've been doing well so far. But the village will be now divided into two sections, one within the walls and the other outside the walls. As the days continue to pile up, the people within the walls will symbolize the rich and happy, while the ones outside the walls will be poor and miserable, Jiraiya said, walking towards the edge of the monument to overlook the former glorious Leaf Village. No one can be blamed for it. It was their choice that led to this situation. Some villagers who were also part of the destruction were able to return to the new village. This only means that they might have changed. Granted that is the case, then all these others have to do is admit their faults, Sasuke said with indifference. While Naruto was at fault for putting the situation in the first place, those people also had their roles to play in all these. If they'd admitted their faults to begin with, Konoha wouldn't have been destroyed and they wouldn't be dealing with a situation like this. If it was up to Sasuke to decide, he wouldn't have bothered to search for those ignorant fools. He would leave them to suffer their fate until they became humans. That may be so, But we can't leave them to suffer. Even if we can't do everything for them, we can give them a hand. They are still one of us, Kakashi said, looking to no one in particular. Tsunade nodded. In any case, things will turn out just how Jiraiya has said. Things are only going to get worse from now, and we will be forced to make a choice between the people inside the walls and the ones outside the wall, the god Im stated in a grim tone. At least our forces are still in their great numbers. Low morale may be the only problem though, Kakashi added. Jiraiya nodded in agreement with Kakashi. That is the case. In any case, I've decided that I'm going to spend my next years teaching the new generation ninjutsu. My generation has become old, and in a few years we won't be able to move like we do now. His decision was mainly influenced by what Naruto had said to him, and the Sannin thought it was the best decision to make given everything that has fallen on them. There wasn't much that he could do for their new village, but training its next protectors was the least he could do. He couldn't protect this old village, and he would train the next generation to ensure that they could protect their home and not suffer the same fate as they did. Tsunade smiled at her former teammate. I will be doing the same as you, Jiraiya. While you teach them ninjutsu, I will teach those who are capable medical ninjutsu. Who knows, we may even get Guy to teach them taijutsu, Tsunade said. What about your responsibilities as Hokage? Sasuke asked. I will get on to that, Tsunade responded quietly. The Hokage sighed. Aha, looks like even though that cursed Uchiha has destroyed our village, we are going to be using the same system of training our shinobi as his country does. It is effective, Jiraiya said. Before Naruto was banished from Konoha, they'd been able to get some intel on how some things were run in the Imperial Kingdom, since Guren was supposed to come to Konoha and speak to them about a possible alliance. Shinobi in the Imperial Kingdom were trained differently from other villages. Their shinobi academy was very different from Konoha's. Students weren't just taught the basics within the academy, students enrolled from age 7, and for 2 years they were to be taught everything Konoha's academy taught and some. It was said that after this, students would be divided into groups based on their specialty. Then they were to be taught all shinobi arts for the next 3 years, and then they could graduate as genins. Well, that was the plan anyway. Tsunade nodded. I looked at it and it does seem to be the most effective method of raising strong shinobi. She paused and turned to Kakashi. This leads me to the next issue. Kakashi sighed. This is what I was dreading. You are going to quit being Hokage and make me your successor, aren't you? The Jonin had foreseen this coming. He looked at Sasuke. What are you going to do? Sasuke merely turned away from the three and started to walk away. I'm going to talk to Naruto, but I will return to Konoha. I just have some things to settle with him.